We're starting off strong with this one. It is my most requested park when you discount all of the Disney and Universal requests. So, summer is approaching. It feels rude not to. Welcome to Beachy Point, or Blackpool Pleasure Beach as you guys call it. See, it's funny because of the tree. Chacho's still unwell, but the YouTube monster waits for nobody. So, welcome to a brand new park series, guys. Welcome to Beachy Point. It's based on a scenario that I've actually had in the workshop for quite a number of years, probably 2018, 2017 even. I'll leave a link if you want to go and download it and play it for yourself. This is a slightly altered version of that original file, but what we're going for here is Blackpool Pleasure Beach meets Southend Pier, and there's plenty of room to develop in this, and there is also a challenge in the sense that it's long and thin. I think actually the size is probably about the same size as Gypsy Point, if I'm honest, but it's all good. Right, let me show you around the town, shall we? Because this is early Chacho work, right? So you're getting a glimpse into the past. This is very much no Theme Maker's Toolkit, but of course we've got Theme Maker's Toolkit back. We're not doing that kind of series again, but this is the pier. You can see, like, this is before the channel even existed, so the pink and blue was a thing back then. I'll come along and I'll do some changes, but it's based on Southend On Sea's pier. Let's be honest. And then we've got the actual main road here. So the main road itself is very much based on Portland Road in Manchester, where you've just got all these various different styles of building on one street, and that's what I'm going for. That's what I'm going for here. I mean, there's various degrees of decoration and stuff going on, but I think this is my favourite. It's very Dunkin' Donuts. Like, I absolutely love it. If you download the file for yourself, you'll notice that there is a fairground that's sitting on this car park. I've decided to remove it for this series because it's just not needed. It bloats out the game too much. And then over here we've got ourselves a disused railway station. I love this building. I've completely forgotten that this even was a thing. And inside, it's actually been converted into a food hall. Very inspired by one that I went to in Lisbon. So yeah, that kind of dates that part because that means it would have been 2017. So it's something that is in Lisbon. And then at the back, you've got the new modern railway station, which I've actually made work. And then over here, we have ourselves a building site, which also means that actually if we want to expand the park into the future, we can. We've got this space that we could possibly use because it's a building site. So you're probably wondering what we're going to be doing with this one. And that's a very good question. Thank you for asking. It's going to be a fully fledged theme park, a little bit like Blackpool Pleasure Beach is. This episode we're going to be doing the entrance, and we're also going to be dealing with this bad boy as well. Yes. Now we'll talk more about this in the next update, but essentially what we've got is the station, the lift hill, first drop, and then it just meanders its way through a really simple out and back layout, and then comes back to here. So this series, guys, I'm sorry, I'm going to do away with the time lapses. They take too long to edit, and it is actually summer, and I've got lifeguards and lifeboats to train, so unfortunately that takes precedence, and I need to make this as simple as possible. So here is that first update. Oh, guys, I so wanted this first episode to be a small affair, but it's just not going to happen, is it? When you start a new park, you get a little bit bamboozled by design, and you just got to play out what's going on. But you know what? I'm tooting because this is actually starting to come together quite nicely. This is coming together with a personality. Beachy Point now has a personality. It's got a tickets and turnstiles area. We've got an arcade going on here. We've got ourselves a gift shop, and we've got ourselves a roller coaster that's actually starting to come to life. So let's talk this through, shall we? Because I'm going for a little bit of a weird setup here. We have a tickets and turnstile area that there's going to be no exit from this side of the park. You have to go through via a gift shop, and that's this one that I'm pulling together here. Now we're not expecting masses and thousands of people within this park, right? So we don't have to have a huge space for exit or any strategy like that. So an exit via the gift shop is absolutely fine. But the idea behind this was I wanted there to be something that the park could still monetize when it is closed, you know, like through the winter and stuff. And well, the best way of doing that is to have a gift shop that backs onto the street, and also the arcade that lives here. Now I had originally gone for some really cheap, garish design, you know, like Blackpool would see, and the real, like, now run down, once famous but now run down sea, like coastal areas, seaside resorts and stuff. But it just wasn't going to work. Like, this wasn't going to, it just didn't come together. But this is what did come together instead. It still has the elements of cheap and tacky, but it's actually a bit more put together by design. So This whole arcade would be able to open in the winter, and that's what we're going for. Lots of games, lots of stuff. I don't really want to put any more into this. I wanted it to be functional, so we've got the in-game things here, but I also wanted it to be an actual arcade, so I started to use Theme Maker's Toolkit. We've got it back. Hooray! Tell you what, doing no Theme Maker's Toolkit Park just makes you want to yeet. It really does. Like, it's proper bad. I'm so glad to have it back. This bit here, by the way, is a gate because, of course, there needs to be a strategy to stop people from just going through the arcade and not having a ticket. So you have to have a one-way gate. And then I've had a disabled gate here. This is the turnstile area. So nice and simple. Of course, it needs touching up, right? As everything you're looking at is an absolute mess. You know how this works by now. But this is the turnstile area. Again, it doesn't need to be massive. We're not expecting hundreds of thousands of people in the park. We are expecting, you know, busy in the summer, but you know, not necessarily busy in the summer. So got a disabled gate, of course we do, but then we've only got a handful of turnstiles here. I've had an idea with this one, and this has been in my head for quite a while. I wanted there to be some kind of like an access point, you know, where you get vans and stuff going through when the park is closed. So what I've done is I've actually made the road open up a little bit, so you can come off the roundabout into the park, and then you drive through this way. And then through this gate that lives here. So these planters, they're not going to be as high as this in real life. They're just there as a placeholder for now. I just want to sit out how this whole area is going to feel. And then we've got tickets. Yes, these look good. Like, I had all sorts of visions for these. They were going to be single colour, they were going to be multicolored. At one point there was a rainbow, but actually this has worked out quite nicely. Lots of opportunity for tickets, and then if you have a look inside, then you've got all the usual stuff you've got in here. So you've got your cash registers, and you've got a couple of phones and stuff like that. But in this space down here, we have an office space, and this came about because I wanted to fill this area here, but I didn't want to fill it in with like foliage and stuff. I wanted to make the most of the space that we've got available to us here. And so that's what I've done here. I've just put in some office space. We're not going to have like masses of room for offices in this entire park, so you've got to squeeze out the space wherever you possibly can. So that's what we've got. So we've just got all of the desks and stuff in here, and I've just painted the walls white and stuff, put some blinds up on the windows. Like, what great view you get from that window. It's just not a nice office to work in. No one said it was ever going to be prime real estate, but that's what we've got. And I've just got a bit of a breakout area there and lots of stuff. And it is of course one-way glass, right? So, or it will be one-way glass. There you go, one-way glass there. So you don't get confused with the ticket office and stuff. But yeah, I like how this is. It's going to have a flat roof and stuff, so it's going to look all right. And then we come into the main area here. So what I'm starting to do is starting to get a feel for how the landscaping and stuff is going to be. And Blackpool does this quite well. You know, you go through the turnstiles and you get that nice little paved area. This is kind of what I'm going for. I'm not sold on the positioning and stuff of this. It's probably going to change. And I also need to make sure that this isn't being blocked for vans and stuff. But this is where the next part of all of the work has taken place. And, you know, for once, we're definitely not copying any other park. But Nick Streak's a fun little coaster, isn't it? And Lightning Racer also says hi with their station. I'm not even sorry. This coaster would have been put into the park around about the time that the UK was obsessed with copying everything American, right? So that's why we've gone for this kind of style. But I have painted the coaster dulled down pink. It would have originally been red and yellow, but I've actually made it peach and pink so that it looks like it's been sun faded. We get quite a few storms rattling through in the UK, so this would be what you'd get like around and about. So I'm happy with how this looks. It's a coaster that probably would have been refurbished recently, but I don't want to go cheap like Nick Streak did. It's not going to be themed or anything like that. It is what it is. So yeah, this is the station, how it's coming together. This is a bit of an idea of design. Of course, it needs finishing. Like, this is definitely not done, but I wanted the exit paths to come around this way down here, and then I just put in the photo unit, and then these are going to be games. I haven't decided what games are going to be yet, but they will be games. So yeah, this is the photo unit. This is all the usual stuff. I'm trying slightly different designs of photo units because I know that like you guys see it all the time, don't you? And it's like, oh yeah, Chacho's done another photo unit, it looks the same as all of the others. So I'm actually trying to do different stuff with this. Now this bit here is interesting because Nick Streak does this quite well. come out of the station, turn, and there's a turnaround, and you've got this like concrete walkway and all these pebbles and stuff down here, and then this is actually the end of the ride, but there's a maintenance shed that lives there. So I thought, hey, let's use the best of the space as we can. Let's use the space the best we can, so that we can get, you know, the most out of it. So this is, but still be a little bit clean and tidy. So that's what we've gone for here. Now you were probably asking at the very beginning of the episode, Chacho, why have you left this massive gap here? Well, let me tell you. I wanted to have the maintenance areas and stuff in here. Now, these will eventually be shops, I have decided, and I'm not going to do them this episode because I need to redo all of the perimeter fencing, right? Because the perimeter fencing is just definitely not fit for purpose. So what I'm going to do as part of that perimeter fencing fix is actually put a load of shops here as a barrier. So behind it, though, will be all of the maintenance area. So I'm going to be able to clutter this out with all the usual backstage stuff. And I have then just pulled in some of the... oh, actually, it's floating, so I've definitely pulled it in. How embarrassing. I pulled in some of the original warehouses and stuff that I've done in other parks. So I think this was Reigate Lake, and I think this one was Grosvenor Gardens, or maybe Chacholandia. Doesn't matter. Either way, they're back in the parks. And then in this area, when I come to do it in the future, there's going to be like gardens and stuff that are going to be in here, and then the perimeter fence will carry on here. So this is going to be another like dumping area for stuff, and that's kind of what the park would do, right? It just feels like that's what they would do. And then the last bit to show you in this bit is just the strategy for maintenance. So you've got the track, the side of the station, and then there is actually a bit of a transfer track that lives here. So this would all slide into place. This all matches up in size, by the way. This is the right size for this hole, and then it all comes across, and then you would just then push the trains and stuff in here, and then just the station, lots of tread plates and lots of concrete and stuff. Nothing particularly awesome. So that is how we're looking from the top. I will see you in a minute because it's going to be done. So you know this week's episode is done when you start doing far too much of next week's episode, particularly as you want to know how this area is going to start to feel to be able to bring this area together. That means the Done For Now stamp for this week is definitely coming out, and my god, I am so chuffed with how this has turned out. Like, I absolutely love being able to just take a build with no prior inspiration, no prior planning, no even thought going into it, and just build blind. And this is the sort of thing that comes out of it, and everything is just done, right? So the roller coaster's done, the entrance area is done, the gift shop and stuff is done. I can't wait to show you. I'm so excited. Right, let's start with this area, shall we? The tickets area. I love it, right? I just absolutely love it. I just put some low-level lighting in here and just finished it off. You tend to find that parks like Blackpool and Southend are very floodlit parks. They don't have lampposts and low-level lighting as such. So this is like just accent lighting more than anything else. But look at it. It feels right for this park. It really does. And like when you look through the window, you can see all of the low-level stuff. I'm trying to find some decent videos and whatever to put on here because I use the same videos all the time and it's getting a bit boring, so I want to try something different. But when you come in here, it's a ticket office, and you come through this way and it's an office, and I love it. Like the view from these windows is just pure jank. But it's a working office, and that's all it needs to be. So yes, I love it. I absolutely love it. And then coming over to the turnstiles. These turnstiles now look really, really good, like with their roof on and all of their low-level lighting and the final touches and stuff. Now, I was thinking about how this area would like come together. And I definitely want there to be ghosts of the park of the past in plain view. You know, a little bit like Thorpe Park has got around the detonator area. There's definitely a ghost of the past there. So I wanted an idea, and I wanted a reason for this gate to be here. And I'm thinking, well, maybe this was the original entrance. Maybe you used to buy your tickets from here and this was the entrance. So therefore, I started to put all of the path decoration as if it were in that way. And that's what I was saying at the top of the episode, or top of the section, that I wanted something here, and I think I'm going to go for the same as the Chairplane or whatever it is in Blackpool, you know, the thing that's raised up with shops underneath it. That feels like that needs to be here. So that's what I was doing, and I've been toying with some ideas. But I'm also toying with all of the different path patterns and stuff that you can have. So like obviously over here is not done, but this is just feeling so right with the planters and the fountain that's living here. I mean, I need to put barriers and stuff in to stop guests coming through. It's because the paths underneath aren't done yet, so that's why I've not done them for there. But like even here, the planters just feel right now. They guide the guests through this way, and you've got the patterns on the floor with the different textures of the path. I love it. Like, it was a complete accident, especially as I stole the idea of the pebbles from Blackpool, and I was like, oh, actually it's come together quite nicely when you put all the rest of the path textures down, and I love it. The games unit is now done, so this is the games unit, and yeah, it feels like a games unit should. I might come back and do a couple of touch-ups on this. Actually, it still feels like there's something missing, but I'm happy with it as it is. Likewise with the ride photos, I still get the crash. It's something to do with putting the photos into the folder. I don't know what it is. It is what it is. But the photo unit's done anyway, and it's looking sweet. Then we come over this way. So there is a ride, by the way, already in here. It's been here for a while, but I'm just not doing it this episode. That's why this looks a bit jank, and it just stops this because I need to let this area develop first. But the queue line is all done. Nothing more than a cattle pen, nothing more than simple path texture, nothing more than simple fences. It's not themed. You tend to find that these parks are more stylized than themed. So that's what we're going to be going for in this episode. And then inside the station, I've just finished it off in here, right? It's really clean, and I like it. I like it because it's clean and open, and it does what it needs to do. This is like the, I don't know how much, I can't remember how much of this was actually kitted out and decorated in the last in the last update. It's been so long. But this now is a proper full-on transfer track. I didn't mention, by the way, that it doesn't line up with the station because they would roll it as far as like here and then move it and then roll it into the station. Anyway, that doesn't matter. It's all done in here, and I've just cluttered it out with a little bit of station stuff, you know, like back of house stuff. They wouldn't have too much of a mess going on in here, but they would still have stuff on hand if they needed it. And then inside the station, again, it's really open and clean. And if you look at the Nick Streak station, that is also really open and clean as well, and I love it. Like, it's exactly as it should be. And I've also taken inspiration from the Nick Streak station as well, in the sense that there's electronics over here and it's on full display. Now on Nick Streak it's at the back of the station, but for this one I'm putting it at the front, and they've actually glassed off this area so that it's protected from the elements, and that's how you can have your electric cabinets. I mean, the other place that it could be is down in this shed, right? The shed that I've just put down here, but I don't want it down there. I want it in the station. I want it on view, and I want it there. A couple of beams along the ceiling and wood paneling, and you're done, right? It doesn't need to be any more than this, and I'm loving it. This exit path turned out better than I thought it was going to as well. I didn't know whether I was going to be able to successfully hide this rim or whether the concrete was going to look good, but now all the flowers and stuff in, it actually does. It looks all right. Custom fencing. I've used the queue fencing that comes from the workshop, so that's all on there. And then having a look at the maintenance areas, there's not much that's really been done. Like I say, these shops will come in the future. I kind of know what's going to be there. I just need to get a feel for the rest of the park to know what these shops would look like. But the rest of the maintenance area is all nice. I haven't done the bit around here yet. This is going to be, like I say, like the area where they look after the plants. Like, I called it a garden centre, I think, in the last one. Garden centre in the UK is where you go and buy plants. This would be like where they would have their greenhouses and stuff, and that's what I want in this space, and sheds and stuff in this bit down here. So anyway, that's future me's problem. We're looking at stuff that's done. The arcade, nice and simple inside here, like low ceilings. I've taken this very much from, is it Play Station, Playland, Play, whatever it is at Blackpool. It's just really simple, and it just does what it needs to do. But this now all makes sense, right? So this now just feels exactly as it should. And then alongside here, because it's all closed off, and this is essentially the foundation for the pier that's sitting above it, underneath it serves as storage and shop bits and whatever. But of course it needs decorating. You can't just have a blank wall. So loads of posters, and you recognise that? Recognise it? It's the symbol that I put into Gypsy Point and never used after the entrance. So maybe that's going to be a theme. And then we come across to the gift shop. I didn't show you much of this in the last update because it wasn't really ready to be shown off, but now it is. And I definitely wanted something more modern in this space. You would have seen me doing something similar to this before. I did this in Chacholandia. I thought, yes, this would be perfect for this space. I'm going to be honest, roofs like this, pitched roofs like this, are difficult to do. It's not perfect, right? And I'm just going to point out, because you guys will do it otherwise, this is jank, but you can't really do much with it, particularly with the design. I mean, if you look from afar, $2.20 principal, it looks decent. Like, it looks pretty good. And then when you come inside here, I've actually come up with a strategy of how you can have the idea of being able to either exit this way or buy something during your day and then come back into the park. So you have turnstiles here. I've seen this before. It's a really awful setup. It's a really stupid setup, but it works. So it's fine. It is what it is. And I've decorated in here then just as a gift shop, you know, just some decoration on the walls and the usual gift shop stuff that you find that I shitpost everywhere. It's all it's all good, but I've actually made it functional. You can actually buy stuff from here. So there's Looney Balloons and there's Hats Fantastic, and I've also dragged across some stuff from Plomper Pop Land as well. That doesn't mean there's going to be a Plomper Land. It feels like there probably should be, but I'm just like the decoration. So actually, I think I copied these from Cadnam Castle. So there you go. that's how that is. But then on the roof, I've kept it nice and clean. I did originally have an idea of it being an open roof and you'd be able to see the pitch, but because of the way that I've had to do the ceiling, it's a mess. But anyway, this is how it then looks from the street. So you've got the arcade on the left-hand side, you've got the gifts on the right-hand side, and then you've just got the actual main plaza area here. And guys, I am so here for it. So like I say, next week we're going to be dealing with this kind of area. I do want to put in an S&S Free Fly in the next episode, but I don't know where it is at the moment. It's not going in, but I also want to play with the idea of this raised up chair swing as well. So that's going to be next week. Thank you for getting to the end of this episode. Members, you will get a link to this park file in the community post shortly, so watch out for that. If you haven't already subscribed, please do. You leave a like, comment, share, all the usual stuff. But guys, thank you. See you next week. Have a good one. Bye. Here we are then, episode number 2, and we're already cracking out the rare roller coasters for this Blackpool Pleasure Beach copycat park. Either times are hard or effort is high, but spoiler alert, this turns out amazingly. Oh, welcome back to Beachy Point, you guys. Thanks for coming along. This is our Southend meets Blackpool Pleasure Beach style park here in Planet Coaster. And do you remember the last episode when I was like, oh, I've done loads of stuff for the next episode, but I need to stop? That's this stuff in the background here. We'll talk about that in a moment. But guys, I still love how this park is coming along. Like, it's just, it's amazing. If you missed it last week, this is what we did. Tickets and the turnstile area with the arcade. We did a gift shop down this side. And then we added in a Woodie to ride. Hooray! Who doesn't love to ride a good Woodie? But this is what we got this week then. It is an S&S Free Fly, and I love these coasters. They're just so much fun to do. They're frustrating as hell though. They're an absolute arse to do, but I like this layout. I've ended up like really quite liking it. It's doing well. So let's have a look at the layout then. So we've got the station. We come into the first turnaround here, and I've actually decided to use drive tyres on this one. I know that the real life Tranan doesn't, but I've various reasons why. And then you've got the lift hill. It's set to, I think, 25 degrees, and it's quite slow actually, because these things are quite slow. But you then come around into the first turnaround, and then you go into what we would call an inversion, but it's not an inversion because you don't actually invert, but it's basically a way of swapping the sides that the seats are on. And then it comes around to this turnaround and into a bit of a drop, and then it comes into the turnaround here where it turns back around on itself to right itself for the brake run, and then it does the final part of the course where it comes underneath the lift hill, up and over the brake run, and then it does this weird bit at the back here, because by now you've petered off a lot of the speed, so you are able to do these twists and turns. The track and the coaster can cope with this in terms of forces because it's not travelling very fast, and I dig it. And by the way, this whole idea of not tipping the bucket is absolutely bollocks when you know how gravity and g-forces work. If you've got enough force going around the corner to pin people into their seats, then you can tip the bucket. So you can save those comments if you like. And then elsewhere, you're probably wondering what this is all about, by the way, and that's because it's a wing coaster. It has to have dual loading stations, so because I'm working with a really short space, I don't have the luxury of just being able to throw down a station and deal with the pathing situation later. So what I've had to do here is make sure that I've got space for the station platform. I've got an exit strategy, which is the blue, and a queue line strategy for the white. Of course, completely unusable, but it's needed. And then of course I've got the queue line and stuff down this way to do. And then elsewhere, we've got a couple of these rides down here. So we've got the plane ride, and we've got the elixir machine, and then we've also got ourselves a chair swing up here. I did go for that, by the way. We'll talk more about that in the next update. So let's actually show you something developed, shall we? I'll see you in a minute. So you soldier on and you plough through and you end up with a mess. But, you know, it's the middle part of the episode. You guys know what that means. I'm going to show you around something that's not quite finished, and you're going to sit there and wonder why I even bothered. But hey, it's a lot of work that's gone into this, and I'm really, really chuffed with how this is coming together. Like, this coaster in the middle, it's gone through many, many, many personalities. This is just its most recent iteration of her personality. I think I want to change the colour back to this yellow rather than the brown, but it's fine. I'll deal with that later. That's tomorrow me's problem. For the time being, though, there's a lot of work that's happened on this coaster. It's fully custom supported now, and yeah, this was a bit of a hostage situation, but it was also a little bit fun to do because I had to literally play the game, let the coaster run a couple of meters, pause it, put the support in, and then run it, pause it, run it, pause it. So I know that all the supports are pretty much there. There's some really, really close calls, like the envelope is literally 0. But nonetheless, it's all good. And in fact, you've actually got a couple of collision points along the track here, like this bit here. It's a collision point because you don't have enough room to put a train underneath the over the top bit, right? There's a couple of areas like that, and that's fine because computers and sensors and stuff would deal with all of that in real life, make sure there wouldn't be any risk of a collision. Like, for example, this block brake here wouldn't let the train go if it's not here, so therefore this isn't actually a collision risk. All that usual stuff kicks in. But yeah, the supports actually look pretty decent. The station as well has come to life. I mean, I'm happy with it. I don't want it to be themed. Remember, it needs to be stylized rather than themed. And I'm liking it. Like, this whole exposed beams, and then you've got the walkways and stuff are all in. I haven't done the station bit here yet, right? Because I don't really know what I'm going to use for all of the fences for the air gates and stuff. But yeah, it's all in anyway, because the queue line attaches itself from here, and you come up this way, along this way, and down here. And of course, it's never going to be used. It will never be used because it's just not possible. But then the exit comes this way, and then it comes up at the top, and then it meets with the other exit path here and comes down. So it's as realistic as you're probably going to get. Like I say, I still need to do all of the station clutter and stuff inside there. It hasn't had any of its electronics and stuff put in yet. He's staring at me and it's making me feel a bit uncomfortable. But what I have done though is I've put the concrete base down so that it's like a walking area and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, it's all right. If you look at the roof from up here, it's also decent. Hang a couple of lights off and you'll be absolutely fine. I also decided that I wanted to have the walkway looking into the station rather than out, like having a wall and stuff. So that's pulled off quite nicely. And I also decided as well that I wanted the iron girdering rather than wood beams, because when I was putting this in, it was originally wood and it started to feel a bit themed. Don't want it to be themed. I want it to be stylized. So yes, this, by the way, in case you're wondering, is going to be a solid building. That's why the fencing and stuff doesn't go along here. But I have just put some decorative fencing. You don't need don't die fencing here because you're able to cut off the rest of the ride area along this way, so you're not actually having too much of a problem. Plus, I'm going to put some flowers and stuff in here, so you do have a natural barrier, and it means that you're not going to really jump the fence. But the fence is actually 1.5 meters high, I think it is. So it's pretty decent. It's pretty decent. Actually, it's nearly 1.7 meters, isn't it, if you look at the adults? So yeah, it's pretty decent. You've got enough clearance and stuff to actually get around there. So yeah, I like it. Right, it's coming together. These two rides, then, there's nothing really much to tell you about these. I love the fact that this pad for the plane ride, I can't remember what it's called, Air Race, isn't it, something like that. I love how like versatile the pad is, because the guests don't actually use it all, right? So you can put flowers and you can put foliage and stuff in here to bring it to life a little bit, so it's not just a concrete pad. So that's what I'm doing. Just put a bit of mulch down, a few barriers in or curbs in, so that you can have planters and stuff, and then you'll be good to go. Over here, it's just a simple, if you excuse the shadows, I don't know if you can see it very well, it's just a simple out and back queue, and then I just put mulch around just so I can put the path covers and stuff down, and that will complete that area, and then it's all good. So then when we come to the central focal thing, there you go, there it is. I mean, it's a mess at the moment, and it needs so much love, but it's actually all right. It's better than I thought it was going to be, shall we say. I'm struggling with it. I didn't really know how I was going to make it do its thing, but actually it works. It's round enough from the... It looks a bit squished, doesn't it, from the top, but it's round enough from the top. The path covers and stuff are going to bring this to life, right? So it's going to hide all of these gaps and stuff, and it's going to unify... No, what am I trying to say? It's going to make all the pathing uniform up here, so it'll be good. It's likewise down here. That will also take care of that. And then inside, we've just got wood along the walls, and then you've just got the exit and the entrance either side. And then, of course, as you've already seen, the entrance and exit is here. Now, what I have done is I've started to put the brick into the line, so it now actually follows the process. It follows right the way through. It goes into there. So I just need signage and that sort of stuff in that bit. In fact, it needs so much work. Like, I just don't want to do it, but it'll be fine. It'll all come together. Then outside here, I have just started to put like a rough idea of planters and that sort of stuff around, so there's going to be trees and whatever, just to bring the area to life a little bit. I do want to put picnic benches and stuff around here. This feels like it would be a bit of a congregation area. It's the central focal point of the park, really, isn't it? It's just outside the entrance area. This would be like the main thing of the park of the past, and then these planters and stuff going in. I haven't forgotten toilets, by the way. Treasure toilets are here, but I'm not doing these this episode. I've got plans for what's going to come in this area here, then the toilets, and then something along here as well. It's going to feels like there needs to be shops and stuff, so that's a tomorrow episode. The last thing to show you, by the way, on here is just the maintenance area for the coaster, because I didn't really talk about it. It's a really close maintenance area. It's fine in terms of clearance, you'll get it in there, but there's no cover. I don't think I want a cover. I don't think I can put a cover on it because I just don't have the clearance for the pillars and stuff. So I think, unfortunately, whoever's going to work on this ride is going to be subjected to the full force of the British seaside, British weather. But it's a transfer track. There you go, transfer track. And if you look down here, I've tried to make it as real and as close to the real life S&S Free Spin, Free Fly, whatever they're called. This is pretty much what the real one looks like. So I just need to put some electronics and stuff in there just to bring it to life. But it fits, right? And it's compact. And the access point is here, and you have just enough room to get a van through here if the ride isn't running, which is fine. Remember our principles from Jippity Point. A small park will make use of as much of the space as they possibly can, so they wouldn't have the luxury of having dedicated roads and like separate areas for this. They would just have underneath, drive the van through. It's probably dirt and stuff, which is what I'm representing here. This would be like a central maintenance area, so you'd have clutter and stuff in here, and then you've got access to the brake run along this way, so you're all good. If you needed to get a crane in, you probably could. You'd park it sort of here, and you'd have a long-armed crane, and it would come through this way, and then it would lift it out. So you do have passive access. It does exist. But yeah, this is how it's looking. Let's just go up here, right? This is how it's looking. It's coming together quite nicely. The sightline from here is actually pretty decent. Like, I'm happy with it. I didn't know if this was going to work because of the two buildings, but actually they don't compete with each other, and I'm alright with that. So I'm going to carry on because I want to get this done. See you in a minute. Well, what do you know about that? It's a fine how do you do. This has come together so well, and I don't even know how it's happened. I also don't know how or why, but this is now my new favourite view of any of the coasters I think I've ever done in any park. It's just absolutely beautiful. I've been talking to Poetry Slam 78 about this, and I think, or we think, that it's something to do with the Fibonacci sequence. It's just got something going on in there. There will be a science as to why this looks good, but her feedback was that the colours are great, the tone is great, and the scale is great. So thanks, Hunt, I'll take it. And I mean, I absolutely love it. Even down to like this bit down here, this has come together so well too, and we'll look through that in a moment. There is just one thing that's bugging me though, and I think it's because I need to do this bit back here. This area here feels like it's one tree away from greatness, but as you can see by the ride itself, placing that tree is difficult because if you put it here, you obscure the view of the ride, and you can't put it here because of the actual ride path itself. So, but it feels like it needs a tree here, and I don't know if that's just because that's my muscle memory and stuff kicking in. Oh, whatever, we'll see. But anyway, here's Firebird. I've called it Firebird, so this does have a name. Sorry guys, you can't name this one, but you can name the Woodie from last week. Crack on with that. But there's the station, and I love how this is like open. When I was building it, I was like, oh, this feels a bit tall, and it feels a bit open, and it feels a bit ugh. But actually, these this path and stuff actually encloses it slightly, so it's all good. It's still not going to be protected from the British weather, but hey, whatever. Inside here, the station is all done, so I've kitted it out with all the usual stuff. It's got baggage bays and whatever. And yes, there is actually TMTK available. I didn't realise I had it downloaded. I think I've used it before, but I don't actually use it that often. That you can create your own batching gates. So there you go. And then My Curious Mind have got these as well. They're actually he's done it, and they're actually animatable, but I've decided not to. The positioning and stuff is slightly obscure, slightly wonky, but it's fine. They don't have to be perfectly symmetrical. It's just represented. I mean, it's not even usable, so why are we fighting about it? But I love the balconies and stuff in here. I think they just it just creates the wall for the building without actually needing a wall. And of course you've got all the lights and stuff in here. So as I said before, it's a floodlit park, so you don't have decorative lighting and themed lighting and stuff. It's stylized, so you have flood lighting and whatever going on in here. So yeah, that's the station, and I absolutely love it. Queue line then has come together quite nicely too. It's not a massive queue line. It does what it needs to do. Remember, this isn't going to be a busy park like Thorpe Park or Alton Towers. I mean, I know Blackpool gets busy, but you don't need the sort of queue lines that they have. And then inside the ride area, I didn't want it to be overgrown. I wanted it to be kept, but I didn't want it to be brand new. So I've put some overgrowth in here, just added in some trees and whatever, and just gave it a bit of life. Maintenance area then has had stuff done to it. I've kind of tried to hide the stuff where I can underneath catwalks and whatever. I mean, the park would still make an effort, but it's going to be difficult to hide a lot of the stuff. So that's what you've got here. And like this area here, it's just gross, but it's gross by design. This is where all the electrics and stuff would be kept for this ride, right? So it needs to be there, and there's no other place that you can put it. But just the fact that it's become a bit of a dumping ground in the middle of the ride area, it's perfect. I love it. And then of course you've got all the decorative fencing and stuff along here. I haven't done around the back here because I am priming myself to use this parcel of land in the future, especially if the series is a massive success. We've got this expansion plot here, so we've got an entrance portal that we could do here. So I've left that for now. But yeah, this is the coaster. The supports as well absolutely pop off, and I've now put all of the shoes, as they're called, in all of the places that I want the footers, I want the supports to have shoes. And let's be honest, if this was any other park, this is going to be a Valère, right? So the fact that we just one step up kind of helps that anyway. And then over this way with the chair swing, yeah, this just came together like. I love it. I mean, the actual path covers do make it clip a little bit, but it's fine because it's fine. I like it. And the building itself, I decided to keep it low key. I did have all of these visions of there being like these really small, beautiful, intricate details to this, and maybe it's a bit Victorian, and you know, like how I did the ballroom on Shorehaven Pier. I wanted something similar to that originally, but actually, as I was doing it, and this Art Deco-y kind of style came about, this low-effort Art Deco came about, I was like, do you know what, this works. So I kept it like that. I decided not to do all the intricate details. I hope you agree. But yeah, it's all good. And this ice cream place. Oh, I love this ice cream place. I just wanted this shop that's underneath everything, that's away from the whole scene of the park, and it just works. Like, yes. It's a grab and go unit. It wouldn't be a sit-in restaurant or anything, but you do have sit-in stuff. So if you go inside here, here's the design of the inside. Simple. And I didn't want to do the whole counter and stuff because I wanted it to be functional. So that's why we've got the two here. So it works with the space that you've got. I really hope that if we've got a Planet Coaster 2 coming, that we get the same shop stuff as we've got in Zoo now. You know, the non 4 box whatever. The counter only, there you go, because we had it in Rollercoaster Tycoon 3, and that was one of the main assets. This back end here, by the way, I've just started to toy around with some stuff. I need to find a strategy of this brickwork being different, and I started to put this pad down. I designed this pad here, right, as a patterned texture. There is a ride here, and I don't know if I'm going to use it here or what I'm going to put here, but I do need to find something to tidy that up. But down this way, I've now done all of the pathing and stuff, and it's now like in a swoopy, wavy style pattern, and I've thrown around some picnic tables and stuff for now, and then of course you've got the original entrance that leads up to the chair swing, and it just looks great. Like, yes, you can just see that this would have been the crowning attraction of whatever this was. Maybe it was a park before, maybe it was something, and this is the crowning attraction of that. It just frames it absolutely perfectly, and I am so here for it. Then over this way, so what I've done here is I've just put in some like covers over the games units and stuff. Remember, this is like a seaside park, so Blackpool literally monetizes as much of the park as possible. Everywhere you look, there's games. Everywhere you look, there's some kind of spending opportunity, and that's what I'm trying to achieve here. I think I'm kind of missing the trick at the moment. Like, Blackpool would probably have games all along here and stuff all along here and whatever. So I'm sort of like getting the vibe for it. That's why I added this unit here, right? So it's a completely different games unit to the one that we've got from the other side of the area, and it's just another monetizing opportunity. But it also frames off the queue of the flying ride here. So I'm here for it. Like, it's all right. And I think I'm either going to put a flower bed in here, or it might be another building just to close it off slightly. But I have also just done this here for now. It's not staying. It's just for me to get a feel for how the area is going to flow into the next area. I think in the next episode I might move these or get rid of them completely. But it just, like I say, it just gives me a feel for how the flowers and stuff need to be in this area and how it's around this ride. You've got all the hedges and stuff. It needs tidying up, right? When I do whatever's coming in this area here, this bit with this elixir is going to get tidied up and stuff. So it's all good. Like, that's why these don't have ride signs and stuff yet, because I don't know what I want this to look like. So but yeah, that's the elixir machine. The queue line itself isn't going to move. I'm happy with that, and the flowers and stuff I'm happy with. I just need to stylize it a little bit more. So yeah, this is how it is all looking, guys. Thank you so much for getting to the end of the episode. You know what to do if you like it. Leave a like, subscribe, whatever. I'm loving this park. Like, I had no inspiration going into this at all, and I'm so glad that you're coming along for the ride. Next week, I think I am going to develop this area, but I don't know what's there yet. I've actually got 4 rides that could fit into this space, so I think I'm going to even surprise myself. Let's go on a ride on this monstrosity, the Not Volaire. But I'll see you next week. Have a good one, guys. Take care. Bye. Oh, you guys are in for a right treat this week because you get to see me struggle, lose my rag, get the ump, and then have an epiphany all in one episode. But it's alright, we're all friends here, right? Oh yes, we are back at the beach, we're back at Planet Coaster, and we're back in Beachy Point. Welcome aboard, everybody. This is episode 3, and this is the park as it sits from the top right now. I think it's pretty good going so far, right? So far, so good. Please don't get excited about the coasters that are in the background. They're just there to make sure that I've got some kind of boomerang solution somewhere. And no, these game units didn't stay in their location very long. It was literally a fraction of an episode, because this is what we got this week. I have taken aim pretty much at river caves at Blackpool Pleasure Beach. I wanted something very, very similar, so that's what we're going for. So we have a station, and we're going to drop down here and then go into a bit of a twisted layout, and then it comes into a raised bit, then into a really, really small drop. I've chosen to use the cascade for this reason, right? You can load them fairly quickly, but you do need a long station, but that kind of forces my hand with stuff. I didn't want anything thrilling or anything like that in this space. I actually just wanted this really simple log flume type ride. But what I wanted was there to be an intrusive building right in the middle of the park, because we now have to try our hand at hiding the side of basically a maintenance building. So what we've got is a load of shops and games units and stuff that would come along this side, a load of shops and games units that will come along this side, cha-cha toilets for the win, a bit of a maintenance area that's going to live here, and then hiding the other side of the building is a ghost train. But that's not this episode, I've already ruled that out. I am just going to do this bit in the middle, and then of course we have another line of shops that we're going along the side of the Woodie there. So I have no idea for theme, I have no idea for inspiration, I have no idea what I'm doing, literally. See you in a minute. Alright then guys, I think I'm probably about at the halfway point of the episode, and I'm going to be honest with you, I'm a little bit frustrated. It's not coming out of my head in the way that I thought it was going to, and given that I'm trying to follow up on last week's amazing success with the coaster, I'm really, really struggling with this one. But now feels like a really good time to stop and to talk to you about it and get it out of my head so we can all live happily ever after, and I can hopefully get rid of this creator's block that I've got. And I mean, I don't love it, I don't hate it, but we've gone for an adventure theme anyway, as you can quite clearly see. And I think it's because I'm trying to make this a little bit too much like river caves. I mean, I'm making excuses for how I'm feeling at the moment, and you see this in my videos all the time. So let's just talk about what we've done, right? So I really like this whole temple vibe. Now, what I am toying with, or what I'm playing with at the moment, is this idea between stylized and themed. We've always said that this park is more stylized than themed, but when you look at Blackpool, there's a lot of stuff that's individually themed but still has the same style to it. It's still stylized, and that's what I'm going for here. I think it works. It sits on the sight line all right. I'm not entirely in love with this entrance bit here, but again, I think it's because I'm trying to make it too much like river caves, so it's okay. And I mean, the ride itself is coming together. It doesn't have a story, and it doesn't need a story, but what I've done is I've put loads of the concrete and stuff down, and then I've just put temple stuff around it. There's going to be waterfalls and stuff, there's going to be all sorts of visual effects and lighting effects and whatever that goes on in here. I haven't done any of those yet because I just wanted to make sure that the ride system itself was right. And this, yeah, it feels okay. It feels like it's a tour through a temple, and then we're going to have a little bit of a dark outside section here where we're going to have some foliage and whatever that I'm going to bring in, and then we come through into another part of the temple, and this is going to be a bit of a snake pit. So I'm going to put the snake animatronics and stuff down here so that you're sort of going over the top of the snakes, and then of course you come down into the final splash zone and into this part here. Of course, this all needs tidying up. There is so much jank going on here. I think it's going to look alright when the path is actually flush to the fences and all of that sort of stuff. The queue doesn't need to be any longer than this, by the way. The prestige of this ride is not masses. I think it's only like 350. It's one of the lowest in the park, and I'm alright with that because it's a relatively low throughput ride as well. So if you really do let this park go to town on the guests, then you're still going to get a queue, but it's going to munch through it. So on the outside here, I have, again, I'm toying with this, or playing with this difference between stylized and themed, and taking Blackpool as cues. So we've got some kind of adventure type stuff that's living on the outside here. I don't want this to be any more themed than this. I need to sort of like generic it up a little bit as we're going along. But we're going to have a games unit in this bit. We've got an arcade that's going to come here, another games unit here, and then another almost like arcade bit here. I just need to fix all the pathways and stuff, and it's all going to be good. And then we've got ourselves Cho-Cho toilets. Of course we do. We've got the toilets that are in place. You know this by now. You've got the cubicle, and then you've got the actual toilet itself that's inside there. And then I've just put the sinks down, and then I've got the hand dryers in here. Split it off so it's male and female. I'm doing something different though with the building style, and again going for this idea of stylized versus themed, but it's going to be like a bit of a themed building. It needs tidying up. It's really jank around the edges, but I'm using windows, and I don't often use windows in my toilet builds, so it's all good. I wanted to change. I wanted to do something different, and talking of doing something different, down here I'm starting to try and think about how I'm going to hide this show building. I mean, the show building itself is only 8 meters tall. It's not a tall show building at all. It's about the same height actually as River Caves. It's just River Caves obviously uses rock work and stuff to hide it. So what I'm going to do is put the usual adventure stuff that you see me do on the roof of the stuff, so that's going to partially hide this show building. But I kind of also want it to be on show a little bit, because it's not a theme park, remember, it's an amusement park, so we're not entirely hiding stuff from everybody. The station itself, I don't really know what I want to do in here. Vines I think will probably make this come to life a little bit, and a bit of decoration, bit of tiling down on the floor and stuff, and I think it'll be good. I have started to do the maintenance areas. Now, I can't, as it turns out, actually kit this one out because I need to do some clipping with some of the scenery and stuff. So this one would be where all of the water maintenance stuff would be because of the splashdown. And what I've also done is made it so that when the water in the channels comes down into this pool, it would flood this pool, and it comes in underneath this floor here. So underneath here would be like a chamber where they would store all of the water and stuff. So that's what I'm doing. But this maintenance area, I think I'm going to kit out. This is where you'll find all of your electrics and all of your servicing stuff for your boats and whatever. So you'd actually have your boats down here when you're servicing them, and you have an access point there. And then I have just put some doors in here, which I just need to put on the other side. But again, it's not a massive maintenance area. It's just going for it. There's our unfinished ghost train. That's probably going to be next week now. And then this side, I'm also still doing this idea of trying to hide the show building without hiding the show building. And I wanted to do something slightly differently on this side. So we're kind of going for a bit of a Western theme. Again, this one's going to be an arcade. Remember, this is one of those parks that would monetize as much space as they possibly can. You can't put rides and stuff in front of here. So what do? Well, you put arcade machines in, easy to run. They make their money and stuff. Blackpool is full of arcades, so that's what we're going for here. But this is going to be, albeit an unusable, it's going to be a restaurant, and I'm going to put all of the kitchen stuff and whatever in here. I think I just want this to sort of like be different. I don't want this to be actually working stuff in game. Because it's fine as it is. But yeah, it got a bit of a Western theme going on in here. And then the last bit to show you is this bit over here. I wanted this to feel more beachy. I wanted this to feel as if like this has probably been here a while, and it would have been part of the original theme of the park. And it's the whole beach hut vibe, you know, the wood, and it's white wood with the blue trims and that sort of stuff. And then I'm just toying with the idea of what the flooring's going to look like here, and I'm going to bring back my old friend, the diagonal, the diagonal pathing. We've not seen it in a while, so yeah, I think it needs to be. Done. I'm tidying up the flower beds and stuff around here, so I now know what space I'm going to be working with and how this is going to transition from one to another. And then of course this just comes all the way around this way. Now I have stolen this idea here of the overhang from Blackpool, because I quite like it. On the back end of River Caves you've got the building with the dome, and this actually quite nicely like replicates early days British beach seaside stuff. This is the sort of stuff that we were doing with our buildings, so I think this fits in quite nicely. And I mean, it sits quite nicely on the park as well. I think we're going to end up, if I'm honest, we're going to end up using this space at the back here. So when we do, this building is, I think, going to make more sense in the context of the park and where it is. So that's going to be future me's problem anyway. For now, I've got a more immediate problem, and that's how I get rid of creator's block. So I'm just going to play this out and see what happens. See you in a minute. Alright, okay, I think I've managed to pull this together into something that is okay and it's passable. I mean, I don't love it, I don't hate it, I feel about it in the same way that I did the dive coaster in Royal Mile, so, you know, but not every episode has to be an absolute masterpiece, and some of you are going to look at this and go, do you know what, I actually really like it, so Chacho, you can shut up because, you know, you're just being critical on yourself. And I mean, I absolutely love how this bit has turned out. This, I think, is definitely, yes, I'm here for it. But I mean, let's talk about it. I don't hate it, as I say. It looks okay now it's been pulled together. It's nothing that some stage smoke can't fix. You'll see what I mean in a moment. But yeah, I mean, it's alright. It sits on the sightline okay. I think I worked out what it was. This is an 8-meter tall show building, so again, in terms of show building heights, it's not massive. But at Blackpool, River Caves actually has a path that goes up this way, and then it has buildings and stuff on top, so it's obscured by the entire park and a terrain change. I think this is what it is that's bugging me. It sticks out like a sore thumb, doesn't it? Anyway, so inside the station, I have decorated this out quite a bit. I don't want to do any more than this because remember, this has to be stylized rather than themed, so I've just put like all of these little bits of decor down, and I've just put these night panels and stuff up just to give it the idea of a nighttime kind of vibe. And then of course I've put all of the usual gubbins in that you would find in a dark ride. So I've put girders for the beams so you can actually see the beam girders, and I've also put these runners as well with the lights and stuff on the gantries on. So yeah, and I mean the station itself looks okay. The station is far bigger than it needs to be because of the way that Planet Coaster does its stuff, right? So this is the main focus of the area, and I've just put all of the usual stuff that you would find. Let me just real quickly turn this to night so we can see what we've got going on inside the ride, because yeah, it's all lights and it's all spectacular. I've triggered up loads of stuff, so there's lots of things that you'll find that are going off. So there'll be lights and there's sounds and all sorts of stuff. The first one that we've got is this little dude here. I've kitted this out with quite a bit of theming now. It was quite empty before, and I went along and just did loads of stuff. Like there's one of the first animations, I don't know if you saw it. It's lights and whatever that are going on. Here I wanted this to be a bit of a scene of they're digging for treasure and they're digging for the stuff, and the snake is there telling us that no, that's not such a good idea, and it's kind of a bit of a precursor to what's coming with the snake pit and stuff later. And then we come around this way, there we go, and then we have waterfalls. You are going to get wet. I didn't want to go down the Valhalla route with this one. I mean, I could have done, actually that's a good point, look at the size of the Valhalla building. That's literally ping, you've just heard that twig in my head. Look at the size of the Valhalla building. I don't know why I'm worrying. Like, epiphany has just kicked in. I'm not even going to re-record this because, wow. Okay, anyway, so we've got waterfalls that are going on in here, and I've just put like these really weird faces in here. It's not a Temple Dark ride without creepy faces. And then here we go. This is what I was talking about with stage smoke. This is a big open area. I'm just going to real quickly turn this back to daytime so you can see that there's a lot of stage smoke in here. And yeah, I've just put like all of the clutter and stuff down, but it's still very much a temple. I put the snake in, and I've made us go underneath the snake and underneath the body, right? So there we go, underneath the body. It's a little bit close, but it's good. I mean, that's the whole idea. If I had it differently, the stage building would be slightly lower again. It would be a bit more intimate. But actually, what I wanted to do in here needed the heights. Then we've got this little dude in here. You recognise this, right? Grosvenor Gardens. Yeah. Yep. And then we've got a statue in here, and then we come around this way, and we've just got the fire and stuff that goes off. Probably. Would it be a real life fire? Probably not. No, it would probably be stage fire. You know, like either the Bunsen burner style fire, or it would actually be fabric fire or plastic fire. But in this Planet Coaster, you have fire, so you just have to put up with it. And then outside, then we come into the jungle scene. This is pretty cool. And then we come into the snake scene. Lots of low-level lighting, the green and oranges, and then of course you've just got the blue as you go into the drop outside. Let me just quickly move this back. There we go. So I mean, it looks all right, doesn't it? I've put the roof on and I've given it some HVAC ducting and stuff all along there just to make it, you know, actual real. And then the first maintenance area that we've got is this one here, and it's with a games unit, right? So I've had to sort of play this off a little bit and keep this area clear in case they did need to access it whilst the ride was in progress. And then this one is one of the fire exits. Then we have the food unit. Love how this turned out. It's just so simple, and this is all it needs to be. It doesn't need to be any more than that. I will put some staff in, but I'm trying to decide whether I want them to be themed staff or not, and I need to know what's going to come in this area to know whether that's the thing. But yeah, there's the grab and go unit, and I'm loving it. I'm not. It's just ignore the ghost train. We've got a surprise ride. I needed to fill out the pathing in this area a little bit more, and in order to do that I thought, no, I actually need to put in what's going to be here. I didn't want it to be another building, I wanted it to be a ride. So that ride is now in, its queue line is in and all of that. So surprise, it's one that we didn't plan to do. Toilets, absolutely love these toilets. These turned out really, really well in the end. A lot of tidying up was needed. I was quite I don't know whether lazy or slap hazard with designing this one, but now it's all tidy and it looks good from the outside. And of course you've got all your signs and stuff. And then inside, yeah, there we go. Toilets, toilets, toilets. And because it's one-way glass, of course you've got the windows that look out. Do I want to do some more touching up in here? Yeah, there's a little bit that I do want to do, but I'm alright with it. It's alright with it at the moment. Like, if I didn't do that stuff I wanted to do, it would still pass as a Chacho toilet. So yeah, there you go, Chacho toilets. And this is the bit that I love. This whole area, this strip here, love it, love it, love it, love it. When I was designing this building, I was like, oh, these feel a little bit jank, and it feels a little bit like bare, but no, it's now come together. This sight line with the coaster in the background, and as you can see it from here, the train station and stuff. Like, you can't see it from the guest view, but from here, the train station and stuff, it's deep. It's a deep sight line, and it doesn't need anything too like big in the front. So that's what we've got, and I'm kind of going with the idea that maybe this has been here for quite some time, 60s, 70s maybe, and it's just been done up as we've gone along. And so I've just put lots of neon signs. I've put the brand Eat It. Do you remember Eat It? When we were like, yeah, let's do a whole brand and let's make it go through the entirety of the series and stuff, and then it never really happened. So it's back. So we've got all of the food stuff here, we've got the drinks stuff here, we've got ice cream and stuff here, and of course we've got just a gift shop that's here. I kind of want to put something up here, but I also like it being a bit blank, being a bit bland. Then we've got an arcade unit. I didn't actually want to put a sign on this one. I just thought it needed to just speak for itself. So there you go. There's the arcade unit. And it's actually usable because you've got the cash machine and you've got the two grabber units. There's the entrance to the second maintenance area. And if we come in this way, it's all done, or it's as done as I want it to be anyway. So there you go. There's the entrance to that one. And then you've got a ring toss next door and another arcade that's living there. And then you've got the oh, I don't know what game this would be. It's throw balls at the target. I mean, if you miss that one, you've got to be blind, right? And then all of its stuff around here. And this is also the bits that I wanted on the roof as well, right? Just to hide the show building and stuff behind. It does an all right job at it. I mean, when you're at guest level down here, you don't actually see much of the show building. So that's, I think we can say, mission accomplished. Happy days. So then the outside here, the queue line, I'm going to stop hating on it. It's done. Now it's all like flush and stuff. It all looks good, and I've put the concrete and stuff as the pool and whatever. It's all right, yeah. And then you've got just the generic fencing. I think it looks generic enough to be generic, but it's also themed enough to be themed. Then I had this big gap here, and I just put in a flower bed for now. And of course you can see that there's future rides and stuff that's coming on. So I mean, overall, it turned a corner, and I'm all right with it, and we'll live with it. So guys, thank you for getting to the end of the episode. Thank you for bearing with my creator's block and frustration. There you go. That's what happens. So I've got a hyper to design. That's not next week's episode, but I've still got to design it, so that's where I'm going to go. Let's go on a ride on this one. Thank you so much. I'll see you next week. Have a good one. Bye, guys. Guys, we're back on form this week as we finish off the building from hell by adding in a cute little spoopy ghost train around the back of it. I mean, no beach park's complete without one, right? Hey up you lot, welcome back to Beachy Point. Thanks for coming back, and especially after last week with this monstrosity that we put in. But hey, here we are in Planet Coaster and we are having fun. So this is Beachy Point from the top. So far we've done the entrance area, we've also done this S&S Free Fly, we've done the Woodie, and of course we have done the indoor log flume. It's a beachside park, so we are definitely taking aim at Blackpool Pleasure Beach, and whilst we are taking aim at Blackpool, we need to turn our attentions to the back end of this building because we have a ghost train to do. Yeah, there she is. It's a nice simple affair, this one. I don't want this to be massive, I don't want this to be grand, I don't want this to be this big spectacle. It's just a ghost train. So we come out of the station and we come around the back through here, and then we're going to come up to the next level. We're going to do a couple of twists and turns. We're going to do a dive down and a dive back up, and then we're going to come back down to the station. It's really simple. It just needs kitting out with lots of spoopy doopy stuff. So it's a nice simple build this week, and I am actually going in this week with a bit of inspiration. I kind of know what I want for this one. We'll talk about that in a moment. I do have also an extra couple of rides that I've added in. Don't know if I'm going to get to do that this episode. We shall find out. So I will waste no more time. Let's get on with it. See you in a minute. Oh, you guys, we are having a way better time with this week. And I mean, it might not look it from the outside. It's just a box. And from the inside, it's a bit of a mess. But trust me, it's coming together quite nicely. There's quite a bit of inspiration firing off this week. I'm really enjoying this one. And I mean, we know that Planet Coaster scale is massive and it's difficult to work with. So there are plenty of windows as walls and lots of thin panel walls and stuff. But hey, it's actually working. Now, I didn't want to utilize double height right across the ghost train. I just didn't want to do it. It's not the thing to do. So what I've done here is the room up here, and there's a room over here, and then everywhere else there's a bit of dead space. It's funny. But that's because darkness is our friend in a ghost train. Like, you could probably get away with a ghost train just being in the pitch black the entire time and it would still be scary because it's the whole sensory deprivation thing. And remember, this is an amusement park ghost train. This is not a theme park ghost train. So we just need to have that in mind. So the station here then is coming together quite nicely. This lower beam is going to represent where there's going to be a bit of a lower ceiling, and that's where I can put some lights and effects and whatever. We're actually going for a little bit of a Barry's Amusements ghost train. I'm sure it's Barry's Amusement. I'm sure that's what it is. Anyway, there's this team that pulled together this really awesome looking ghost train, and I'm kind of going for that vibe in the station. And I've got the beams and stuff in here, and the planks that are going to have a gap, and there's going to be stuff that's going to be underneath here, and there'll be lighting and whatever, just to give it a bit of ambience and whatever. But yeah, you can see there's triggered effects and whatever. I have literally outdone the prestige on this one. It's like 1200, and it's a really crappy ghost train. So inside here, I'm starting to pull together the elements of realism that you guys would expect. Now, forgive the fact it's a bit jank, but I have started to put in the girders and whatever that would be supporting this ceiling, and then this would be a low ceiling, and it opens up into a higher ceiling here, where you can then have lights and whatever that are shining onto the effect here. But ultimately, it's a graveyard. It's just lots of gravestones that have been put around, and then it needs to be like this feeling of being outside. And then you've just got the front of a building as you go into it, right? And then inside here you have just a really long shining style corridor, and at the end of it there's just some stuff that kicks off. I kind of quite like the fact that the steam and the smoke that we've got in the log flume area is actually coming through here. I'm okay with that. I'm not mad. But yeah, so you've got a bit of a shining effect going on in here. Then you come through this way. I definitely need to sort that clearance out. That's going to cause some lawsuits. And then we come into another room here, and we just got like lots of clutter and stuff. Of course, I still need to kit this out with much more detail. This is just like a first pass at what I think is the theming and the decoration of the decor of the room and whatever. But you come to the end here where you've got the grandfather clock, and then you come into a really dark room, and that's by design. So this bit is supposed to be dark, and then you've got the lightning effects that you've seen me do before. So there's all the lighting effects there. You'll see those in the dark, and then we come to the next. Oh, for God's sake, come on! And then you come to the next room here, right? So this is just another scene that's been put together as another room, but the fire on the screen itself, that's all triggered. So as you come in, that fire will start up. Hopefully now that the trains have gone, you should see it disappear. And then there's just some other animatronics and stuff that would fire off in here. So you've got the skeleton in the corner, and you've got the chair that's like rocking, and all of that sort of stuff is in here. And then you come into the drop down bit on the outside, and then you come into a more crypty style scene. So I just put some video walls up here. If you're wondering where I get the videos from, it's Videasy. That's, you can just download it as MP4, and then you can convert them into WebM for the game. But I just wanted this idea of this foresty type effect. I think I might use some sound effects, you know, wind sound effects and stuff in here, just to give it a bit of a vibe. And then it goes into complete pitch blackness, pitch darkness, and that's by design, because as you then turn the corner, you then have all of these light effects that go off, and you get greeted with a video screen which has got the witch. You've seen me use the witch before, so it's the witch that reveals herself, and then it comes back into the graveyard just to finish off the ride. So I mean, I'm digging it. I really do like how this is coming together. I don't know what I'm going to do on the outside yet. I don't quite know what the decor is. All I know is that this is the height of the building. It's going to come down this way as well, and it's going to need to have some sort of a low canopy style roof here. And then I know I'm going to have some like really bold lettering, probably lit up lettering, again exactly the same as the Barry's Amusement one, because I just like how sort of clean and modern that looks. So we're going for that effect, but I don't know what decor I'm going to go for on the outside yet, and also I don't know what the decor on the side is going to look like either. I have deliberately left a gap here, partly because there's lots of stuff that's clipping through from the log flume, but also partly because you would need to have some sort of corridor at the back for you to be able to evacuate from. So I have put in a couple of fire doors. So there's a fire door there. There's one there that comes out into the, well, it would come out into the queue, but actually we might actually leave this as another corridor, because this would also be used for storage space, right? So this would be like maintenance and whatever that would be in here. So I'm going to do that a little bit later on. And then I've got another couple of fire doors going through here, and I think there's one. Was there one here? I think I removed it actually. So yeah, that's what we're going for. Outside here, then the queue line is relatively simple. This is going to be such an attraction. I hate track rides and Planet Coaster, I really do. But they're also fun to pull together. So this queue is not going to be sufficient for what we want. The throughput's going to be trash, but it's fine. We will deal with that somehow. But I am just using the spooky pack stuff, the spooky pack fences and whatever that are all on here. Don't quite know what the path texture is going to be. I might just continue this path texture along. That's what Blackpool does, but I don't think Blackpool's got specific path textures for their ghost train. I'll need to check. because we are, of course, trying to copy that. So the ride, like I say, does have a lot of effects and triggers and stuff going on in here, and the Prestige has gone a little bit AWOL. There's no work that's been done over here, by the way. I don't think I'm going to get to do it this week. I just don't have the time to pull it off. So they're there because I need to know what the rest of the area is going to feel like, but it's probably going to be a future endeavour. So anyway, that's what we've got. I am pretty much waffling now, so I might as well just shut up and carry on, right? I'll see you in a minute. Hiya guys, I am willing to call this one a win. I feel so much better about the build this week than I did last week, and I mean, it's a proper spoopy doopy ghost train that's in a beachside theme park. It's exactly what it needs to be. It's not going to win any awards for its exterior, but it does what it should, and I am proper chuffed with it. It's turned out exactly as I thought it was going to. Now, of course, the outside here is not done. There's lots of big stuff that's coming that's going to make all of this come to life. But what I wanted to do is just bring a plaza area out the front here. I did check Blackpool. They do have a stylized entrance for their ghost train. They've also got a health and safety nightmare in the fountains and the streams and stuff that run through it. We're not going to do that in this park. We're just going to keep it simple. So I will touch this up when the extra bits are in, but this is it. This is it for now. This is the exterior exactly as I wanted it to be, with the lighting and stuff on here. I did toy with the idea of having it changing colours and stuff, but that just felt a little bit tacky. This is not a tacky ghost train, but it's also not a themed ghost train. Anyway, let's change the lighting so we can see the inside. I'm hoping the music isn't going to get claimed. It's actually from Thought Park. It's one of Fright Night's themes. I've used it in a previous park and I showcased it as well, so I don't think it's going to get claimed. But this is the station anyway. That's also a pillar. This is the station, nicely lit. I like how this turned out, actually. This is decent. By the way, fair warning, there is some really bad camera work that's going to come up because there's some really tight spaces to get into. I'm not even sorry. So we've got the first scene here. Then this is the graveyard scene. It's actually just doesn't need to be any more than this. I have put some smoke and stuff in here. You know, it'd be like the high level, low level, non-dispersing smoke. But what I have done though is I've made sure that the inside here, it's got all of the usual stuff that you will find from a Chacho style ghost train build or in a dark ride build, in the sense that you have the downlighters that are blinders, so all of this stuff up here would be hidden by the fact that these lights are shining down. So even though we can see them in game, in real life, all of this stuff up here would be hidden. And if you look carefully, I have started to put all of the back of house stuff in, you know, like all the fans and the aircon units and stuff. So this is the entrance to the main hall, or to the Great Hall scene. It's simple, does what it needs to do. I didn't put a light on here, and that's deliberate. That's because you've got a light that shines from behind. You can see the purple haze. If I put a light down here, it gets rid of that haze, so I've just kept it as it is. And then this is the Grand Hall scene. I'm just going to move out of the way so that we don't get in the way of the cars. Again, I've just touched up with this with a little bit of the industrial style stuff. The park would have made an effort to hide stuff, but there's some stuff you just can't hide, and that's okay. So all of the beams and whatever, and the ladders and stuff all on here, it's all good. It's all good. And then there is the shining style corridor. That's a light bleed from another scene. Can't help that, I'm afraid. But yeah, I like this. I like this whole scene. I did go ahead and raise the height of the door frame here as they go through. That has exposed this mechanism. Again, can't change that. I did look to see whether I could re-profile the track or whatever. It's just not going to work. Then we come into the extension of the Great Hall scene, and we've just got stuff on the shelf here, and then we've just look down a longer corridor, and then you've just got the stuff on the left hand side here. So this is all like some of it is triggered up, and there's stuff that jumps out at you, and there's lights and sounds and all sorts that go on. I love it. Like, it's just proper ghost trainy. Then this bit here is the dark bit. There's the dude that's waiting to jump out at you. And then we've got this. Now, I like the fact that the blue is a bleed through from the dark ride that's next door, and actually it gives it a bit of ambience. It's actually a bit of like ambience for free, so we'll go with that. But I did have visions of this area being completely dark, but because this was lit in blue, I actually decided to put this stuff down here, and it now just all makes sense. And it kind of goes some way to hiding some of this stuff here as well, like the electric boxes and whatever, and the fence and stuff actually protects you from it, so it kind of serves a purpose, and I'm okay with that. Then we come into the living room scene. I like this scene, and I like how the ceiling is low, but it's also got the panels on it, so you can't actually see the stuff that's above it. Like, there would be loads of electrics and whatever that are in the ceiling here, and yeah, this just feels right. Oh, hello. Oh no, there we go. I did warn you that it was bad camera work. Yeah, so we've just got lots of stuff that's going on in here. Like this skeleton man over here it's going to jump out at you, and all of that stuff. It's just all the usual scares that you get. And then you come down this way. We know this bit already. This will be out in the daylight, and then we come through into the crypt scene. And the crypt scene again, it has this blue bleed through from next door, and I quite dig it. I'm happy. I'm happy with it. And now that the ceiling is up and the videos and whatever are all in, it actually feels quite creepy in here. It just, yeah, a blue light always feels a bit creepy, doesn't it? Like, yes. Then we come through to the bit that's supposed to be pitch black. Now, it is a shame that we do have the bleed through on this bit, because my whole vision of here was it was supposed to be completely dark. And then this bookcase is supposed to just jump out at you from nowhere, and it's just supposed to be there. I wanted it to be a relic of maybe a leftover scene that was here before, and they've just left it. They just left it here, but because it fits. Maybe it's hiding electric cupboards or something. I don't know. Make something up. And then you've got this bit here where you've got the witch video that you've sort of like run towards. I like this, but again, this was supposed to be pitch black, but you can't make it, so we'll just deal with what we've got. And then we come into the final grave scene. I didn't want to do the same scene as before, so I didn't want it to have the smoke in here. I didn't want it to have the trees and whatever. I actually wanted this to be a little bit more like bland. But the actual centerpiece of that is the guy that jumps out here and the smoke coming out of the tomb. So that's kind of what we're going for. Oh, and I just put in a cauldron as well, by the way, because it kind of needed a reason for the witch to exist. So that's what I've gone for here. This is how it looks from the night time, by the way, on the outside. Yeah, I like it. And in fact, the park itself does have lighting and stuff throughout. I've just not shown you the stuff. So maybe I'll do a proper tour of it sometime. So let's just go back into daytime so you can see. So we can have a look at the rest. So down here, all I've done is I've just covered it off with the haunted house flat roof stuff. Put the bins and whatever in, all of the safety signage. And then this bit, I actually decided to separate. I did decide that I was going to have these different textures in the end. I didn't want this one to continue around because it sort of like ruined the atmosphere a little bit. So I put in the planters and whatever just to separate the queue line from the house itself. And then I just put the entrance to the maintenance area in here. Now I didn't do in here because as you can probably tell, there's quite a lot of clipping and stuff in here, and it's quite a difficult space to work with. So I've just left it as a facsimile of a maintenance area. So you can just pretend that's in there. And then, of course, on the top, you've just got all of the HVAC units and stuff. This is probably way overkill. You definitely wouldn't need this for inside here. But because we're using a lot of stage smoke, you need some kind of ventilation in the event of an emergency. So that's kind of what this is here. It's more for emergency purposes than it would be for functional purposes. And then all along this side, I decided to use a spoopy roof. I did originally think it was just going to be a flat roof and you would just be done with it. But actually, it needed something. It needed some extra bits. And I didn't want it to be a completely flat roof. So that's why we've got the egresses and recesses and stuff going on in here. And yeah, it's turned out quite nice, actually. I'm going to spoil, by the way, what's coming next week now, because you guys deserve it. No, not that. That's spoiling something else. There you go. That's what you're getting next week. If you can tell me in the comments what you think it is, then please do. In fact, you can tell because it actually shows up. But guys, this is how Beachy Point is looking so far, and I am really liking how this is happening. Actually, I think I've made the executive decision that we are going to expand into this space. I think it's needed, so that's all good. All of the coasters, by the way, are in here. Members, you've already got access to them. Wink, wink. But thank you for getting to the end of the video. Really do appreciate it. You know what to do. Leave a like, a comment, subscribe if you haven't already. Thank you very much. We're going to go for a ride. I'll see you next week. Have a good one, guys. Take care. Bye. Well, you guys have been very patient waiting for the next coaster in Beachy Point, so it seems only fair that I oblige. And you can probably tell this one is, should we say, flawless? Get it? Because there's no floor. I'm wasted here. Hi, yes, welcome back to Planet Coaster, welcome back to Beachy Point, and more importantly, welcome back to the roller coasters to the channel. And this is this week's beauty, and I can't wait to show you around. But just in case you are coming here for the first time, welcome aboard, by the way, thanks for coming. This is the fun we've had so far. This is Beachy Point, it's a seaside park, and based loosely on Blackpool Pleasure Beach, and we're about to add in a major coaster, and it's a Floorless coaster, and this is actually my first Floorless coaster I have done on the channel, if you don't count the Reel Up My Ride one. So there you go, I can't wait for you to pick this one apart. So we've got the station and we've got the lift hill at 30 degrees. It's a pretty typical setup, and then you have the first swooping drop down this way. It's a long drawn out affair up here because I needed to create a space for the turnaround here, so that's why it sort of wraps around itself. And I know this is going to need a bit of custom supporting and stuff, so that's what we've got. We come into the vertical loop then as the train goes round and into the Immelman there, and then we come into a lovely turnaround here. There you go, there's the lovely turnaround. That's just so B&M. And then into the 0G roll, and that's pretty much your 1-2 combination, 1-2-3 combination, right? Vertical loop, Immelman, and then the 0G roll. And then we come into a turnaround here. I wanted this to be similar to Hydra at Dorney Park, but actually it didn't work here, so I've made it a bit more drawn out, and it comes around this way into an ejector airtime hill. Yes, they exist. And then into another turnaround, into a final airtime hill, and then into the brake run, where I'm sure this one doesn't have a jolt. I'm just saying. So the influence on this one, shots fired. Influence on this one is definitely Hydra at Dorney Park meets the Tivoli Gardens one meets Hair Raiser over in Happy Valley. So that's what we're going for here. And talking of which, with the not Hair Raiser, sorry, the other one, Hydra, that's the perfect station to use in this one. So I am actually going to do something that's very, very similar to Hydra's station here, for reasons that we'll talk about in the next update, which is coming now. Well, that went quickly, didn't it? I mean, lots of change, so much to show you. The buildings have appeared, and rides have appeared, and landscaping has appeared, and all sorts. I mean, don't even know where to begin, but probably where we left off, right? We were talking about why the Hydra building is perfect for this spot. So if you imagine that we are pretty close to the coast here, I mean, let's forgive the fact we've got hills and whatever, this would be just exposed sea, and if it's anything like Brighton, it's constantly windy. And I don't mean like gusty, I mean it's a constant wind that blows for hours on end until the tide turns. So for that reason, you are definitely going to need some kind of aerodynamic building, and this is why the Hydra building is perfect for this. This isn't an exact copy. I didn't want it to be a proper curve. I wanted it to be a little bit like the lorries you see on the UK roads, where they are all aerodynamic, and that's because you have all of this wind coming off of the sea, and it's going to be hitting this building pretty much side on. So what you want to do is just enable the wind to go up and over the roof slightly, so you've got a pitch here, and the wind would then get picked up by this little ridge here, and then up and over the top of the building, and it gets dispersed by here. So by the time it gets to here, it's actually relatively sparse, and you're not going to be damaging the rest of the building. And then, of course, the pitch here will help with the rain. So the rain's going to run off here, it will run onto this roof, which is also a pitch, and it comes down here and can be dispersed. And likewise here, the rain would come off here and then down into the queue lining, make you wet. So there is a little bit of science and a bit of logic behind the building that I've chosen here. The same applies, by the way, to the supports, and I've taken quite a lot of inspiration from Hair Raiser at Happy Valley for this one, because that's got some real funky supports, but it's on the side of a mountain, so of course it's going to get windy. It's in a really small space, so they had to be really creative with supports. And there's some of these ones here, like this one here and this one here, absolute genius of a support. But the idea being, you don't want to use too many supports in this area because it just creates a wall for the wind to hit. You want the wind to come through the supports, so you kind of limit the number of supports, but you have to use a clever supporting structure. So that's what I've done. It's not completely custom supported. There are some in-game ones in here that are still fine, but it all works. And like this bit here, I wasn't sure if it was going to work. I knew that it was going to start to encroach into the maintenance area and stuff, but you know what? It does. I managed to put the supports in, and it's all right. You don't need to cover off or anything, because the ride wouldn't be operational by the time this is by the time you're working the mechanisms for the transfer track and stuff. So it's all good. It's all fine. I've started to kit out all of the queues and stuff with its fencing and all of the usual things you find. Remember, the park is not themed, it's stylized, so that's what we're going for here. We're back to the stylization thing, but I've got all the don't die fencing and stuff all up, and I've just put a little bit of style around here. I actually didn't want this to be the generic fencing on the outskirts. I did want this to be the blue fencing, because I then go on to use it in the station here, and it just gives a consistency to design. That's all you're doing. Then I've just put a rim along the outside here, and then I just put white blocks. I completely forgot actually that you could recolor the castle brickwork, and now that I've remembered that you can do that, that's my new favourite thing, because it's an alternative to brick, and I love it. Talking to brick, we're using brick on the floor, and I want that pink brickwork, you know, the herringbone brick that we get in the UK. That's what I want here. It feels like this coaster would probably have put in late 90s, early 2000s, so it needs to feel like that. The photo unit then, it's gross, but I love it. Trying something new here actually with the desks. It is still desk B, but I just put it on an angle just to give it a little bit of variation, and then inside it's just your usual photo unit. But of course, because we're talking late 90s, early 2000s, neon is all over it. I do need to point out that this photo thing doesn't have a perfect central place, because when I put it central to the window, it was off center here and it looks silly, and now it's center to the building and it's off center to the window and it looks silly. So I'm kind of like snookered myself with the sign. Not even sorry. So yeah, the landscaping and stuff around here has all been done, and you'll spot something new in the middle. What's all this about? Oh, I've just realised I put that the wrong way around. What's all this about? Well, Blackpool, of course, is a bit of a mismatch of rides. Now, people say, oh, it's such an amazing place where you've got coasters overlapping each other and this, that, and the other. That's not actually that true. There's only a couple of places where that is. If you have a look at Google Earth from the top down, all of the coasters do still have their own ride areas. There's only a couple of instances where it's actually true that they are a bit of a spaghetti, and that's around the, not Grand National, the other one. Oh, I can't remember. It's gone. And Icon, and of course the big one. So, oh, Steeplechase. And the big one and Icon, where that's all like around each other. But actually, if you look from Google Earth, all of the rest of the coasters are pretty much segregated from each other. But there are a couple of instances where you have a couple of track rides that just weave through it, and that's what I'm doing here. I'm just weaving a car ride through here. It's very much Grand Prix. We are sort of like loving the idea. I don't want it to be to the scale of Grand Prix, but I did just want it to be a little bit fun. So that's what we've got. I'm not going to get this done this episode. I'm not even planning to come around this way, because I've got plans and stuff for this area. So what I am going to do though is the ride area as it interacts with the Floorless here. I kind of wanted to have the feeling that the Floorless was put in around this car ride, so that's kind of why it's living like that. Bit of water here. That's a little bit dangerous because we're a bit close to the sea, but it's doable. It's fine. So let's talk about the other stuff that's starting to appear. I'm starting to get a feel for this area. I'm starting to get a feel for how the path is going to interact with each other, and it's going to transition from one to another to another. And I've just got a couple of bits of open spaces that I want to fill out. But yes, there is a new building. It's going to be a more restaurant-y type thing. Think of the Burger King building at Blackpool. That's kind of what I'm going for here. I wanted it to be a bit of a rounded edge building here, but then I thought, hey, this would probably have a really nasty overhang, so that's what we've got here. A really geometric, nasty overhang that probably would have been put in the 90s, early 2000s, when it was cool to do this kind of shape. It was cool back then. Actually, was it cool back then? It probably wasn't. But we look back on it now and go, ugh, some geometric shapes. So that's what we're going for in here. But of course it's going to be functional as a restaurant. I just need to do all of the decorating and stuff inside. And then because this restaurant needed to be facing one way, I thought, well, what can I put on the back? And of course it's an arcade. Where else would it be? Because we're monetizing as much of the area as we can. And again, this whole idea of the early 2000s and all the inverted commas modern buildings shapes that we were putting in, it's going to have a pitched roof, isn't it? Of course it is. So there you go, there's the pitched roof. I just need to make it all make sense. I'm just throwing this down for now just to give a bit of an idea. I did also want a bit of a plaza area in front of the queue line so that It's sort of like got a throughput to the area. There's going to be a fountain here. I think I might want to trigger up something in the fountain to go off as the train goes past. I think that would be quite cool. And the final thing that I've added is just an insanity ride. There was this really awkward gap here, and I was like, well, I don't really want to fill it with another building and another shop. That's probably what Blackpool would have done. And I thought, have I got a ride small enough to fit in here? And I don't want to drop tower, because that's coming later on elsewhere. So the only other ride really was the Lupo plane, or something along those lines, and I was like, no, that's too small for this area. So I actually put the Insanity in, and I quite like it there. It's garish colours, it looks awful, but what I have done is I started to play with the pad. So this of course is going to be flower beds and stuff, and this is also going to be, I think actually this side might be a hedge, might put a hedge in there instead, but I didn't want it to be a big square flat thing. I wanted it to have a little bit of personality to it, so it's going to be a flower bed and stuff that's going to go in there. And there you go, guys. That is how it's looking right now. I'm liking how this is coming on. I actually think I should probably just get on and finish it, really. See you in a minute. Well, this turned out alright, didn't it? I'm pretty chuffed with this one this week. I mean, it's come together quite nicely. And I lied, by the way. This isn't the first Floorless coaster on the channel. That's actually the ChatGPT video that nobody bothered to watch. So, there you go. Sorry, it's only taken me 3 days to realise. But we've got a Floorless coaster in Beachy Point, and look how it sits on the sightline. It's perfect for what I wanted in this space. I absolutely love it. I don't even know where to start showing you around, because I did start to do lots of stuff on the outside. There's things that I've hidden and whatever, so members, you guys will be able to see what I've been working on, but it's all there. So let's start down here at the station, I guess, because that's where we left it off, right? And I know I was talking a big game about the whole idea of the wind and whatever, but I didn't mention that it was actually also based on waves. So that's what I've done here, you know, this idea of it being a sheer piece of water and the waves coming over. So you can see it better now that the roof and stuff is on, and I love it. Yes, I absolutely love it. I've actually decided to put solar panels and stuff on the roof here, by the way. This is something that I've only recently started to consider. Where would the park want to try and save money? And that's, you know, on the roof and whatever way where you possibly can. So yeah, maintenance area then is all done. It's all just cluttered out and stuff. I don't want this to be any more than this, but I'm happy. I'm happy with this. And then out the back here, I don't know if this was in the last bit. I think I put it in this update. I've just put a bit of an electric maintenance area and stuff just inside here. It being close to sea, it's all fine. Would it be undercover? Possibly, but does it need to be? No. Generators are pretty much waterproof nowadays, so you're all good to go. Inside the station, then, this is what I've done inside here, and just all the kitting out. I mean, I started it in the previous update, but I've just done a lot of touching up work in here. You know, concrete's gone down, and signs have gone up, and the baggage hold is now deliberately bad. I wanted this to be a really bad baggage design, as in you've got to cross the train to put your bags in, and then you board the train, and then you have to cross again to get your bags out, and you leave, right? So I wanted that. That's kind of deliberate. And then we've also just got the row numbers and stuff in here. That's all cool. That's all sorted. And then you've just got lighting and whatever that goes off and whatever. I don't tend to do control cabins because you can't control where the cabins are. If we could, then I'd make more of an effort to do control cabins and whatever. So for now, it's just open and it's all done. But this photo unit, I love how this photo unit sits. It's just there, and it just sits slightly set back, but it's just so clean and it's so lovely. Like, yes, inside here I've done a bit of touching up and a bit of work on it. But there's still some stuff I want to do in there, but I'm going to come back to that later on because, you know, it's time to call it for this episode. But yeah, I love how it looks, and I also love, by the way, that this whole wave idea is now accentuated by the fact that you've just got two roofs and it looks like waves rolling up on shore and stuff. So yeah, that's kind of like I'm going to pat myself on the back for that. I love it, and the views that you get of the coaster from the ground here are immense. Like this first drop that you've got, and the loop, the Immelman that you've got, the 0G and stuff. It's just. Yes, and I didn't realise, by the way, that this is actually a lovely profiled thing. Like, when it rides it really well, and that's what she said. So yeah, I dig it. The queue line then, of course, has all been kitted out with all the usual stuff. This is the pink brick that I wanted to use down here, and then just the generic fencing and stuff. All the don't die signs are now all up, and that's all good to go. So if we come over to this way, you'll see that we've got a lot of foliage going on in the centre. I didn't want it to be overgrown, but I didn't want it to be brand new. So I wanted there to be growth. And this was, again, this is taken inspiration from Blackpool, like the areas, can you hear my chat? The areas that you've got inside the ride areas and whatever are all quite, like, they're well kept, they're groomed, but they're not, you know, pristine and stuff. So that's what I wanted to go for here. But the actual car ride itself, I've actually decided to not theme this yet. I want to do that when I actually do the car ride, because it's a job in itself. I did start to lightly theme it, and yeah, so this is what I've done. A couple of walls that are up, a couple of flowers that are out, a couple of signs that are up, but this is by no means done. It's tomorrow's problem. And that's also because there's some stuff that I want to put in here that when we come to expand into this area is going to come in here. So like there's the iron claw and stuff that I want to sit in here. There is the winner of the not hypervote, the family thrill coaster. The winner of that is already in, and it's all down here in its loosest sense. So yeah, I'll touch all that up later on. But this area is now done, and I like this. Like, it's so horrible. It looks so Rollercoaster Tycoon 3, but that's the whole point. That's the actual design. That's all done deliberately. I mean, look how obtrusive it is inside here. Like, ugh, it's just red and yellow. Primary colours to the max. Just gross. I'm so here for it. But it's pizza, right? I can't do anything with the fact that the neons are slightly bigger than the circles and whatever, but it's fine. Like the neons on the ceiling and whatever, it's just gross, and it's perfect for this park. I've done quite a bit of touching up on the outside here. As it turns out, in the last update, it was quite scruffy. It needed quite a bit of like love and care, but now it's in. Oh yes, I love it. And this overhang is just so disgusting. It's just so there. Oh, I love it. Right, I absolutely love it. And then we come to the arcade. We come around this way to the arcade. This turned out well. Like, I've forgotten that I've got all of these machines here. So I think this is the dog grabber or whatever. The ladybird thing I put out the front is just a mini ride. You've seen that elsewhere in the park. And then I've put the photo points, you know, the opportunities that you get inside here. I've put a game stall this side. This is just a carbon copy of the one that's at the front of the park. I don't know if that's going to stay like that, but it just felt like that's what that needed. And then I've put the big grabber here and grabby hands. And then you've just got the arcade machines and stuff in this space as well. I wanted this to feel a little bit cluttered. Again, they're just monetizing as much of the space as they possibly can, you know, make the most of it. I didn't want to do too much to the car ride here because that's going to come in a later episode, but what I did want to do is make a feature of this bit here, because it was either going to be one massive piece of garden with lots of foliage and stuff, or I was like, actually, they might make this a bit of a picnic area. So that's what I've done. Path down it, put a path down, and then just put some picnic benches and stuff out, and just call it that. Like, that's all the space they've got, so they would just squeeze as much as they can. And it also means you don't have picnic benches out everywhere else. So I've also tidied up the pathway here, and this is a bit of a mess of textures, and I like this. Like, this bit's nice and clean and consistent, but this bit here, it feels like this might have been the area before this building was put in, and then when they put this in, they've actually put an extra bit of flooring and stuff down, and then you've just got the manor house flooring the other side, and it's just a mixed bag. It's a mismatch, and I love it. Like, absolutely love it. So yeah, there it is. The insanity, it's simple enough for now. It does what it needs to do. I just put the foliage and stuff around. This is all I want to do to it for now. And then of course you've got the flower beds. I've not put the barriers down yet to stop the guests walking through. That comes when I do all of the Lunar Autos episode and whatever. But it's in there, and I didn't want this to be an open area. I wanted it to feed down two different ways. So this is deliberately done. But yeah, this is how everything looks then from the top. And in fact, this is how it looks in the context of the park. So yes. It's starting to feel like Blackpool, but it's starting to feel different, and that's kind of what I wanted, because this is a Chacho take on a Blackpool park, right? It doesn't have to be a copy of Blackpool. And remember as well that Blackpool is really wide. When you look at Google Maps, it's actually a wide park. Like, you can fit 4 or 5 coasters in a row in its width, and we can't do that here. So we're having to stay flat rather than terrain driven, and I like it. Like, it's become a challenge, especially when I started to develop this area here. I've got some stuff that's coming in. It's going to start feeling cramped, and I think that's what we need. I think that's what the park is missing. So thank you for getting to the end of the episode. Really appreciate it. You know what to do. Leave a like, comment, subscription, etc. We're going to go for a ride. Until we speak again, have a good week. I will see you next week. Take care, guys. Bye. What's massive and pink, hangs from above and comes like a tornado? You should probably stick around because it's not what you're thinking. I'm just glad I didn't keep it purple. Well, if we could just go ahead and ignore those hills in the background. Welcome back to the Great British Seaside. Welcome back to Beachy Point. Guys, thank you so much for coming along for the ride. I really do appreciate your company. And it's probably about time we put the first vote winner into the park, right? I'm not going to do any of these in order, but we are going to start here with a bloody great big inverted boomerang. And look at how this is sitting. Just nestled nicely in the corner of the park. It's exactly what I wanted it to do. It's just typical standard layout. Station, into the first spike at the back, into the cobra roll, into a vertical loop, into the spike, and then all back on itself. It's exactly the same as the one you'd want to do. I did toy with different layouts and stuff, but I don't have the lateral space in this park to do that, so I've just decided to stick this in here and be done with it, and I am loving it. I thought I wanted to sort of frame this somehow, so I have put these drop towers in here. They're not going to be the only drop towers that are in the park. There's another one that I've hidden. In fact, talking of hidden things, all of the other vote winners are in the park. Members, you've got access to the park file, so you know what to do. But yeah, so I put these drop towers in. I kind of wanted them to frame this whole area. I have just done some interesting stuff. Let me just change the camera with the queue line and things in here. So all I've done is I've just done a bit of a cattle pen, but I actually wanted the towers to be slightly offset, so I can wrap the queue and stuff around this way, and then we come through here. You'll see, by the way, that I've done lots of other work in the park. It's not going to be this episode we're going to get this done, but I have put a chair thing in, cable cars in, and I have also put a troika in, and there's some other stuff as well. We'll talk about that in a moment. So as you can tell, my voice is going. I think I probably should just get on with this. I'll see you in a minute. Oh yes, this is for sure, as the cool kids would say, a ride with no riz. And I am so here for it. It's just an absolute disgusting, cacophonous mess. Look at it. It's gross. And these supports, by the way, this absolute mess of supports have taken longer to pull together than the entire rest of the ride. It's just ridiculous. But it was so worth it. Like, these things are weirdly fun to custom support, but also an absolute nightmare to do. And by the way, the eagle-eyed amongst you have probably already left a comment because you guys are purists and you absolutely love it. No, this is not your usual layout. I have gone for the other Vekoma style layout. So these ones normally do a cross, right? So you normally have the loop over the station and it goes into a big cross. But the reason I didn't do that is because I would have so much wasted space here that it would just, it's just not economical to put it in. So what I wanted to do is have the ride flush against this coaster, and that only means one style of layout. And actually, it also means it's a little bit easier to custom support. Like, it kind of went in it. Color scheme, I make no apologies for. It's been many colors since I've been designing. At one point, I think it was red and yellow, and then it was blue and purple, all sorts. But I've decided on black and pink because yes. However, what I have also decided on is a station that is purple. And yes, I just want this to be a mess. I don't want this to be a beautiful coaster. I want this to be a mess, and a hot mess at that. So the station then has got its framework. I'm taking cues for this one from Deja Vu. In fact, I couldn't find these with any other kind of station design. The difference is I've put a roof on the top, but all of the other stations, they have an open roof. So yeah, I've gone for that design. Inside the station itself, I've put the support beams in because Planet Coaster doesn't come with these. And then I've just put these pillars in here. So in real life counterparts, there would be much taller air gates in this, like as in they quite literally just block you off completely, and as the train goes past. Look at that for timing. And that's the reason you have really high air gates, because that train comes through at quite some speed. Of course we can't do that in Planet Coaster, so I'm just making that a thing here. What I have done, however, I haven't triggered them up yet, but as it is a launched coaster and one that goes through the platform, UK legislation would say that any ride staff on the platform would need to be secured away by air gates as well. And so that's what I've done here. You've got like a little, I don't know if you can see it, there you go. So you've got like this little bay in here with the push points and whatever. So the staff member would stand here, the air gates would close, and the ride operator would then dispatch. And I've done the same the other side here too, not that you can see it. There you go, there's the other air gate there. I just need to trigger them up and whatever properly. And this is actually seen on Stealth at Thorpe Park, so if you're wanting like the real life precedent with how it works, then Stealth at Thorpe Park is how that goes. And then of course I've just put all of the hatching signs down to warn people that, you know, there is a pretty bloody fast moving train that's going to come past any moment. So that's what we've got here. Station-wise, building-wise, I've then just done brickwork and stuff on the outside here and kept it really, really simple. I'm going to put some concrete down on the floor, give it a bit of style. Remember, stylized, not themed. There's a difference, and this is definitely going to be it. So inside the ride area, I've gone for a pebble effect. It feels like I'm going to overgrow it, right? I'm going to put foliage and stuff in here to make it look a little bit tatty, but it feels like this area wouldn't be concrete. There's too much. It'd be pebbles. They would kind of give it a little bit of money and a bit of style to it. And then this flooring down here, this is the flooring I want to use. I want it to be striped, and I want that to then be consistent and come into this area here. I'm not doing this in this episode, but it's going to have that kind of style. The queue line then I have changed ever so slightly. I've brought it around this way into a half cattle pen. I want a tree or something in here because this is quite wasted space. It wouldn't necessarily be foliage, but that's all we've got. And I've added the cattle pen in here, and then I've just reduced the cattle pen here because I actually ended up bringing it around the support columns here and then into a cattle pen up into the station. So I just wanted to drag a little bit of extra queue out of this one because this does have quite a high prestige. So the supports, let's talk about the supports. Because it isn't your usual layout, it doesn't have the usual supports. Now it does in the sense of we've got an A-frame support here, or a pyramid support frame here, pyramid one here, and then we have the same here. But because it's not over the station and you can't share like the track and the supports and whatever, this pyramid one is slightly different to one you'd normally see on something like Deja Vu. However, it is still the same design. It's still that whole pyramid. It still has this shape here, and it's still supporting all of the stuff. So there's 1 point here, 1 point here, 1 point here, one in the middle, one down here, one down here. So that's your typical support setup. But I'm liking it, right? I had these visions of because I need to clutter up the sightline. That's definitely a thing that I need to do, and I'm starting to do that as I said in the first update. You know, with all of these cable cars and stuff that are in. And I did have this idea of having some kind of Magic Cats or monorail ride or something coming through here, but actually these supports have scuppered that a little bit, so I need to find a different way of doing it. But it's starting ultimately to clutter up the skyline, and that's exactly what I wanted to do. And then the drop towers, they're all in. Of course they were always in. The queue line itself is just a mess of queue line. And again, I need to stylize it. I need to bring it to life with path covers and stuff, tidy it up and whatever. But you know what that's going to happen there. And I've also just bought the perimeter fencing of the Floorless coaster much closer to the coaster itself, and around the bend here. It's actually really quite close. Like, you get some pretty decent like air as this is going to go past. So of course it's going to need all of its signage and all the usual stuff coming in here. But yeah, I'm liking how this path area is coming out. I want this to feel wider than it actually is in game, right? And that's where the path covers really do come into it, because you can kind of fake your way to greatness in that aspect. So over in the middle, I have just put in a bit of a mini arcade. Remember that every single small piece of space that the park would have available would be used for some kind of arcade or some kind of monetization thing, particularly as you can't put a ride or a stall or whatever in here, so you just put games and whatever, and people tend to be happy. It's a seaside park after all. And again, the whole cluttering out of the sightline when it comes along, this area will sort of start to feel a little bit better. So the Magic Cat Station was originally over here. I have a feeling I might actually make the Magic Cat Station here and have it coming around this way and then around here and then back on itself. It's a ride that needs to feel like it's been here for a long time and everything has been built around it, so I just need to sort of like play that out a little bit. So on the Floorless, I have just put in fencing and stuff. I don't want this to be any more than this. Like, it's just a ride. It's just there, so it's fine. However, on the car ride, the Lunar Autos, I am actually starting to put a bit of effort into this one. I do need to get this done in this episode because the area needs to flow. So what I'm going for, it's very vegetative, as in lots of flowers, lots of foliage, but not overgrown. So think gardens. So I started to put this in, you know, with the topiary and whatever in here, a couple of statues around here, and then all of the dirt and the mulch laid down so I can give it a bit of a personality. I'm going for a bit of the car ride at Liseberg vibe on this one. It feels like what this ride would deserve and would have, especially particularly as it's close to the road. You can kind of, well, we're going to change the wall eventually, but you can kind of peer through the wall or peer through the fencing or whatever, and you can see this ride, and it actually looks good from that perspective. So, it's coming together. I'm chuffed. I'm glad I didn't make this taller. I was going to. And in fact, I still don't know if it's still too tall now, but it's fine. I'm liking how this is turning out. But I'm at that point now where I need to finish it because it's bugging me. So, see you in a minute. Well, this big reveal this week doesn't actually feel like it's that big, does it? Because it doesn't look like much has changed since the last update, but I promise you it has. And this is now everything I wanted this to be. Like, I'd planned this to look exactly like this, and oh yes, I love it. But one thing I didn't plan though, if I just get the camera right, is that happy little symmetrical accident. We've two towers either side of each other. I love it. I'll take it. I'm not going to claim credit for it because I can't. It's a complete accident, but I like it. And I love how it sits from the sightline of the street. I love how it sits from the sightline of the beach. And I love also how completely desolate it is. It just looks so sad. Imagine queuing in this queue. This is, by the way, exactly what a park that would have spent all of their money on the coaster and nothing on the surrounds looks like. Hyperia, I'm looking at you. No, wait, actually, let's all turn our attention to Emperor. Emperor, I'm looking at you. You are the culprit for this. So there you go. There's proof out there that this does actually work. I can't wait to show you, though, because it's kind of like come together perfectly. This is just one of those examples of, yeah, you can do bad well. So, yeah, this is what we've got. Lots of pebbles and stuff down here. Of course, we know this already, but I've gone ahead and finished all this off and made the queue line all tidy and stuff with its path covers and whatever, and it now looks pretty decent. I have just added in a little bit of overgrowth. I didn't want this to be a completely clean area because it was looking new rather than well kept. So I did want a little bit of overgrowth going on in here. You know, maybe it's late season and they haven't been able to get around it. But this is a park that does look after themselves, remember. I mean, we've got all of the foliage and stuff that we've got at the front entrance and stuff here. So we know that the park does look after itself and it looks after its park, but it doesn't always look after inside the ride areas. And I know that we've got overgrown and stuff in the other ride areas. So that's kind of what we're going for. Inside the station, lots of touching up in here, lots of detailing that's all been done. We're now finally complete and we are all happy. We do have some music as well. I don't know if you can hear it. Hear it in the background, there you go. And I've just given it a bit of a style. I kind of wanted to go a little bit 80s on this one. The colour scheme lends itself to it, right? That whole bright, vibrant pink, and we're using the purples. And I kind of thought, well, if I add in a bit of yellow or a bit of white, then, you know, we've got a little bit of an 80s theme going on. It's not themed. Remember, stylized, not themed. So that's what we're going for. Little row numbers and stuff. And you're all good to go. The cattle pen queue lines and whatever are great. And I've changed the colour. I don't know if these were pink in the last update, but they were originally red because the coaster was red. And I was like, oh no, I'm going to keep them red. It's all about the primary colours. But actually, I changed it to pink and it looks so much better. And now that everything is done in the area, it actually suits it quite nicely. The station has come together quite nicely too. I'm quite happy with how simple it is. I don't want it to be any more than this. Again, they would have spent all the money on the coaster and not on the aesthetics around it. So we're all good to go in that space. The two towers then, I like it. Like, they frame off quite nicely. Look at that. I mean, yes, what more could you want? I've called it Power Tower, and of course I've got the blue one and the pink one, the Chacho colours. And because they've got two queue lines, then you'd have two queue signs and two entry signs and all of that sort of stuff. I wish we could do multiple rides with single queue, you know, like these would, and I wish we could sync these together, but the programs that I've put in, they're about the same length of time, and they've got the same delay for launch and stuff anyway, so they roughly stay in sync, but it is what it is. You know, we can't do anything about it. The path covers, I've just started to toy with this idea of having this pink and blue, because it's pink and blue, right? I like it, right? I really do. And I like the fact as well that it just stops here. Now, I don't know what I'm going to do around this area. For now, I've just copied it across just so I can get a feel for how this is going to transition from one area to the other. But I don't think I'm going to copy this all the way down. It feels like this is specific for this coaster, and it would probably stop around here. And it might also stop just in time for this coaster too. So we'll see how that plans out, but how that plays out. But yeah, I like this little plaza area. It's decent, and I mean, from the guest view you get some pretty cool views here as well, right? So I like it, I really do. Like, yeah, I'm glad you guys voted for this one. Actually, I think this was more fun to pull together than the rest of the other options that were on there. This was definitely one of my favourites. So anyway, looking elsewhere, we've got the Corollas in here. It's just touching up work. Now, I do want to do something with this building, so for now I have just put the roof on. I haven't done the foliage and stuff in this area, so we're just going to ignore that for a minute. We'll just go from down here, right? So what I did want to do here though is make it feel like the park have purposely extended this queue out into this area. So that's what I've done. So that's why we've got this little path cover down here in that little circle, and it kind of encroaches in on the queue, and it's because this ride is probably a little bit more popular than they perhaps imagined, and they need to extend the queue, but they don't really have anywhere else they can extend it to because of access down here and whatever. So this is the only place they've done it, and so it's encroaching. So I'm trying to build a little bit of that history in to the park. You know, I mentioned it at the beginning about wanting to clutter out the sightline with stuff that's already here. And then we've got ourselves a games unit in this bit, and I mean, it's actually functional, and this is purposely, so I've got cash machines and whatever in the park, but yeah, it works. I like it. I mean, it could be anything. This could be game stalls. It could be a food stall. The park would probably rotate it and do what they need to do with it and be done with it. And then, of course, we come over to the Lunar Autos, and this is looking good. I like how this is. I do definitely need to do new walls for the park. Of course I do, because this is only a metre tall and people are just going to hop over. But I like that it's flush against the park perimeter, and you've just got all of the foliage and stuff in here. And I also like that it's a little bit tatty. Like, they haven't completely finished it. That's by design. Like, I've done that purposely. And this bit down here is all nice and clean and all nice and tidy. And you've got the queue line and stuff in here that feels a bit weird because it's got this like bottleneck and stuff. This is exactly as you'd find in a park like this. They're just sort of using the space the best they can. But yeah, this idea of this overgrowth and this foliage and whatever along here, I like it. It gives it a little bit of personality without having to theme a ride. Like, flowers are cheap. Well, they're not actually cheap, but flowers and landscaping is actually relatively cheap. And it plays off the lion that we've got here quite nicely as well, so it's decent. And I've just put in a couple of other bits, so, you know, like the fountain I think was already in, but I put the fountain in, bit of topiary. Is that how you say it? Topiary? No, it's Tipperary, isn't it? That's a place in Ireland. Topiary. So yeah, I just put like the topiary bushes down and just put a bit of colour. It's all about colour, and it's all about bringing this all to life. Now that also means that this area now all makes sense because the path cover and stuff is down. It's now all consistent. It's all tidy, and it's all as I want it. I do just need to put the barriers and stuff down to stop them walking through the flower beds, but that's all good. And I've also just tidied up this insanity ride as well. The eagle-eyed amongst you will spot that we've had a colour change, and that's because I found I had too much blue and too much purple going on in this area, so I've actually changed it to red, and it looks looks alright. I mean, I love that this sticks out like a sore thumb in this area. They definitely wouldn't do this at Blackpool, for example. They would try and make at least some kind of effort to hide it. Possibly these rides would be the other way round. But I like that this is a deliberate bad decision. Like, I'm here for it. I am. Okay, and then the final bit is just to show you then just the foliage and stuff around this way and a new angle of the ride. There you go, there it is. And I absolutely love, I just look down and it just looks so desolate. But from beep level, it looks alright, like, doesn't it? I'm alright with it. Yeah. We're going to go for a ride on it in a minute anyway, so you can tell me what you think. There you go, guys. Thank you so much for getting to the end of the episode. As always, I really, really do appreciate it. Members, you'll get a copy of the park file. That's coming your way. If you haven't already liked and subscribed, then why not? Because this is a cracking episode and I love it. Guys, have a good one. I'll speak to you next week. Take care. Bye. Hot on the heels of bragging about my giant pink dangly thing, this week I get to talk about my aging tiny Woodie that no one wants to ride. I mean, seriously, these write themselves. Hiya guys, I think the summer has finally arrived here in the UK. The sun is out and Brighton has this summer smell. I can't describe it. It's this lovely smell it gets when the summer's about to land. And because I don't know how to go out and touch grass, guess what I've been doing for the last couple of days whilst all of this is kicking off? I've been filming the next episodes of Beachy Point. Yes, and when I say busy, I mean busy. You're not going to see that yet though. And by the way, in case you're wondering, the croaky in my voice, some of you were commenting last week going, oh my god, are you okay? I'm fine. It's pollen, it's hay fever, that's all it is. I feel absolutely fine. I've just got a bit of a croaky voice. So this is where we're at this week. This is no surprise to you. This coaster has been on the sightline for quite some time. It's a little kiddie affair. It's supposed to be complimentary of the other coaster, the Woodie, that we put in. But this is more of a kid's one. So you've got the station into a really, really shallow lift hill. It's like 22 degrees, I think. It comes around into the first bend and then into a couple of bunny hops. Does lots of little bunny hops and a turnaround and then more bunny hops. Comes up and under itself and then into another bunny hop and then into the final brake run and then back into the station. Really, really simple. It would have been built probably, 40s, 50s? It was supposed to complement the other coaster over here, so it would have been tucked away at the side because there'd have been lots of other fun stuff going on in this part of the park. So the rest of the area then is going to look a little bit like this. We've got the I keep calling them chair swings. Every single take I've done, it's called a chair swing. So could I call it a chair swing? It's not. The chairlift. So we've got the chairlift that's now in place, and it goes right the way across the park. And I can show you a bit more of this now. So I've actually managed to completely accidentally fit this in quite nicely. I've just got a little bit of touching up to do here just to fix this bit in terms of clearance, but I've managed to put it in like quite nicely throughout. I mean, clearance is clearance, right? We'll take it. So yeah, just do some touching up there. And of course we need to finish off the car ride that we put in when we did the Floorless coaster, because this needs all of its personality and stuff adding into it, so we just need to do that. The area is going to have some toilets, and it's also going to have this bit this bit in here that's going to be some kind of shop. And I just need to finish off the troika bit as well and find out what flooring and stuff I'm going to use. So there you go. That's what we're doing this week. I'm going to go off and sing Sticky Shoes. My Sticky Shoes. I'll see you in a minute. Oh, the little lost and forgotten area of the park right at the back is actually starting to come together quite nicely. It's starting to get its personality and it's feeling a little bit cute. But remember, this isn't a grand week. This isn't a big deal. You know, like last week where we were like, yes, I'm a big attraction and I've been added. This is just the historic Woodie that's sitting in the background here, and you know, a chairlift that's like just here, and a couple of toilets and a bit of a flat ride going on. And yeah, it's here, right? The chairlift here is the only reason people would probably get to this part of the park without actually having to walk, and it sort of connects the two parts of the distant parts of the park. So I like it, right? And the station itself is coming together quite nicely. I've seen pictures of this out there in the world. It's taken from real life inspiration. I don't remember where it is. I'd need to get the info for the next update. But yeah, I really like how this is. It's all sort of like sleek and modern, but also got a little bit of retro feel to it, almost like a bit of a 90s feel to it. It's a weird one, but yeah, it's nice and simple. It doesn't need to be any more than this. So what I've done here is I've wrapped the queue around the outside, put some fences and stuff up, and we are good to go. So it just needs finishing off, right? It needs a side, and it needs some mechanisms putting in, and some electrics and all of that, you know, some touching up bits that we do. And then this food unit itself, I've taken some inspiration from Southport Pleasureland for this one, because this was around by, I think it was a cyclone area. I wanted this originally to be a fully enclosed building, you know, windows and doors and all the usual stuff. But when I saw that building, I was like, actually, this is kind of what I want in this space, because it's if it was a full-on building, I think it would enclose the space too much. So I've actually decided to make it a little bit more open. You can walk through it, and you know, all that usual gubbins. So that's what we're going for here. I mean, it doesn't look much at the moment. I do need to do some detailing and whatever. And it does have a slightly, almost like Arabic, almost Egyptian kind of feel to it. And that's what I'm going for. I like it. I like it here. I am completely lost with what to do on this part of the park. This roto ride, it doesn't really fit here. And I don't know if I want to keep it here, but it's here. It's here and it's staying for a while. So, yeah, I mean, it's cool. It's just there. It's one of those old rides that they would have slapped in the back, and it's probably on its way out, to be honest with you. This will be replaced with something a little bit more fun and a little bit more like friendlier, if you like. I don't know. It's there, and I need to do something with it. I'm sort of avoiding doing it at the moment. And then we have our raceway here. I'm taking some inspiration from Grand Prix at Blackpool on this one. I do want it to be a race, inverted commas, theme, because remember, we're stylized, not themed. So I do want it to have a bit of a race touch to it, but nothing more than this. Like, I toyed with the idea of these being black and white fences, you know, as in like one black, one white, one black, one white. But no, it just looks out of place. So I've just decided to pull it all back to one colour, and we're just going to create the queue and just be done with it, and everybody's happy. And then just throw a couple of like checkered flags around just to give it that race bit, a few traffic lights, a few traffic signs, and that sort of stuff. And the actual ride itself, I've decided to not go all out on this one. I could have quite easily replicated the way that Grand Prix is, you know, with all of the wooden struts and stuff, but actually this doesn't feel like it's the same ride system as Grand Prix, so I've actually kept it as it is, this idea of this trackless ride. I'd already put in the supports and stuff all along here, right? So I'm already happy with how this is turning out. And then alongside here, I have just fixed off all of the supports and stuff for the chairlift, and I have done this bit as well. So I didn't actually want to reprofile. My original plan was to reprofile this bend, right? But I actually decided against that. I decided to move the supports. It felt like this chairlift had been in for quite some time, and it needs to stay there for quite some time. So it would have been that the Floorless coaster was put in around it. So that's why it's sharing the pillar here. I actually quite like it. I quite like it like that. And then, of course, it meant that the trees and stuff that I've got here could actually stay. And yeah, it's all good. It's all good in that space. And then coming down this way, We've got ourselves some JoJo toilets. Yes, we do. It's a nice, simple affair with this one. I kind of wanted this to feel like maybe there was once a Western theme going on here. So that's why this is going to be one of those like brown wood buildings and stuff that's now been kitted out to have plaster on the walls and tiles and stuff up. But yeah, so it's with the current style of the park. It's probably been redone and re-kitted out and whatever. But I wanted this to be a flat roof because, of course, it's coming really close to the Floorless coaster here, right? So there's the train going over the top. So it's going to be a flat roof and whatever. So that was put there purposely and whatever. And of course, it needs toilets in this area, and I've just literally hidden the full-on toilets, you know, the operation toilets in the back here, as if it was some kind of storage cupboard or maintenance cupboard or something like that. So I'm not going to put doors and stuff in. We just have to deal with the fact that the guests are going to clip through the wall, and it's, you know, it's all done. So of course it needs its touching up and whatever. Need to put a fence and stuff around here. I've also sorted out what I'm doing with the pathway, the path covering here. So I brought in the wave thing, and I'm going to use black tarmac on this one. So almost as if they've just re-tarmacked this area. It's probably just about had some love recently. But of course, this whole pink and blue stripe that I've got here, it needs to go underneath. I mean, I've taken it out. It was originally there. It needs to go underneath the Troika ride here, so that it's consistent with what we've got going on. And then of course we come to the star of the show, and that's the junior Woody, let's say. So the first thing I did was put the maintenance area in. I don't remember if the track actually was in on the first part. I don't think it was. So I've put the maintenance track in here, and then I have actually just given it a concrete pad. It doesn't need to be much more than this. It would just be some kind of concrete padding and whatever, and then of course we're going to have some kind of a cover. Now I've gone for something similar to Cyclone at Southport Pleasure Beach. Pleasure Beach, and that's the idea of having this slightly angled roof, partly because of the rain, but actually that's probably a bad idea because the rain's going to go onto the track. But hey, it's fine. So yeah, it's just a bit of stylized thing. So I've actually then also given it the brackets and whatever, just to give it its supports, and then I've just given it a bit of like an almost like a 50s or 60s kind of feel to it, you know, the colours and whatever, the yellow and the faded yellow and the red and stuff that's going on there. And then of course we've just got really simple fencing around this way, and then we've got the concrete pad, and then we've just got some wood fencing that's coming around here by the final turn. And then my voice, I've proper shredded my voice. This is what 4 years of YouTube does to you. Yeah, and then we've just got the usual stuff going on in here, you know, all the station stuff. So there's your baggage hold. Really, really bad strategy for baggage handling, but it's fine. We'll deal with it. There's no trains in the station. I think this might have stalled somewhere. I'm going to go and investigate. And then we've just got like the electric points and stuff in here. And then we're starting to put like stuff around, you know, like this would have been converted to electric. So you wouldn't necessarily find the levers and stuff in this station. It would be converted to electric. And this is the area that you're doing it. Should we go and see if we have stalled? It must have done, right. Yeah, look. This is what we've got. Stallage there. That's actually a brake run, so where's it stalled? Oh, there. Okay, that's fine. We'll fix that. That's easy enough to fix. Right, I better go do that. See you in a minute. Guys, it's fixed. Don't worry. It was all just to do with the timing issue. Just a reset, and everything is all good, and we are happy days. And this looks good, didn't it? I'm all right. I'm chuffed with this. Like, this is pretty much how I wanted it to be. It's all the black tarmac. It looks like it's just been redone, touched up. It's quite clean. Yes, it's living at the back end of the park, and it's completely unforgotten. And in fact, the only reason people come here is because of the chairlift, and that's exactly what this area needs to be. Love it. Right, so let's have a look at this in reverse order, because I know this episode is almost going to be focused and centered around the Woody that we haven't talked much about. So this is the final design that we've got here. Then I have just put some overgrowth and some weeds and stuff in here, and I have also dirted this up a little bit as well. I wanted this to feel like it was old. Yes, we may have just done the area, but you're not going to of jet wash the concrete and that sort of stuff. So that's what we're going for here. A little bit of grub, a little bit of dirt. And then inside here, I have just given it a little bit of a touch up. You know, moved some stuff around and made it a little bit tidy. Added a few extra bits and whatever. And yeah, I'm alright with this. Like, I quite like how this has turned out now. So it's all good. It's got a roof. And the roof is very styled, but also very minimal at the same time. It's very 40s or very 50s, but also like a modern take on it. And then coming through to the station, it's exactly the same setup as the maintenance shed. The difference is you've got 3 pillars along here. By the way, just to let you know, I chose not to put the brackets onto the middle set of pillars. I've kind of taken that as a design choice. I don't know if I'm completely love that design choice, but I've done it regardless. And then I also decided to put these beams down the center here, right? And that's because I needed to put some more lights down. And I thought, actually, if I'm putting the lights down the center here, it kind of needs this along here too, almost like it's bracing. So that's what I've done, and I'm happy with it. It's all good. And then a bit of concrete put down just so it's a bit tidier and a bit more consistent. And actually I realised that I need to go and put the concrete down on the gap that I've got here on the giant boomerang as well. I need to do that another time, but that's another me problem. Touching up with the bins and stuff and all of the queue line fencing and whatever along here, and I am happy. There's the baggage hold that we were talking about before, and then the staff are just waiting there to load the trains. The queue line then has also been done. It's got its consistent texture now, and I've just put in some mulch and whatever in here just to give it that tidy feeling. Like I say, I want this area to feel like it's just been tarmacked and it's just been cleaned, and it's all good to go. There's no name, by the way, so the name would appear on the top here, and I think it would also appear here as well. So feel free to make name suggestions in the comments. Be original though, please, guys, because you know. Yes. So the middle building then is also looking pretty decent. It was looking a bit barren before. I don't want this to be any more kitted out than this. This is pretty much how I want it. So just a bit of signage up, say it's food and drinks, bit of colour put into the pillars, bit of trimming, but on the outside of the actual building, I've just put all of the usual fairground stuff. So this side I've put one of those, you know, have a photo with in a silly pose kind of things. But then on the other side, I've actually put some disused and unused grabber machines here. So remember that this is like the back end of the park where not many people go. So this is sort of like a bit of an unloved and forgotten area. In fact, it's supposed to feel a little bit like the big ones area is at the back, you know, where there's not really much more to the park and it's kind of come to an end. You can't really fit too much in there. So that's what I'm going for here. This is like almost like the graveyard part of the park. And then down here, I've just put some more decorating and stuff going on in here, menus up, and then I've decided to actually put some tables with the napkins and stuff out the front here. So just keeping it nice and simple. I did toy with the idea of having trims along here, but it felt a little bit too cartoony. It felt like it just didn't fit. So I've decided to keep it actually clean. But what I have done is I've just cluttered up the roof a little bit. So there's a couple of AC units, there's a couple of window baskets just as decoration, a couple of AC units on the top here. It doesn't need anything more than this because we've only got one side that's actually food and drink and the other side are gifts, so this doesn't need an intense HVAC system. And eat it and drink it. Do you remember I was telling you about eat it and drink it from my Rollercoaster Tycoon 3 days? I thought I was going to just bring it back in. So there's eat it, there's drink it, and on the other side there's buy it. So they're the actual logos that I used to use back in Rollercoaster Tycoon 3. So I'm glad that I've been able to put this back, and it feels like this would be the type of park that would have that kind of vibe to it. And then yeah, I've just put some gift shop clutter and stuff on the outside here just to bring it to life a little bit. Over on the chairlift then, this is looking good. I lowered the roof slightly. It was a little bit too high, so I've lowered the roof slightly, and I've also just put in some stuff, you know, like these windows along here, and just given it a proper roof. I did toy with the idea of it being the same metal roof as this, like the same texture. You can do that by using hydro beams and stuff in here, but actually I quite like it being quite smooth and quite plain, so I kept it like that. But I did want to keep the yellow trims, so I wanted to keep this trim, I wanted to keep this trim, and then also of course symmetrically the other side as well. So that's what I've done. I didn't put a cover down on this station. I've actually just used the in-game textures because I wanted to keep all of the lines and stuff, and if you use your own path covers, you have to be very careful with how you line it up, because otherwise you have to do the lines manually or you have to have weird texture changes. So I've actually honestly just decided to keep it that way. But now that the tarmac and stuff is down here, it actually looks pretty decent. So the roundup ride, which just caused me an absolute hell. Go to bed. Actually, it's all right. I've decided to put pebbles down instead, so like gravel, so almost like it's a bit of a temporary ride. So I wanted this to feel like maybe the tarmac would possibly come around this way, and they've just stuck this down, and they've just stuck it on pebbles just because it's filling a space. So I like it. And you kind of, you snookered by design because you've got this Harris fencing that's built into the pad, so it lends itself to it being a temporary ride. So I thought, hey, I'm gonna steer into that design and just be done with it. So yeah, I've also put the test your strength stuff in. I completely forgot I had this. I've used it numerous times. I found it from the workshop. Apologies, I don't remember who did it. I'm gonna guess it was probably Fisherman, because a lot of the game stuff that's on there is done by Fisherman, because it's an absolute legend at doing that sort of stuff. So yeah, I've put that one in there because it just fills that gap quite nicely. Over this way then, with the car ride, again, no name. If you want to make a suggestion, then by all means, please do. But the queue line is all done. This bit in here, I did have visions of it being mulch and stuff, but actually I wanted to put this floodlight in here, and then just some bins. So actually, lends itself quite nicely to being tarmac. And then I did also want to put foliage and stuff along here. I think I still might, but for now, I'm just keeping this as it is. And then this station, I quite like how this has turned out. It's really simple, it's minimalistic, it doesn't need to be any more than this. I even toyed with having music and stuff, but I don't think it would, because it's at the back end of the park. It's unloved, so it's probably on the kill list, to be honest. Like, this is prime real estate for a really decent flat ride, so it's possible. I mean, it's only in still because it's interacting with the coaster and whatever. So in fact, I think that's probably what Blackpool are going to do as well. It's probably going to be a coaster, let's be honest. So yeah, that's all that, and it's all done. I haven't done much more inside the ride area along here, so I want to keep this nice and simple. I've just put a little bit of extra foliage, thrown around a few road signs, and we're going to call it done. And then the last thing to show you is the Chateau toilets. There you go, Chateau toilets. Inside, it's all nice and tidy. It's all neat. It's as you'd expect. I don't really need it to be any more than this. You know, well, there's a stray pillar. Don't look at the stray pillar. It doesn't need to be any more than this, and I don't want it to be any more than this. But as this is the men's toilet, warning, biohazard. But yeah, I just wanted this feeling of it still being a little bit western and still a little bit in the back end of the park. So that's what we are going for there. And then of course the Troika, that's just had a little bit touching up. It's now got a ride sign and stuff, so that's all looking good. And guys, this completes that back end of the park. Look, it's come together really, really nicely. I'm liking how the areas are flowing and how they've got their own little personalities. It's almost like their own little zones, but they're not. So this is what we are doing in the coming weeks. There you go. That's all you're getting. So we'll come back here, guys. Thank you so much for getting to the end of the episode. I'm going to go and rest my voice. I really appreciate you getting here. Leave a like and a comment. Subscribe if you haven't already. And I shall see you next week. Have a good one. Take care. Bye. This week's coaster needs no introduction, and the timing is not coincidental. Yep, it is the big one this week. Oh, no, not that one. No, it's not that one either. Just watch and see. Oh yeah, you guys, here we are back in Beachy Point, and we're about to talk about a Mack Hypercoaster in what is no coincidence at all, Hyperia's opening week. Welcome aboard, everybody. Thanks for coming along for the ride. And then way back when, we did a poll for a Hypercoaster, and because you lot are horny for Macks all the time, it was pretty obvious which was going to win, really, wasn't it? I mean, come on. I've burnt through 4 layouts in this park. This is the 4th of the members. You've seen the 3rd layout. The other 2 just aren't even worth sharing. But I settled on this little hot mess, and I am actually quite here for it. It's exactly what would happen if Hyperia and DC Rivals had a baby. So let's show you around. I also teased, by the way, in the last episode, all of this stuff. It's not the final placement for a lot of the stuff. It needs this Hypercoaster needs a lot of custom supporting. You can see that already. So stuff's going to change and move around as and when we need to do stuff. But this is what we've got. We've got the station here, and then we have our first turnaround into the brake run. I didn't want to completely copy Hyperia here. A normal turnaround is just fine. It doesn't need to be an outer banked one. It's all good. And it comes into the lift hill. There it is, lift hill. It's 45 degrees, and it is set to, I think, 12 or 14 miles an hour. It's the same as Hyperia's, so it's pretty quick. And then we come into the first drop. DC Rivals says hi. It's a twisted first drop, and this was an absolute pain to profile. Smoothie Smooth does not like this type of drop, but we've done it. So we've got the first drop here, and it comes down this way, really close to the Junior Coaster, which, by the way, has not been smoothed out, so do not come at me for that. But it comes into the first drop here, into the first airtime hill. It is a parabolic airtime hill. This also needs a little bit of reprofiling and a bit of smoothing, but this just gives you an idea of what it's going to happen here. Into the drop here, and then into an overbanked turn. So this comes this way. It's a regular overbanked turn, so it's actual proper overbank. And then into the non-inverting Immelman, which these are an absolute pig to profile. Like, I just don't know how people have done it. This is the best you can get because the track just does not bend in the way that you need it to bend, and I just don't know what the secret is. So it's the best you're going to get without mods. So there you go. That's what we're going to say. We come this way into an outer banked turn. Of course, Hyperia says hi on that one, and then into the same sort of combination that you've got with the dive loop, I guess you call it here, into what I think Mack call the non-inverted turnaround or something, the stall turn, whatever it is. Anyway, it's this way, and then we just start to snake our way back to the brake run. You can't really do any longer than this as a layout because you just don't have the room to play with. I mean, the last layout I had was pretty sprawling. It just wasn't workable for this park. So this is the area that I'm going to be working in today. I'm not going to get everything else done. So without further ado, I think I should probably just shut up and get on with it. See you in a minute. Alright then, you guys, you know the drill by now. It's about halfway through the episode, and I'm going to show you around a complete mess and pretend that it's going exactly as I wanted it to, and then make up something for the end of the episode. But fair warning this week, you are actually going to see lots of unfinished stuff that won't be done by the end of the episode, because everything else around it needs doing first, and it's just too much to do in one episode. So, either way, this is the little area that I've decided to work on this week. It's a nice, small, little, intimate area. It felt like it's right at the end of the park, so it needed to have some kind of congregation area inside here. I did think about having stalls and arcades and stuff in here. I still might, but at the moment I'm happy with it just being a bit of a plaza. We'll talk about all of the other stuff in a minute, but of course we'll talk about the main thing first, and that is the coaster. The station itself is very Valraven inspired. I do want it to be modern, but I don't want it to be this whole like Hyperia icon style modern, you know, a bit boxy, but I do want it to be a little bit, you know, unique. So I've decided to take aim at the Valraven station because I absolutely love how that slanted roof is. I've created an absolute murder nightmare for me later on. I don't know how I'm going to do this whole roof and stuff. It's fine. It's Tomorrow Me's problem. But I definitely wanted to reuse the idea of the slanted roofs because we did it with the gift shop outside the front of the park. So it felt like it needed to be somewhere else. So yeah, inside the station then, I've just started to give it a bit of a personality. I don't think I'm going to be able to do an open ceiling on this. I really did want to do it, but I don't think I'm going to be able to because I'm going to need to make a mess. So I think it's going to be a closed ceiling that's just going to go across here. So I need to do some kind of ceiling decoration. But anyway, I have done the rest inside here. I've started to put the baggage hold in. I started to clutter it out with some stuff. But I did want to use Idro's stone wall again, and I just wanted to give it a bit of variation and something just, you know, interesting to look at. So that's what I've done there. And then down here we've got some photos, so of course we've got photos. Now I'm inconsistently placing photos on all of my coasters at the moment, like some have got them, some have not got them, and that's kind of deliberate, it's by design. It's almost like the park would be going through and retrofitting them all, or they would have had them and they've taken them away or something. So it all depends on which ones sell and which ones don't, but it's a typical photo unit. It doesn't need to be anything more than this really. It is what it is. And then outside the back here I've put the maintenance shed together. I just want this to be a metal shed. I don't want this to be anything special. I don't want it to be consistent with the design. I don't want it to be anything more than this. But inside here what I have done is I have put the what they call the cage ladder down to the ground floor, put the concrete and stuff down, and you do have access from underneath to the track. Now I know that the Mac stations don't have actual track in, they have runners and the whole bottom is open, but we can't do it in Planet Coaster, so we just deal with track and just be done with it. So I've then also given it a bit of an access bay inside here, just with the concrete and whatever. So what I do need to do is to think of the strategy along here, because this it's a road, but it's not a road. So I don't know. I don't know what the park would do. I need to sort of play it out. And then of course we come to probably the star of the show, and that's the supports. I mean, this thing is now completely custom supported. Is it perfect? No, it's absolutely not. But is it decent enough? Yeah, it's the $2.20 principle. From up here it looks pretty much alright. And actually I quite like how we've now got a complete misbalance amongst the park, right? So we've got all of this side over here with lower rides, and then this right hand side are all of the taller rides, and it's split in half by the pier. I love it. It just gives this complete imbalance. But anyway, let's talk about these supports, because I can't take complete credit for these. So most of the supports have come from the DC Rivals version of the Mac Hyper that's on the workshop. I think it's ePadget 85. I think that's who it is. So what I've done is I've taken the supports and I've edited them, so they are my own work, but I didn't start from scratch, if you know what I mean. So what I've done here is just the first drop. I've just reprofiled all of the supports and stuff on here, and now it's looking decent. It's looking as you would expect. And then all of the mid-track supports, they're all just put in. They're all nice and simple, copied across from another coaster. This you see quite a lot on Mac. No, we're doing a Mac. You see this quite a lot on B&Ms. And I just kind of wanted to put this in this whole fan support system, and that's because we've got the track going underneath it, and it's also going to be a plaza and stuff. So I did need to do a little bit of playing around with the stuff. The shops that were here are now along here, and I'm okay with that. And I think I need to just change this plaza idea to be a little bit wider, so that we've got the support, and it's sort of that support sits in the middle of the plaza. So just need to tidy it up. But what I have done is I've made sure that we've got enough clearance on the chairlift here, right? So it's almost like the chairlift was here first and the Macs come in after it, and it's sort of like gone around it. And then of course the supports all continue elsewhere, you know, it's all your typical supports and stuff. This little mess is going to look amazing when I can put flower beds and stuff in here. It's going to feel like a real, yes, it's going to feel great. We are going to talk about this in another episode. I'm not going to do this today because I know some of you are already going to come at me about clearances and stuff, and it's fine. But we'll talk about that in another episode. And then we've just got these little supports along here as well, so I've just put these in. Now these are Digital Dan's from Hyperion. No, that's a lie. That's a lie. This is still ePadget. Digital Dan's is here. So I have taken his from Hyperion, and again I've edited it. So while I didn't do them from scratch, they are technically still mine because I've edited his originals, but I'm going to give credit where it's due because he's done an amazing job at that work. So yeah, so that's put in there just to give the supports and stuff. So the stuff I'm not going to do is all of the perimeter fencing and stuff around here, because of course I need to design the areas and stuff. So all of this is going to remain unfinished. So let's go back to the area that we are going to finish. So we've got our claw ride. I've just put in all of the fences and stuff just all along here. So it's all starting to look decent. I'm going to do some of the gardening and whatever around so that it's just gonna finish it off and stuff. And then of course we've got the top spin, and I've started to give it a personality. I've started to give it its pad and its stuff all along here, and then just put in all the mulch and whatever along the outside. So we've just got a little bit of landscaping going on, and then we have surprise Chacho toilets. Yes, we do. So I'm trying something a little bit different here. I normally put the sinks and stuff along the walls, and I kind of want to do something different, so I've put a bit of a central island bay in the middle here, and then of course I just put some kind of decoration and whatever on the walls, and then we've just got some plaster on the wall here, and then you've got the cubicles as you would find. I'm going for a little bit of a modern style. I wanted it to complement the station, so what we've got is just your usual what do you call it, slanted roof. I don't know why I couldn't think of the word slanted. Thank you, COVID. Thank you very much. So, going for the slanted pitched roof with the wood effect and stuff, and it's all going to be decent. So, like I say, when you put foliage and whatever just to bring this to life, it's actually going to look all right. So the queue line for the coaster then, it's just a nice simple affair. Again, we're going for stylized rather than themed. So I've put pebble mulch and stuff down just for the ride areas, and I've also put the dirt and stuff down, so this just needs path covers. And inside here, it's just one massive cattle pen. It's gross. I do need to do some stuff in here. It's not going to be themed. I think I'm going to take inspiration from G-Force at Drayton Manor when that was there, and that was just a big metal shed with no theming whatsoever. And it's just jank. It was horrible. I hated it, but I think it's perfect for what we're trying to achieve here. So there we go. That's how it's looking right now. When you see this next, it's all going to get done. So see you in a minute. Oh, unlike last week where we're dealing with a completely forgotten area of the park, in the summer, this area would be the complete polar opposite. This would be so busy. And it is done for now. This week it's kind of like a part one because it feels really weird that I can't show you the ride area and stuff because everything else around it needs doing. So I have just focused on this area here, but I love it. I love how this has turned out. It's just an absolute beaut. This plaza area looks really big and empty at the moment, but when it's busy, this is an absolute bottleneck and I love it. So let's talk about this then, the triumph of the station, because I've managed to pull off a blinder. It looks really simple and it looks a little bit messy, but we'll take messy when you're going for chic, right? Chacho thought that it would be really easy just to do these triangles and then you copy the triangle and then that's the roof of the next one. You just have to reposition it lightly. No. You have to do every single triangle one by one. But the effort was totally worth it. Now the side of the building looks a bit bland at the moment, and that's because you guys need to name the coaster, and when you name the coaster, the name of the coaster will go in this space and then it will fill it out. But yeah, I like it. So it's definitely Valraven vibes. I didn't want to use the patterns and stuff on here. I didn't want to go completely Valraven. I just wanted to copy the shaping, and I absolutely love it. Inside the station, a bit of tidying up, you know, all the usual stuff that you put in here. So bins and baggage holds and all that sort of stuff. But I've kept it really quite open. Now remember that we had a thing with the Floorless coaster of wind and whatever. So because you've got this slanted roof here, and we're saying that maybe the wind always comes from, well, I don't even know what compass direction this would be, but it's going to come from this direction blowing inland, right? So that's why the roof is slanted that way. And then you also have this completely open so the wind can go through the station, and then you are good to go. But yeah, I like it. I like how it's come out. Photo booth then, a bit of touching up doing. I changed the colours and stuff so that this photos sign actually just turns out to be a little bit more prominent than it really was. And then I have also just done some colours and stuff in here, and I've just given it a bit of personality. So we are all good. Queue line then is all done as well, so it also has its path cover. Of course, it's going to have it bins and stuff put into the actual queue itself. And then we've just got some ride music and whatever. So we've got the speakers that are living in this area, and then I just put the mulch and stuff down. I think the mulch was already in actually, but I put the mulch down just to give it like that industrial more vibe. And then of course the maintenance area, that's all done. So there's the transfer track. It comes into the maintenance shed. I didn't point out, by the way, beforehand that these are custom catwalks, but they're custom catwalks, and that's because I wanted them to continue inside here and then for it to be consistent either side. So we've also just finished off in here. We've just got lots of maintenance clutter and stuff that's going on. It possibly would be used as a bit of a storage shed, and this is what sort of like what you'd get inside here. So all the usual gubbins that you find in this area, and then of course on the outside I've just put the actual maintenance bay and stuff just here. Like I said in the previous updates, I need to sort out, and in fact previous episodes as well, I need to sort out all the perimeter fencing. So I'm just not doing any of that at the moment. I'm just leaving it as it is, and then I'll just do it as a massive job lot. So our claw ride then is pretty decent. I like how this is now sitting. I wasn't entirely sure with its positioning, but actually when you put in some flowers and stuff around the outside and around the areas, it's all right. I dig it. I've also put a park map here. Of course, the park map is going to be put in once the park is finished, so I can get the whole thing in there. So I've just put a park map in there. And seating area outside here, just to break up the plaza slightly. It was just a little bit too stark without it. So yeah, that's what I've done there. And then of course we've got the top spin. I have decided not to put fountains. It's just a design decision. I've done fountains on every single other top spin that I've done, and there are top spins out there that don't have them, so let's just say this park wouldn't have them, so there we go. But it does have this cattle pen queue that's outside the front, and it's all a bit sad. It's actually pretty decent on the prestige though. Getting a high rated or a high prestige top spin is actually quite difficult, especially if you're going for a realistic program. You can get it, but the program that you have to use is not that great. But I do quite like how all the flowers and stuff have come about across the pad. I haven't done this side because I need to do this ride here, right? So I think it's going to have a cover, so that's going to need to interact with the nature and stuff that's in this area. So for now, the left hand side isn't done, but the right hand side is pretty much as I want it to be. And then this is the toilet area. I don't want it to be any more than this. I quite like that it sort of blocks off the view of the sea. It definitely gives the idea that it's the end of the park, that's for sure. So just put a couple of toilet signs up, and then all the path covers and stuff down here. And then inside the toilets, I've just given it a bit of decoration, just kitting it out with the stuff. I've done some tidying up as well. I ended up moving the hand dryers over slightly so I could fit in the vending machine. Then that makes all of this sort of make sense a little bit as well. And I have, just for functional purposes, I've hidden ATMs behind some of the doors, just because, when you're playing when you're actually playing the park and you're playing it with money, you're going to need ATMs somewhere, and I'm not really putting them in. So, but anyway, this is how the other toilet's looking. Pretty much the same. It's just like got different posters and whatever, but the setup is actually the same. So yeah, I mean, I like how this is turning out. On the maintenance shed, by the way, I did decide to keep this area open. I'm not entirely sold on that as a concept, right? But yeah, do you know what? It's alright. I kind of like it because when you're actually playing the game, you can peek through and see what's inside. A lot of the stuff that I do is all like closed buildings, and you actually have to know to go in there to have a look. So this is quite cool. I quite like it. So let's talk about the outside of all of this then. I have started to do some of the work. So like I have put the perimeter fence up on here, but I haven't put any of the foliage and stuff because I don't know if I'm going to need to retract this, and then it's going to need other bits and whatever. So it's fine for now. But yeah, I started to do the work, right? But I've just decided that actually all of this extra work, it probably needs to be cut into two more episodes. So I think the next episode we're going to talk about shoring all of this area up. So we're going to do the junior coaster, we're going to do the station for the chairlift, which I think is just going to be a copy of the existing station, but this station is actually smaller, it's shorter, so we just need to adjust that. Sort something out with the Golden Raptor ride. Is that right? No, that's the Rising Raptor, isn't it? Not Golden Eagle, whichever one it is. And then this food court area, and of course the observation tower. Now what that means is we'll be able to then shore off all of the ride area along here. We'll be able to put all of our perimeter fences up. We'll be able to put all of our flowers and foliage and stuff in here as well. So this will finish all of this area off. And of course I do need to do something with this junior coaster. Now that all of the supports are in the right places, this coaster isn't so much viable in this spot. I mean, I have deliberately designed this bit around these supports, and of course the actual Mac itself was designed around these supports, but if you have a look down here, it no longer fits, it no longer works. So what I need to do is just retrack it and come around here, I think, and then find a way of snaking it back into this position, and then that might actually change the context of the stuff that we've got here. So next episode I think I'm probably going to work on all of that stuff. So that's it from the top, but let's just go back to the bit that we've done so we can call it done. There you go. Guys, thank you so much for getting to the end of the episode. I really do appreciate it. As always, if you haven't left a like or a comment, or if you're not subscribed yet, please do. Let's go for a ride, shall we? Guys, have a good week. I will speak to you soon. Have a good one. Take care. Bye. Last week we added the tallest coaster to the park, so this week it seems only too fitting that we add the smallest, because, you know, logic. Hi you guys, welcome back to Beachy Point, welcome back to Planet Coaster. Thank you so much for coming along. Do you remember when we put this massive monstrosity of a coaster in? Yeah, that was fun. They were good times. So this week we are going to be turning the tables, because we did say last week that we were going to be doing something with this little tiny coaster here. It is the junior coaster, and I have done the necessary work to make the layout actually work. So we are now good to go. So here we are with the station, and we're going to come into the lift hill. It's a really shallow lift hill. It's not steep at all. I think it's set to 4 or 5 miles an hour. It's also quite slow, but it then does come underneath the main drop of the hyper into this little first turn, into a bunny hop, and then into a turnaround figure of 8 thing. Then it does another figure of 8 as it comes under itself, and then flirts with the hypercoaster just in the foreground there. Comes underneath the hypercoaster like this, into a couple of bunny hops, and then into a brake run. It is literally as simple as that. Now, do you remember also last week I was telling you that the area around this is a complete mess and it feels completely unfinished? Well, we can't say that anymore this week, because this is also the focus. Not only am I doing the junior coaster, I'm also going to do all of the area around the hyper in this area, and then of course next week we are going to be doing this. So I think without further ado I should crack on. See you in a bit. Oh yeah, you know what time it is. This is the middle part of the episode, and we're dealing with a teeny tiny little coaster, but a pretty big area to work with, and there's quite a lot that's changed. I mean, it's coming together quite nicely. So unlike the Woodie episode, let's actually talk about the coaster first, because I think this is probably going to be known as the landscape episode. There's lots of landscaping that's been going on in this one. So this is the coaster station. I don't want this to be any more than this. In fact, I even toyed with the idea of not having a station, but I've gone for something really simple, a bit of a trellis kind of, or lattice kind of station. It's going to have a metal roof and stuff. That's all it really needs. A bit of a concrete that's thrown down, and then inside you've got all the usual station clutter. You know, there's the push points and the baggage holds and whatever. It's going to need a little bit of touching up, of course it is, a bit of detailing, but I'm ultimately happy with how this is. And then over in the ride area itself, I have actually just done a little bit of work on it. So like a little bit of touching up with the track layout and stuff. I've also used some terrain in here. I mean, I'm spamming around the mulch quite a bit, and it's really easy. just to spam the mulch around everywhere and just call that your terrain, but no, it needs doing. So I've actually changed the terrain. I do want this to feel like there might have been something in this area before the Mac and the Junior coaster was here. So yeah, a little bit of a maintenance area going on this side, and of course we've got a little bit of a shed. So we're all good with this one. I have started to also put the path covers down just to get a feel for the area, and I kind of figured that this area needs to be monetized a bit more. Like, it was too clean, it was too open, it was just, there was not enough going on. So I have put one of the games units down along the side. It feels like the park would have just like slapped it there and be done with it. And then of course I'm starting to make sense of all of these supports here. I have actually tidied some of them up and moved some of them. I always knew I was going to do that, so that's all good. So yeah, this is now coming together quite nicely, and I decided to put like a planter area here, but not here, and that's because you've got lots of spread out supports and stuff in this area, but then you've only got this one here that can just be done by a bigger like concrete footer and then be done with it. So then over here I have actually started to do the landscaping in this area. Now I did want this to feel like, before the Mac was in, the queue for this cable cars or the chair lift would actually have come this way and back on itself, and the entrance would have been sort of here, and that's why this whole pathway feels a little bit cut off, because actually it probably would have opened up into the plaza, and it would have followed the line of the original queue. So that's what I'm going for. Whoop, hello. in this space. And as we already know, I have copied across the station from the other side to keep it consistent, and as it turns out, the station is actually the same size. Happy days. Difference is I've had to make it slightly higher because you do have this bit here on the in-game version of the station, so I wanted it to be a bit of a crawl space, so I've had to do that slightly higher. Bit of terrain work and whatever on the back here, and then of course our ice cream unit now has a bit of a personality coming along. It needs a lot of detailing. This is just getting a feel for what I want the ice cream shop to be, and the idea of the queue then being put down this side because they had to move the queue and wrap it around the back. So this area needs to feel like, you know, it was possibly something beforehand and it's now all slapped down. There would be a history to this, but the history would have lost its continuity throughout the years, and you've ended up with this bit of an unsightly, inefficient mess, I think is probably what we're going for here. So I'm happy with that. And then alongside the cable cars here, I am actually going to put in some kind of arcade machines and whatever. I'm not going to make them the in-game ones, but I am just going to put something in here. Again, the area feels like it needs to be monetized quite a bit. Then we've got our next shops. So these need to be tacky, they need to be there, and they need to be just like gross. So that's what we're going for here. I don't really know how I'm going to finish these off yet. I just need to sort of play out the area and see how the area feels, but I'm liking how it's interacting with the supports and how it's just there. It feels like the Mac has come along and just cut right through stuff that has been long established, especially when we start looking at this area. I wanted this to feel like it was a bit of a courtyard, you know, like a bit of a Tudor style courtyard. That's why the Tudor building is still there, but the Mac has come along and just slapped straight through it. It goes over the top of the roof, it cuts right through the middle, it cuts through the plaza. It's everything I wanted this bit to be. And like, you get some pretty decent sightlines of the Mac as you've as you're here. So all I'm going to need to do is just put some benches and picnic benches and stuff and bins and whatever all along this area, and then I think it's going to be cool. So I am going to use a similar style of Tudor building as to the one that I did in Reigate Lake, because I quite like how that is. And UK, you know, we do Tudor architecture pretty well, if I do say so myself. So that's what I'm going for here. I do have to have a couple of supports that go through the roof of the building, because I just don't have the ability to have this bit unsupported because of the speed of the train at this point. So inside the building you may find that actually there would be some supports and whatever, but that's cool, that's fine. And then our Lupo plane I've put in. I did originally have well, in fact, this back to the original queue length, but I did stretch the queue out to come back again. But actually, it felt like it needed a games unit here, and again, something that's like completely interrupted by the supports of the Mac. So I quite like how this is now sitting. And of course, our Rising Raptor Golden Eagle, I can never remember which one it is now sitting pretty here. It's got its queue line in, and it's going to start to have its personality putting in. And I have decided that actually I want to separate the queue line from the pathway slightly, so we're going to have some planters and stuff and some vegetation and foliage and whatever just to separate it slightly, because otherwise this is just going to be a big concrete pad, and that's not what I'm going for. No, I'm not going for theme park style gardening or landscaping, but I am going for something that's, you know, a little bit more stylized rather than themed. So yeah, I'm happy with that. And then coming over to the observation tower, again, I've just had to wrap the queue around the existing supports for the Mac. So I wanted it to feel like the observation tower has always been here, and the queue has maybe been altered to reflect the fact or respect the fact that the pillars, the supports, are now in for the Mac. But actually, I quite like how this is, and because this is actually quite versatile, people don't tend to walk. I don't think they do anyway. I haven't tried it out, but I don't think the guests are going to walk around this way to get out. They tend to load from one side and then exit on the other, so you can just like cut this off and be done with it. So I'm pretty happy with how that is. And then this main plaza area here, I have actually tidied up the supports. I think I had too many supports in this area, so I've taken a couple of them out. I mean, it's still right, it's still okay, so it's all good. And then I have just put these planters in. Now I need to put the barriers and stuff down just to make it all make sense, but I have actually put the planters in here. And again, it's where you've got lots of clusters of supports. I did want to keep this bit slightly clear, and that's partly because, you know, kids would love running through the supports and whatever, so you have to have some kind of adventure when you're doing all of this sort of stuff. So yeah, keeping it here. I'm trying to take some inspiration. I think it's the Swarm, that kind of like really close proximity to all the pillars, and of course Smiler does it quite well as well in the queue line, so that's what we're going for. And then I am actually going to just continue this. I know I put this down as a placeholder, but actually I think I quite like it. I'm going to have this plain path texture covering off this area and then call it done. And the last thing I've added in is just some more games and stuff on here, and again, because I need cash in the game. If you're playing with cash, then you need cash points, so I'm just going to make this usable as that. So yeah, I'm pretty chuffed with how this is working out so far. I think this is going to look quite clean and tidy once it's all done. I might even put a games unit in the middle here actually, just to clutter up the space, but I need to put all the path covers and stuff down first just to make it a thing. And remember, I'm trying to deal with its history as well. Excuse me, that's my voice going, knowing that the Mac would have come through and cut through everything, so I need to sort of play with that. So anyway, I'm going to crack on. I'll see you in a minute. And this is what it all looks like when it comes together, and my god, it looks alright, doesn't it? I'm pretty chuffed with this one this week, and it's as expected. It's sort of like orderly but disorderly, it's tidy but cluttered, it makes sense and doesn't make sense simultaneously. Like, this is exactly what I wanted this area to be. The Mac has taken over this area. The kids coaster is here. There have been multiple changes that have happened, like these two rides probably weren't here when the chairlift and stuff was put in, so it all sort of makes sense and doesn't make sense. You get a feel for the history of the area without actually knowing what the history actually is. And of course now you've got the clutter around, so games units and all sorts of monetization stuff. It just looks the part. I'm here for it. I'm totally here for it. So let's talk about the coaster. I have called it the little one. The little one. It needed to be, because of course I know you guys are going to be suggesting names of big coasters, right? So it just makes sense that we pay homage to Blackpool. We go the opposite, we go for the little one. So here's the station inside here. It's all finished off. Again, it's just a little bit of tidying up that was needed in here. It needed its concrete putting down. It needed like the concrete runners inside the station. Don't know if you can see it. There you go, concrete runners inside the station. Just put some lamps and whatever along here, floodlights just to have an emergency situation lighting going on. And yeah, I think it's simple enough to be a kids coaster. It doesn't need to be any more than this. I did toy with the idea of it being Plumple Pop themed, but no, not with this one. The roof, of course, it's on. I didn't use the same metal sheeting that I've used elsewhere. I didn't want to do that. I wanted to have it as a smooth roof. But I did want to make a thing of these little beams going along here, so that's why we've got those. It looks like they're sticking out, but they're not. That's by design. I actually quite like it. I did have the concrete on here multiple different colours. At one point it was green, it was blue. I think it's been red. I actually settled for a sand colour instead. It kind of feels like it needs to be a little bit consistent with the hyper station, so that's what we've got going on there. Now, of course, I've tidied up all the outside here. We've now got all of the foliage in. Everything is now sitting lovely. The terrain paint has actually made the difference. It's no longer grass. I've still created a problem for myself for future me with this exterior fencing, so I haven't bothered to fix this fencing or whatever, but it's fine. This is the coaster, and yeah, it looks alright. It weaves in and out of stuff. It reminds me a little bit of not Grand National, the other one that I am just not going to remember. Steeplechase, there it is. Yeah, it reminds me of Steeplechase. That goes through quite a nice little grassy, almost woody area and whatever. So that's kind of what I'm going for here. Just it's a little bit more extreme than that, right? So then we come down to the chairlift, and yeah, the station is quite nicely put together. I don't know if I'm going to put concrete and stuff down here yet. So the reason I've not done that is because I've got some stuff over here that I need to do to make this makes sense. You'll see in the future. So anyway, I put the queue line, brickwork and whatever down, so it's all sorted and all sussed. And then we've got this little unit here. This is just gross, and it's supposed to be gross. I wanted to. Oh, hello. Let's get out of the way of the chairlift. I wanted to make it quite tidy and quite stylish and quite elegant, but actually no. This doesn't need to be. This is probably one of the longest lasting units of this old historic area, so it's probably falling apart by now. It's probably on its last legs. It won't be here for long. Yeah, so that's what we're going for. So what I've done is I've just given it a little bit of a lick of paint and given it some bright colours and stuff. This would definitely not be the original colours. The roof would probably be the original colour. That's why it's that sandy colour. But yeah, it's just the idea that they've probably swapped out this unit so many times. It's just on its last legs. A little bit of clutter outside the front, and you can then call it done. So around by the Rising Raptor, Golden Eagle, whichever one it is, I keep forgetting to check. I've just put in the flowers and foliage in here. I didn't originally want trees along here, but when I didn't have them, it was just, I don't know, it was just too barren. It just felt too open, so I've actually put them in, and I think it looks alright. I think it's pretty decent. It kind of separates the area quite nicely, so you know we'll go for that. Queue line itself then is all sorted. It doesn't need to be any more than this, but what I did do is I put a games unit into this area. Again, it just felt too open without it, but now I think it feels a little bit too claustrophobic with it. But I draw your attention to the area outside the big one where the carousel is literally there, and you've got this tiny little gap that you've got to walk through to get there. So that's kind of the vibe that I'm going for here. You know, it opens up into this quite big plaza, but actually it's a little bit tight in this little space. So yeah, that's fine. We'll go for it. Games unit over here. Can't remember if this was already in the last update, but anyway, there's a games unit there. And of course, I've then just done the usual trick with the path covers just to make them make sense and to transition the area from one place to another. Lupo plane, that's all in. Of course, I've not done the foliage and stuff down here yet, because in the next episode we're going to do this station. This will take care of all of this bit on the back here, so forgive the mess for now. It is what it is. I'll just put some flowers, and not flowers, sorry, some bushes all along here, and then I have finished the courtyard. I like how this now sits, like, yes, it just sits so nicely in the... Well, it's not, it's the other way around, isn't it? So in terms of lore of the episodes, or canon of the episodes, this sits quite nicely in the gap of the hyper, but actually in reality it'd be the other way around. This would have already been here and the hyper comes in over the top of it, so it sits either way. They complement each other and they sit quite nicely. So courtyard had a bit of clutter adding. I finished off all of the Tudor stuff. I don't want to go too extreme with it, because it's not a theme park, remember, it's stylized rather than themed, so that's what we're going for. That's what we're going for here. And then, of course, you've got all the path covers down, and then just lots and lots of seating. This is a very, very key seating area, and it's questionable whether you would have it directly under the rides and stuff, but it's fine. It's travelling fast enough. You're not going to get too much of a problem. And if worst case scenario, you'd probably put nets and stuff up anyway, so yeah, it's all good. By the way, I've put a load of AEDs around everywhere. In the UK, we've got a community AED project where you can apply to have these AEDs everywhere. You've got to pay for the upkeep and stuff, but the idea is that if someone has a cardiac arrest out and about, then you can actually rescue them. So I've just put a couple of those around because parks tend to have them pretty much everywhere. Yeah, so over this way, I've tidied this area up. It still feels a little bit barren. I don't know what's missing, and I think I don't know what's missing because I need to do all of this bit here. I've got plans and stuff for what's coming into these spaces, and I think that's going to start to feed what happens here. Hence the reason why I've also not done the concrete in the chairlift, because it's sort of part of all the same thought process I've got to go through. But what I have done is just tidied up the queue line fencing here. I think I had a couple of fence bits missing, so that's now all sorted, bins and whatever in here. And then I've actually put loads of overgrowth in here. Now, I did think that the Mac would probably be quite new, but at the same time, it's not new, so it's had enough time to grow over, and bushes and stuff would have been put in. And the reason why is because I wanted this to feel quite claustrophobic, almost like it was previously quite open, but it's now quite claustrophobic. So that's what I'm going for here, especially as you've got the support network from the coaster coming through in all sorts of places, and it's just like they've literally slapped it around the ride. That's exactly what I'm going for. But then what that led to is lots of other foliage in the ride area here. So here it is. It's looking all right. We've actually still got a couple of episodes to go, by the way. This is what we're going to be working on next week. I need to get all of this stuff tidied up. I've got shops and whatever that I need to put underneath here. I need to finish off this drop tower ride as well. And then we are actually going to start moving into this area. So there's a good couple of episodes left. Don't worry, guys. I've got you. Right, let's go for a ride on our little junior coaster. Thank you so much for getting to the end of the episode. I really do appreciate it. Please look after yourselves. Have a good week. Take care. Bye. It's time to fix the mess I made 4 weeks ago in the only way I know how, through risky nautical puns and health and safety lectures. That's right, Chacho's about to become a horny devil. Hey up you lot, welcome back to Planet Coaster, welcome back to Beachy Point, and just in case you can't tell by my voice, in my timeline, Hyperia opened yesterday and is also closed today, so that's the thing you gotta deal with. But my god, what a coaster that is. You guys are in for an absolute treat when it reopens. Actually, it's probably going to be reopened by the time this episode goes out, because I do these a couple of weeks in advance. Anyway, it's worth the 5-hour queue, that's all I'm gonna say. Worth every penny. Well done, Thorpe, what an addition. But anyway, we are back in our Blackpool-inspired park. As if Blackpool have a Mac and all that. And this is the mess that we are dealing with. This is the mess that we have created that I need to solve. We do have a coaster this week. We've got the inverted impulse coming in here. We are, in this episode, going to finally talk about the clearance in this bit. I know some of you have spotted it and they're just like, Chacho, we need an explanation, please. So we're going to talk about that. But this is the coaster we're going to be focusing on. It didn't win the vote, but actually it came quite close. So I think it's time to put it in. We have also got this bit to deal with. I want to put a restaurant or something in here. I need to put some shops and stuff underneath the pier. I need to do this bit all on here. I need to sort of find out what I'm going to be doing with all of this decoration, and I also want to talk about this hyper station in a bit, but I need some stuff to show you before we can do any of that, so I will see you in a minute. Do you know what, you guys? For the last 4 weeks or so, I've really had a bit of an ag about all of this area. Like, I didn't know how it was going to come together. I didn't know what personality it was going to have. I didn't really know how it was going to look. So it was sort of like unfinished, and it was like, yeah, okay, I'm working on bits, but I can't really say that for much longer because it actually is starting to come together quite nicely, and it is starting to get personality. So yeah, there's lots to show you in this one, but we are just going to go ahead and talk about the elephant in the room because this has been spotted by a number of you, and a lot of you are like, Chacha, this isn't realistic, stop it. Actually, I think you'll find it is. There's enough clearance here for both trains to pass simultaneously, and in fact, Planko scale makes this a little bit of a weird one, but there is actually more clearance here than some of the supports on Hyperia, so chill out. But I also do just want to address this idea of there being a net here. They wouldn't put a net here. There would be all sorts of risk assessments and stuff in place, and as we know, risk assessments are all about impact versus probability, and this whole idea of having a net here would mean that the risk of the net malfunctioning is actually a higher risk, higher probability, higher impact than impact and probability with the train. I don't know if I'm explaining this very well, but you wouldn't have a net here, they would just run it. And you can also nowadays use AI to link the two coasters together, so this one here and this one here, and that then would prevent the trains from being dispatched at a time when they would meet at this point. So you can lower the risk of impact and stuff here by having this AI link between the two so that these trains would never actually meet in this spot. So it's doable, and of course the park would have actually made the effort and the conscious decision to put this in this way. I mean, you don't really have much other possibility, should I say, of putting stuff in here. So just chill out, you guys. It is what it is. You've got enough clearance, and I know that some of you are going to fight me to the death. I have chosen this hill, and I'm going to die on it. So here's the station. Quite like this station. I've literally just taken inspiration from Wicked Twister. I'm not doing much more with this one. I want it to be a pointy station. The coaster itself at the moment is called Devil because it obviously looks like devil horns, so it's going to be red, and I've just used the yellow, but I've kind of faded it a little bit. It would have been here for quite some time by now. Inside the station, I haven't done much detailing yet, but I have put in the support mechanism that you would have inside the station, so that's all there. And I've just started the idea of the maintenance, so I'm using the shed from the Woodie here, and I've got the concrete bit in here, and I need to put the concrete and stuff throughout the entire station. But yeah, this is kind of how this is feeling. I wanted it to be separated from the hyper, so that this is like a bit of a service area, and then of course you've got the fence and stuff there. So that just needs some final detailing and whatever. And we will be done with it. I have also started to get an idea for what path cover I want here, so I'm kind of going for a little bit of a sandy vibe. Remember, not themed, stylized. So we're going for a bit of a sandy colour here, and I've just put in some of the extra bits. And this is new, so I've put in a flower bed here. This bit in the middle, I really wanted this to be some kind of like restaurant or pub or bar or something in the middle, so that's what I'm going for here. I wanted the idea. I'm not going to do a boat. I know it looks a little bit inspired by the one that I did in Chippity Point. It's not going to be a boat or anything, but I did want this idea of wood panelling and stuff. And Southend On Sea, their fish and chip shop on the side of the park, looks really awesome. It's like this ultra modern style, this vibe got going on. So I just wanted to put the idea of these waves along the outside. It's going to have a flat roof, and it's all going to be cool. So yeah, all this wood and this modern stuff going on. And then inside here, just a real loose pirate inverted commas theme, because remember, we're not theming, but it's going to have wood and stuff down here, so maybe it does feel like a boat actually after all. And then of course the rest of the area is now starting to come together, so I've moved the balloon ride. That felt like it actually needed to sit up against the restaurant, and then the whirly rig is now in place, so the queue line and stuff is in. Just around the outside here, I've done a bit of tweaking, so you'll see that the games unit that was here is now sitting over here, and I've also introduced the idea of the trampolines and stuff. It felt like this was a little bit too claustrophobic, particularly when you start putting the supports and stuff in. You really didn't have much space to get guests through. Like, it was literally just going to be this space here, so it felt like it needed to be opened up a little bit. That's exactly what I've done. So a bit of path cover and stuff coming down, and this is going to feel like it's much more open than it is. So the scissor has now got a bit of a personality going on. I wanted it to have a cover. I don't want the cover to be any more elegant than this, because it is just well, we call them a waltzer, or we used to call them a waltzer, but the scissor ride, it's just a scissor ride at the end of the day. But I didn't want to use the pad that comes in game. I actually wanted to play with the pad a little bit, so that's why we've got a little bit of garden and stuff going on in here. I am saying that there would only be one exit, and that's here, so everybody would come out this way and then come out this way, but you do have an extra exit just in case you wanted to, you know, an emergency or whatever. You can bring stuff down here. And I'm also saying that this would only have one entrance. Now I know in game this isn't going to work because they will come around this side. Just squint, pretend it's not doing it. Let's just say that this is the only way you'll be able to go in, so you've only got one entrance, one exit. And actually, yeah, I think this kind of makes sense. And I said, when the path cover comes down, it's going to open up the area a lot more, so it's going to feel much better. So, coming over this way, we do also have quite a lot of change coming on here. So, I am taking some inspiration from Ice Blast or PlayStation or whatever you want to call it. Mandy will tell us what to call it, I'm sure. I've just put some flower beds and stuff down here just because I wanted a bit of a personality. I'm doing a little bit of a double fence thing here, right? So, I've got this, like, the green fence for the interior of the ride, and then I've got an actual decorative fence on the outside, and then I do just have your usual queue line fencing and stuff coming along this way. And I love the shape of this ride. I know it's a difficult pad to work with because it's an octagon. It's an octagon, isn't it? I haven't just made that up. Yeah, it's 8 octagon. It's octagonal. But it actually means you can do some pretty decent, like, queues with it. Like, this is exactly what a park would do. Right angles, and it's been at the Thought Park. You just see how many right angles and weird angles you have. There's no swooping queues and stuff. Everything is right angles and 45-degree angles, and it's great. I love it. So this is kind of what I'm going for here. I have just put an emergency bit here, just in case they did need to have an emergency, or maybe this was the old exit back in the day. I don't know. It could have been reconfigured and stuff, but the fence still exists. So what I've then done on the outside here, I've just started to copy across the idea of the pebbles and the bushes and stuff that we used in the previous episode. Just because it felt like that's how the park would line this off, and then just some flowers, flower beds and stuff in here just to bring this area to life. I can't put anything else in here really, because I've got to remember that this S&S Free Fly is relatively new as well, so whatever would have been here probably would have been a ride or whatever is no longer here, so they would have just had this open space that they couldn't do anything with. So that's kind of what I'm going for. And then underneath the pier, it now starts to have a bit of a life. So we've got an arcade going on. It's going to be called Play Zone. I've just started to put all of the arcade stuff down. The pool tables, by the way, they were done for Fundy Fun Spot, and I've just dragged across all of the other arcade machines and stuff, so it's starting to get personality. We have Cha-Cha toilets, surprise toilets. Well, not surprise toilets, these have been in since episode 1, but we've got the toilets in here. This is like the main Central Park toilets, so there you go, you've got the toilets in here. And then I've just started to bring to life all of the other bits underneath here, and I wanted it to be like almost like beach hut style going on. So it's called base camp, and we've got food and drink either side, and then I'm just using like the whole stripy wood just to give it a bit of a beach hut kind of vibe, and then of course you've just got an invitation to go underneath the pier to the rest of the park. So there you go. I mean, it's looking all right, isn't it, so far? Can't wait to show you when it's done. So I better get on with it. See you in a mo. Oh, you guys, they say that landscaping is 90% of the work you're going to do, and they are not wrong, because look at this. It has finally come together. All of the path covers and stuff have gone down, and it just looks complete. Like, it's done. Oh, I can rest happily now, because this has been bugging me for 4 or so weeks, as I said in the last update, and it's now looking like a complete area. What I do actually love about this area is the fact that it now has a personality. You can almost see how it was before the Big Mac was put in. So with all of the pathway and stuff here, you can almost see just the configuration of this area prior to this going in. And likewise, that now that the Devil Coaster is in, this area here would have been part of the Plaza area, and it just looks like it's been obviously nicely cut off. And then if you have a look at the shops and stuff that are this side, where you've got base camp and whatever, you can almost see how this would have been before they just decided to plaster it all over and call it done with a blue wall. So yeah, I quite like how the Mac has now actually created a little bit of history inside the park, and it is just looking like it's just been shoved there and thrown through the center of stuff. I particularly am digging this island here, by the way, just because it feels like it's just the central bit where they just made all of the cluster mess of all of the track and stuff inside here, because that's just the thing that they do. And by the way, I forgot to mention in here, you guys will probably have already commented about it, the one thing you do have to consider here is aerodynamic wind and aerodynamic collision. So you do have to be aware of the wind that the trains are going to cause, and the fact that if you have a collision of wind. So that's why I was talking about the AI thing anyway, where you can prevent it from launching at the same time. So I forgot to mention that in the last update. So that's the one consideration that you might have as part of your risk assessment. So anyway, let's have a look at the whole build then. So this is the station for Devil. I quite like it. I don't sound enthused, do I? I actually really like it. I've kept it low detail in here. I wanted that to be a thing, but I have taken some cues from the other Boomerang that we've got, right? So we've got all the usual warning signs and stuff down along the station. You've got the pens that the staff would stand in to stop them from walking out into the launching train, all of the usual stuff. I didn't put the higher gates on here because this is probably, I think they're intimate, aren't they? So they would have a different station configuration to Vekoma, but it's all good, right? You probably could get away with it, but there's no way of doing it in game, so there's no point wasting time over it. But I'm happy with the actual station design itself. You know, it fits in quite nicely. And we come over to the pub. I quite like how this is. One thing I love about working in the nautical industry is all of the double entendres and all of the puns and stuff that you get. It's filth, it really is. And this is just the perfect addition to that. And the whole wooden slats and the waves on the side here, I love it, right? So I don't mind the fact that it's clipping, because we can't do phased colours very well, so I'm okay with it clipping because it gives it a bit of personality. But this whole idea of the woods panelling and whatever, now it's got all of its posters and the stuff in the windows and whatever, it actually does give you sort of like pub vibes. And what I have noticed is at the top here, it actually is boat shaped, so maybe in the past in some capacity there was an extension to the building here and it was a boat, or it was like a mirror image and it came back this way. And look, I don't know, it's not there anymore, but ultimately it's there, right? And on the inside then, we do have just some real light level touches in here. I don't want this to be any more than this is in here, right? It doesn't need high theming. It doesn't need high kitting out and decorating and stuff. It's just supposed to represent a pub. So we've just put the bins and benches down as you'd normally find. And it's got low level lighting. I have put some extra lighting and stuff in. I'll show you that at some point. But yeah, so I quite like it. And then over this side, I have just put the rest of the pebbles and stuff down. I've given it a little bit of overgrowth just to make it, you know, seem as if it's been here a little while, but still relatively new. And then all the flower beds and stuff have now been done. I've just put the trees and whatever in here. So if we come into the Chateau toilets, there we go, Chateau toilets. They're kitted out as you would find them normally. So there's all of your sinks, there's all your cubicles. Your hand dryers are on the back wall here. There you go, there are your hand dryers. And it's just kitted out as you would normally find it, right? So it's all good. I love it. And then the other toilet is the same. There you go, there's the other toilet as you would expect it. Apparently I'm becoming famous for my toilets. Of all the things that you guys could think that it's good on the channel, the toilets are the thing. And then all I've done on the outside here is I've just given it its like facial features, if you like. I don't remember if the sign, I know the neon was in, I don't remember if the actual signs were in, but I've just cluttered it out with a bit of artwork and whatever. I've given it a lean to, put the text and stuff up, and yeah, I like it. I like it. Likewise with base camp here, and then base camp here. I've just done some touching up with this bit, you know, just like with the beams and whatever, added in the doors for access, that usual stuff. And now that these bits are done with the path covers and whatever, I actually quite like it. It doesn't feel as imposing as it did before. It actually feels like it's, you know, it's a decent thing. And now that this is all done, this just feels so different to how it did. Like, it's just got its own little personality that it's just developed. This is quite a nice little plaza area to stand in. This looks like it could be, it's probably been rethemed over the years, right? It could have been rethemed as a street scene. It could have been anything really, but at the moment it's just beach huts, and I really like it. So the arcade then, play zone, this is looking really good. Like, it's just an arcade, right? So it's nothing particularly special when you look at it. It's just a room full of machines. But the true pièce de la résistance on this one, it comes when you actually look at it at night, because you've got this yellow light here and they don't throw light in the game. So what I've done is I've just put the yellow lights underneath, couple it with the white lights that you've got from the spotlights, so you've now got like light throw going on. The sign is throwing the blue onto the ground, and then this one is throwing the white onto the ground, and there you have it, right? So it looks pretty decent. I've also done this elsewhere, by the way, so I'm doing that here with this sign, just forcing the throw. I've got it elsewhere all along here, and then of course this is how the other one, the other side looks. What I didn't show you, by the way, is that our Boomerang has got a light package. I just completely forgot to show you. So there you go. There's the Boomerang light package. Looks pretty decent, if I do say so myself. So the actual Roto Tower then, that's now also done too. I didn't want this to be a flowered affair. I wanted this to be more of a trees and foliage kind of thing. So that's what I've done. Lots of greenery around this one. And then just the signs and stuff. And then the path cover just brings it all to life and just makes it all a thing. So then we come over to this side. So the whirly rig, it's all got its fine details and whatever that's been done. I don't want this to be overgrown because it's quite close to the sea. It probably wouldn't be too overgrown, so it's stayed as mud. But over here by the scissor, I have actually put in the flowers and stuff. So just to confirm, yes, the guests do walk through it because that's the nature of the paths, but in terms of aesthetics and how it looks, I'm happy. I'm happy with how this is. And then coming over this way, this is now what the food unit looks like. So the outpost, you will probably have spotted, this was the case in the last update, but I've removed the other two units that were here because, as I said, I needed the space. We've got a viewing platform here, but you could quite easily put bins and benches and stuff in here if that's what you wanted to do. And then I've just tidied up this area around here just to give it, you know, its final bit of life and its final bit of touching up and work and stuff. So this is how it's looking. The park is by no means done. We still have, I think, 3 episodes left. There's 2 coasters coming in this space over here, which is why all of this isn't finished. And then of course we've got the touch-up episode where I need to do stuff like the shops in the front here, the new fencing, and all the usual maintenance-y type stuff. And then of course there's the tour. So you've probably got about 4 episodes left, I think. So guys, for now, thank you so much for getting to the end of this episode. I really do appreciate you coming along for the ride. Thank you so much for your likes. If you haven't already, please subscribe. Let's go for a ride on Devil, shall we? And if I remember, I might also put an updated version, POV, of the Hyper in. Let's do that too. 2 rides. See you next week. Over time, every park builds an obsession with their favourite type of attraction, and Beachy Point is no exception. Theirs is the inverted coaster, so here's their third. Hi you guys, welcome back to Planet Coaster, welcome back to Beachy Point. Thank you so much for coming along and spending a little bit of time with us. I really do appreciate it. And this is Beachy Point. It's coming together alright, isn't it? It's a couple of months worth of work. I think we've got 4 episodes left. We've got 2 coasters, the Tidy Up and the Tour, and then I think we're on to the Thought Park ripoff. Oh, I'm so excited for that one. I cannot wait. But yeah, this is the product. There's a bird there. This is the product of everything we have been doing. But you'll notice in the background, or it's now the foreground, the park that was right by the sea is now gone. And yes, you know how parks get obsessed with some kind of an idea and they make really silly decisions, you know, like putting Storm Surge in when you've already got a Rapids. We've got 3 invert coasters now, and I'm not even sorry. We're going for the Junior Invert. This was one of the vote winners of the very first votes we did, actually. So this is it. We've got the station here, and we're going to come into the lift hill. It is, by the way, very Phoenix Rising, and that's the whole point. It's the whole purpose. We've got the first drop then. I really wanted to make a proper feature of this drop. I wanted it to be really close to the chairlift, and I think I've managed to achieve that, and I'm okay with that. So the first drop comes around here. It comes past the Iron Claw, which, by the way, I had originally thought was going to be about here, but actually, no, it's played out in a slightly different area. As it's come into a turn then, and then it comes into an overbank turn this way, which is over the entrance area of the queue, and then comes underneath the lift hill, then over the top of the lift hill. So there you go, and then into a really tight but not that fast helix, and then it comes back round this way and then into the final brake run. The maintenance area is going to be located here, and rather than a transfer track, because I don't really have a lot of space here, I've actually gone for one of those really weird transfer tracks. Like, so it's not a full-on one. It's going to be one of the, you'll see. And then we've got just some supporting stuff going on. So I've got the forge in. There are going to be some Chacho toilets, even though I don't think this area needs them, but there's going to be some there. And I'm going to make like something of this. I've put this here, but I need to make something of it. So anyway, that's enough of the intro, because that's already a little bit too long, Chacho. Let's get on with it. See you in a minute. Oh, this was very nearly a go back to the drawing board and start again kind of affair. But I battled through, and I'm actually happy with how this is turning out. It's looking alright. And I mean, it needed a little bit of refining. I was putting the custom supports in, and some of it just wasn't working. So like this helix here, for example, it needed spreading out slightly because the supports just couldn't fit how I wanted them to. This bit here has needed a bit of refining, but I'm okay with it. Like, it's not perfect, but I'm battling with the path here, so I'm okay with it. I mean, it rides okay, and that's the main thing, right? And the custom supports themselves are in. I mean, it's very Phoenix Rising, but I love it. Like, these supports are actually really good to work with. And Phoenix Rising has got these weird supports here. Like, they don't have the A-frame supports other than the top one. They've got this... yeah, I love it. Like, it was just so much fun putting together. And this bit here now, oh yes, I love how this sits on the sightline as you just walk towards it, and there's the first drop, and there it is. And of course, I've started to line off all of the area here. There is something here. I mean, you already know what's there. You saw the vote. You just don't know what I've done with that yet. So yeah, it's all good. I've started then the idea as well of putting all of the gardens and stuff in here. So this is going to have vegetation and whatever. And I'm taking a bit of inspiration here from Blackpool. And when they put Icon in, like, yeah, it's still Blackpool, or it's still Beachy Point, and it's still like a jank seaside park, but actually this is probably newer, and they're starting to do a little bit more work with like area landscaping and stuff. So that's why we've got that there. And then of course the queue line itself is here, and I'm loving it. Like, they absolutely would use pebbles in this because it's just easy to keep clean, it's easy to maintain, and that's all they want to do. But the queue line itself, it's had a bit of work. I've done a bit of redesigning and whatever, and I love it, right? It's just this cacophonous mess of don't die fencing. Yes, I love it. It's almost like Paulson's Park invert inspired, you know. That's just the same. It just like winds through. But the layout of the coaster itself has actually created quite a bit of challenge. So this is the best I'm going to be able to get. And I could have just done like this one path that goes all the way around here, but no, it needed cattle pens, something that the park would possibly open and close as and when the park is busy and whatever. And each one's designed to hold, what, half hour's worth of people, so they just close it off and be done with it. So yeah, it's all good. The station itself then is very inspired by not Grand National, the other one that I can never remember, and it's gone, and I'm not going to be able to get it back. The other one at Blackpool, no, it's gone. It's fully on. Anyway, that's what I'm going for here. I want this whole modern pitched roof going on, so that's what I've got. I've literally copied the idea, and actually I've taken a bit of the original Top Thrill Dragster as well from this. The idea of that cable stayed part of the pitched roof is there. I love it. Like, I just love how it looks, and this is perfect for what I want to achieve here, right? I wanted there to be a bit of a flight theme. Remember, we're going for stylized, not themed, so yeah, that's all good. I haven't done any of the other of this station interior yet, other than the fences and stuff, because that's my next port of call. But yeah, this is looking how I want it to look. The maintenance area then, yes, like this is coming together so nicely. It's just going to be a metal shed. I decided that right from the very beginning, that it was going to be a metal shed. It's actually quite tall because you need the space to be able to work up here. I do need to put the catwalks and stuff and the gangways that you'd find on the top of an invert, so I need to do all of that, but it's all coming together. It's all taking shape. And then of course this transfer track, it needed some tidying. This was too far down, but it's now in, and it's now in the right place. So what would happen is this would slide across, and then you would just join the track here. It's now in the right place, and then the train would just literally be rolled onto here. You don't need 2 trains worth of space, just like the Swarm at Thorpe Park. That doesn't have 2 trains either. You would literally just need enough space to be able to put 1 train off if you're not using it, and you do the maintenance to both trains in the brake runs here, right? So you'd have 1 in the shed and 1 here, exactly like they do at Thorpe Park. So yeah, loving it. So what I've started to do here is the perimeter fencing and whatever. I've just put in the wooden fence that you find, and then I've just put the don't die fencing around here. And then this is a bit of a taster as to what I want the actual exterior walls to look like to the park. So yeah, it's as I want it. They're quite tall, actually. I think these are 2 meters, might even be 3. I'm not gonna lie, I just botched the outside of the park. I just decided I wanted to have more room than I had, and so I ended up moving it, and this was what I ended up with. So I just need to tidy it up, but it's all good. So let's also now talk about this exists. Like, I'm taking inspiration from the Blackpool one, you know, where round by the wooden wild mouse, where that used to be. I was going to have a roof terrace, right? That was my whole plan when I said I wanted to do a thing with it. I wanted there to be a roof terrace. Guests don't use it in the game, and I was like, oh, that's okay, I'll just make it a non-usable one. But no, do you know what? It didn't work. It just didn't work. So it's just going to be a flat roof, and it's just going to be kept nice and simple. So I just need to decorate it a little bit. But I am going for that minimalistic kind of vibe. We've got the shiny metal on the walls. We've got yellow plaster. And of course, we've got the green and the pink from the coaster. I'm actually liking that colour scheme of that coaster, so I think it's only right that we copy it across. This is going to be the gift shop. So this is basically going to be refitted, right? Because the coaster is now here. So this is the gift shop. It's now pink and green. So I just need to do all of the detailing and stuff. And then of course I just pull the shutters down for this one, so that's all good. But then over here you've actually got food units, and this would be open, a little bit like courtyardy kind of vibe that you've got going on. So the shutters would come down and you just open what you want. And then I'm going to put loads of seating and stuff out the front here, right? So it's just going to be a nice little seating area, but you get some decent views of the coaster from here. So in fact you get some decent views of the entire park, to be fair. I mean, it's a pretty decent sight line, but yeah, you get some good views of that, so we are all good. And then of course we come on to the obligatory Chacho toilets. There you go. It's just your usual Chacho toilets. There's nothing particularly special in here. I do want it to have like a real awkward design, so that's what I'm going for here. Like, really quite rubbishy design. It's it's rubbish by design. So I'm alright with it. Again, needs all of its touching up and stuff. It needs all of its work. And then the forge itself, it's had a bit of a personality given to it. I'm trying to hide the fact that it's a big square base. I have checked with this, and the guests do load and exit on the opposite side with this one, so I am good to actually cut down the space that you've got. But I have just used the same idea that we did with the Roto Tower, and that's the idea of having internal and external fences and a bit of don't die fencing along here just to stop people from, you know, killing themselves. And then I'm going to put some flowers and foliage and stuff along here just to give it, again, some personality. And likewise over with the Iron Claw, I've just tried to hide the fact that it's on a big square pad, so that's why we've got all of the flower beds and stuff coming in here, and then I am just going to put up with the fact that the guests are going to clip through, because they do go round and they do use all four sides, but it's fine. It's fine. So there you go. That's how we're looking, and I am liking how this is looking. So I'm going to carry on. I'm going to get this finished, and I'll see you in a minute. Oh, here it is then, guys. All done and all shiny and new, and I really, really like how this has turned out. Still got some stuff I need to do on the outside, because I need the future episodes and whatever to do that. Like this maintenance area needs some tidying up, and of course we've got the coaster coming in next week. But here it is. It's all looking shiny and new. I love it. I've deliberately wanted this area to look new. This would be like the new for this year coaster, that sort of thing. And I thought I was being clever with the pebbles inside the ride area. I was like, yes, I know I've done this over on the other invert, but yes, this is definitely a coaster that would need it, without realizing that Phoenix Rising is pretty much all pebbles inside the ride area. So I have inadvertently stolen an idea and thought it was my own, and it's not. So let's have a look at the station then. I quite like how this has turned out. It looks very flimsy, and that's the entire purpose. Do you remember when we were talking about the wind coming off of the sea and ripping buildings apart? Well, I kind of figured that if we're going to start ripping this station apart, then it might as well just go like paper, and it's just easy and cheap enough to repair, right? So that's kind of what we're going for here. But actually it's ended up being a bit like an aircraft hangar, so I quite like it. And the music, I don't know if you can hear it, the music is it Friendship Mode Overdrive, whatever it's called. It's the one that comes with the scissor. Anyway, it's the perfect flying music, and that's kind of what I'm going for here. Remember, it's not stylized, it's not themed, it's stylized, and the style on this one is flying. So inside the station, I have put in all of the support networks that you get inside the station. I think I've got one too many, but it's fine, we're all friends here, so what's an extra support beam between friends? But yeah, it's all cool. And then the other side here, I just put all the usual station clutter in. You know, you've got people that ride ops, and you've got the push buttons and the baggage holes and all of the usual stuff that you find. And this is all the station needs to be. And I quite dig it. And talking of digging it, I quite like this maintenance shed. Like, I know that you don't use track inside the maintenance sheds, but we use track to represent track and all that sort of stuff. But like, I like this we've got the catwalks and stuff that are above the track section, so you can work on the wheel bogies and all of that and all of that sort of stuff. And I just put in the cage ladders and whatever inside here, and then of course you've got all of the usual stuff that you would find, you know, all the electric cabinets and clutter that you would find. But what I am really, really, really liking is just the interaction between the mud, the pebbles, and the concrete, and just how that interacts with it, because everything is still new and shiny and clean and crisp. I mean, there is a little bit of overgrowth going on, but everything is, you know, if you've looked at the Hyperia area, that's definitely not ready to be open. There's definitely some more tree bark that's needed, and that splashdown does not make sense. So that's kind of what I'm going for here. That you know, slightly stylized, but not really stylized at all. And then when we come out the actual ride itself, the exit, this was ready to show you in the last one. I just completely forgot to show you. So we've got ride photos. I've still got the issue with putting the photos and stuff on the screens and whatever, but it's fine. We know that we don't fight with this, but yeah, this lady, she's ready to sell you ride photos, so you know, come and buy your photos, please. It's just your typical photo unit. And actually, again, if you've been to Hyperia, it doesn't have a photo unit. It's all done by QR code, and you literally download it digitally, and you can. It's weird. So it's like proper weird. It's just a wall of screens. So anyway, you're going to come around this way through the don't die fencing and whatever, and then you come to this monstrosity, and it just looks so plain and so boring and so generic, and that's the whole purpose. I'm really glad that I didn't do the roof terrace along here now, because this comes really close to the roof anyway. But with the maintenance area and stuff, this now just makes more sense like this, and I'm okay with this. And they've hidden all of the usual utility stuff on the back. So here's all of the AC units and stuff. So yeah, it's all good. So we're having a look through this one. Then you've got the gift shop here. Oh, I love that view. Yes, of the helix over the gift shop. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. So the gift shop itself, it's got all the shutters and whatever, and then all of the gift shop stuff can then just be moved into the gift shop. They shut the shutters and away you go. So that's what I've done, is I've just kitted it out with all the usual gift shop stuff that you would find, and we are happy with that and good to go. And of course then we come to the food and drink area. It's actually a burger and fries and whatever. And this is more of a courtyard style thing, so it doesn't have the shutters. I know we've talked about this in the previous update, but you don't have the shutters. But these are the bins and benches and stuff that I wanted outside the front. Toyed with the idea of having umbrellas, but, you know, I decided not to. I actually decided just to keep it as bins and benches, and all they would do is they would stack these up at the end of the day and then put them inside here, and then that's it. They're just out of the way and they are done with. But yeah, I like it. We've got the neon signs. I did originally have them as white because they show up better at night, but actually the pink and green, it's the colour scheme of the area, right? Remembering that this is the sort of sight lines and stuff that you're getting of the coaster, so it's there, and the pink and green is definitely the theme that you do want to go with. So when we come to Catro toilets, there we are. They are all done in here. So yeah, that's that one side, and then if we flip the camera around, there's the other side. It's pretty much the same setup, just different posters and stuff inside here, and you are done. I'm kind of digging the idea of using the same colour for the wall, the trim, and the ceiling. It's almost like it's a bit modern but a bit mismatched as well, especially as the design in here doesn't have much like architectural experience put into it. It's a proper mix of themes and a proper mix of stuff. And on the outside then, I wanted to have this feeling a little bit more industrial, right? So I've put the water fountains out, a couple of benches, and then a couple of these extra, like, I didn't want to use the normal floodlights. I'm overusing the floodlights quite a bit, so I've just put these other tacky wall lights up, and yeah, I quite like how it looks from the outside. So it's all good. Then we come across to the forge. This has now got all of its flowers and stuff. I did have a bit of a crisis of faith. I did think actually this should actually be back here in the queue line in front, but then it's kind of copying this a little bit too much, and I've done that in quite a few other places, so that's why we're just settling for the idea of having a fence. And like I say, I can't finish all of this stuff because of the coaster that's coming in this area. I need to know what space I've got for vans and sheds and whatever, so that'll be done in the touch-up episode. But the forge has now got everything in, and it's got its cattle pen of hell queue line. All of its bins and stuff are down. But yeah, the flowers now all make sense, make it all make sense. And then the don't die fencing has actually got don't die signs, and then the exterior perimeter fencing. It just looks good. I like it. I like how it sits. And then the claw itself, the iron claw, there's not really much that I can do on this one until the coaster comes in, because the coaster's going to frame this off quite nicely. So for now we've just got all of these loose ends and whatever that I need to tie up around the back here, but for now this front is all done, the cattle pen is all done, this planter is as I wanted it to be. Remembering this has probably been reconfigured since the coaster came in, particularly as it feels like the area may have come around this way, and so the queue would have been sort of like in this area. They would have repurposed the queue and stuff for this part. So yeah, it now all makes sense. The perimeter fencing now all makes sense. And I've also tidied up the approach. I love this view. Look at it. Yes. It's just, yes. It's just the perfect approach with the inverted coaster. You've got plenty of space, right? You can sort of see scale by this dude here and our mechanic guy walking past. You've got loads of room to walk underneath it. So you are all good, but like the pillars and whatever, they're all in. I forgot, by the way, to put the support shoes in on the Mac, so I know some of you have spotted that, but I've not done that this time. So you've got a mix of supports that have got shoes and supports that don't have shoes. In the UK, we have the option of burying the shoes if it's a paths area, because it just creates a trip hazard. So that's what I've done here, is I've buried the shoes where there's paths, and I've exposed the shoes where it's actually scenery and landscaping and stuff. So yeah, I really like how this has turned out. Like the queue line wrapping around here is perfect. This janky little arcade in the middle is perfect. It's just everything I wanted it to be, and it looks clean. It looks tidy. It looks like it's the new for this year edition. So Yes. So guys, thank you so much for getting to the end of this episode. I really do appreciate it. As always, if you haven't done, please leave a like, a comment, and if you aren't subscribed, why not? Come on, we're getting there. Right, we're going to go for a ride on our family invert. But guys, big one next week. I can't wait. You have to find out what it is. See you next week. Have a good one. Bye. It's the final coaster going into Beachy Point this week, and this Mack coaster is the true sequel you're all waiting for. Not that other thing. Hi you guys, welcome back to Planet Coaster, welcome back to Beachy Point. Thank you so much for coming along for the ride. I appreciate you spending the time with us. It's time to put the last coaster into the park, but don't be sad, we've got more coming. There's the Thought Park that's coming, and we've got a couple of Beachy Point episodes that are still to come, so we're not done yet. It's all good, and this is what we're putting into the park this week. It's a bit of a grifter coaster. Members, you have had a version of this in your park for quite some time, but actually I've needed to do quite a bit of reprofiling, quite a bit of reloving, quite a bit of retracking, but we got there, and I love what we are putting in. So it's a Mack multi-launch coaster. Of course it is. It was the community vote winner. So let's do a tour. As we always do, we start in the station, we do a 90-degree turnaround, and then we come into the launch. I am going to talk through the reasoning behind all of my profiling and all of my 1-2 elements and whatever. Let's just do the tour first, shall we? So we're going to come into the launch, we come into the Immelman, and then we're going to come into a vertical loop. It's already packing some punches. We then do a bit of a figure of 8 and a couple of overbanked turns, and then we come into a 0G roll. Yes. Then there's an ejector airtime hill, and from this point in we are literally 1-2 punching with the quick turns and transitions. So we have a turn here, and it comes down this way into a turn, into a drawn out loose corkscrew, and then we do lots of twists and turns into, yes, the second launch. The second launch then comes around this way. I've actually decided to make it a bit of an airtime launch because I needed space to put the path underneath it. So we've ended up with an airtime launch, and I absolutely dig it. Like a little bit like Copperhead Strike is. And then we come into a top hat. So we are offering pretty much as we can on this one. We'll talk about the profiling of it later on because I can already sense you guys are salivating at the keyboards. We come into not a vertical drop. I didn't want it to be vertical, but a near vertical drop, and then into an ejector airtime hill, which then comes into a really drawn out, almost hang-timey corkscrew. This was originally a non-inverting corkscrew, but I didn't like it, so corkscrew. Then into another airtime hill, into an overbanked turn over the part of the station, and then into the final 0G roll, into a final turn, and then into the brake run. So that's pretty much what we have got. Maintenance area then is a really weird setup, and I dig it for it. I love it for it. So we've got the transfer track here, and it's going to come around this way, and this is where the maintenance area is going to be. Again, we'll talk about that in the next update. In terms of supporting stuff for the area, we've got ourselves one final ride over here. We've got ourselves the carousel, which I need to sort out. We've got the shops and stuff that are coming in. So we've got the photo unit that's awkwardly placed here, and we've got a couple of bits that are around here. And then, of course, there is the queue line. So let's see what this looks like when I get to work. See you in a minute. Hiya guys, it's been a busy couple of days, but I tell you what, I think I'm just about starting to get to grips with what an icon rival in a park like this is going to look like, because yeah, I like how this is coming together. It's taken some blood, sweat and tears, and I've had to do some reprofiling. I've taken some controversial decisions, shall we say. There's a few things that are a bit like, oh, okay, but it's coming together quite nicely. I do like how this is. And you know that we go for the idea of stylized over themed. Well, we're kind of flirting the line a little bit here, because we're going for surf theme. I decided to roll the dice one more time. I didn't punish myself enough in the Royal Mile, so we're going to go around again and we're going to try the surf theme. But I quite like this. This feels a little bit better than the other surf theme that I did, you know, for the dive coaster. This area feels a little bit better. It feels a bit more put together. So yeah, let's have a look at what we've got then, because you will notice that the biggest thing that I have done is the custom supports. Now there are some weird decisions with this one, but remember, we've got a weird plot of land and we've got a quite tight space, so you don't tend to have supports. And do you know what? There is no right answer when it comes to support. Well, there is a right answer when it comes to support. It has to support the track, but how it looks, no, there is no right answer. So some of you will be uncomfortable with some of the decisions that I've taken. You guys just have to sit on that and deal with it, I'm afraid, because it works. You know how we did the whole controversial thing with the supports over on the Floorless? Yeah, that. But I like how this is coming together. Some of the in-game ones are absolutely perfectly fine, like for example the top hat. I've decided just to keep the in-game ones for the majority of it. I didn't really want to play with putting custom ones in. And can we just go ahead and talk about profiling in Planet Coaster? For the Vector, specifically for the Vector, it's really difficult to profile unless you're doing a big, wide, massive coaster. So this is the best you're going to get. Like, you can't do the whole 1, 2, 3 step thing that you get with the top hat on a Mac, you know, where it goes vertical, then turns, then top hat. You can't do that clean sweep. It's just not possible. It comes up with all sorts of errors. So this is the station. Loving how this is turning out. It's just Surf Shack. That's how I want it to be. It's great. Like, yes, I just have no words for it. I have put here, by the way, some netting and whatever, because of course this is the launch and you've got people that are queuing here. You either A, don't want them to fall down, and B, you don't want them to throw stuff. So I think what I am going to do is actually make this a full-on cage to stop people from doing that. But for now, I've just got this I've just got this netting here, and here's this dude. There he is. It's him that's going to throw stuff onto the track. And then inside the station, we've just got some more decorating and kitting out and stuff. Now this is going to be difficult because I'm going to get locked to scenery. There you go. So this is what the station looks like from the inside. I'm going for like this rusticy type Surf Shack. This, yeah, I like it. I like with the brick archways and stuff. It's looking, yeah, it's looking good. And then we come to this bit here, so the turnaround and then into the launch. I originally didn't want a building here. This has literally only been added in the last, what, hour or so, because I just came up with this idea that it needed some kind of special effects. I actually wanted to play a video, but I think I'm going to put special effects in here instead, probably Steam. We need to forgive the clearance. It's clear. The envelope of clearance would still be okay here, but it's a bit tight. It's a bit of a tight squeeze. And I'm not sold with the idea of it being over the top of the launch. I did actually want it to be a completely fully exposed launch, but actually I quite like this, especially when you put the custom supports and stuff in. It kind of works. It kind of just sits there and it's okay. And the exit path is a little bit tight. You haven't got a lot of room here, but do you know what? You don't really need a lot of room. You just need enough headroom, don't you? And you're good. You're fine. Like the Smiler's exit is absolutely fine, even though it's a little bit tight in places. So ride photos, there we go. There's the ride photo booth. It's copying the same style as the actual main part of the building and the main station building, so this is kind of giving you a bit of an idea and a bit of a flair for what this is going to be. It's very out of the way. Like, this does not make sense as a retail unit at all. You are not going to catch many sales here, but where else would you put it? Like, you're quite tied with where you can put stuff. I had originally wanted the exit path to come down this way, but because of the clearance with the track and because of the way that it's profiled and the way it needs to be profiled for the maintenance area and whatever, I decided to just put the exit path down this way. Here's the queue line then. Queue line is just a big, massive cattle pen. I have left some gaps where I can put some trees and stuff, a little bit of foliage and whatever, so just give a bit of shade. But ultimately, this is pretty much all you would get. It doesn't need to be much more than this. And then the transfer track. So this is the transfer track. It's the exact size and profile that you need here. Now you don't need much clearance in this space because you're not actually bringing a train onto this bit. So it's actually probably could, if it was slightly different, you could probably tuck it underneath the pathway and be done with it. A bit like Wickerman's is. But it's fine. This is as it is, and then it would slide across here, and then you would have the train rolling backwards. So it would actually be done from within the station. So where it's sitting now, you'd roll it back that way, and then it would roll back this way. Don't know whether I'm going to change these to drive tyres or not. I haven't decided yet. I think I probably should, because it would need some kind of driver mechanism and stuff. In terms of access to the shed then, I'm doing something slightly different. I've actually bought access from behind the station here, and we've got all sorts of like gates and fences and stuff, and then we come down this way into the transfer track, and then into the maintenance shed here, and then of course you've got access to the maintenance shed via a road that's going to be put in along here. So this is what I'm starting to do, starting to put the road in there. And yeah, like the reason I did this, by the way, was because I put in the catwalks for way I put in these catwalks, and I didn't really have anywhere for the catwalks to go, and I was like, well, I don't really want to put the emergency exit into this maintenance bay, so I needed a way of getting back up to the station or down to the maintenance bay. So that's why I ended up having the stuff here, and actually it's turned out all right. I mean, it's cool. Put the pebble down. Of course I have put the pebbles down, so this is just underneath the maintenance area. I don't think I want to put pebbles anywhere else. I don't think it's even needed. I think it's pretty much good as it is. Dynamo then doesn't really have much done to it. It's all standard. It's just going to come to life when when it's needed. And then the shop that was down here, or that is down here, this is now starting to come to life. I need to put something in here just to hide the gap, but it's all cool. I did toy with the idea, by the way, of having a baggage hold, sort of like coming down this way. So like the queue would come down here to this area. This would be the baggage hold. Then you'd go back up to the station, and then you'd collect your belongings from here. But actually it didn't work, so I'm going with the old school baggage strategy along here, so they're all at the back of the station. And then inside the ride area itself, you'll see that all of the custom supports and stuff have been done. I'm happy with the profiling now. There's a couple of bits of jank, but it's, you know, it is what it is. But what I do absolutely love is this turnaround here. Like the way that it just interacts with the path and the way it interacts with the actual park itself. Look at it, yeah. See? Love it. And the fact that it then also wraps around the back of the merry-go-round also is pretty cool. And that itself has got most of its fences in. Just need to do the final bits around here, but yeah, it's got most of its fencing, and then it just needs to have its pathways and stuff done. So there you go. That's how we're looking at the midway point. It's alright. I like it. I'll see you in a minute. Here you go then, guys, just like that, the ride lineup for Beachy Point is complete. But don't be sad, we've still got the touch-up episode to do. There's all of these gaps and stuff that still need filling in. But for now, this is Beachy Point, and it's turned out to be way better than I thought it was going to. I've managed to fit loads more in than I thought I had space for. Like, this has turned into quite a park. And this Mac, well, it's turned out to be probably my favourite Mac I think I've ever done. It's even better than the Grosvenor Gardens one, and that was pretty, well, was that a Mac? Yeah, I think it was. It's turned out to be better than that one, and I absolutely love it. Like, there's so much to show you in this one, I don't even know where to begin. I think the place to begin is down here at the entrance, because we have a name. Do you remember when Spike did a sign for Chatrolandia and I never used it again? Oh, it was so good. I just needed to crack it out again. So Spike, your work has made its way back to the channel, my friend. Yeah, this was the sign that was put for it, and then of course we've also got the fountain that he did as well. It's absolutely incredible. Like, his work is just brilliant. So the signs and stuff that he does are amazing. But yeah, so this is the, if I can just get the right angle, this is the entrance area then, and I like this. Like, this is this whole surf theme that I wanted to go for. Remember, it's not themed as such, it's stylized, but it's got that style to it. I've managed to find a way of hiding some of the unsightly stuff. I mean, it's still not perfect, but it's not going to be perfect, so it is what it is. But I really like the archways and stuff. It's turned into like a real nice little piece of work. And then we come over to the station itself. Again, I love how this has turned out. Like, here it is. Oh, look at that, good timing. This is how it is in its glory. By the way, I've slowed Slown isn't, well, slown is a word, but it's not the right word. I slowed the coaster down. It was running way too hot, so that's why it now crawls over the top rather than just barrels it over. So yeah, this is what I meant by the cages with the queue line and whatever. And I've actually put that fine mesh fence in as well, just to stop people from throwing stuff down, because this is Britain and people are stupid, and that's the sort of stuff that they do. So you have to like design for the negative rather than promote the positive. It's frustrating, but it is what it is. Inside the station, here it is. I've kept it nice and clean, nice and open, nice and tidy. Absolutely love it in here. The actual design and the style is quite nice as well. The fact that I've used the two different types of wood. One on the floor, one on the ceiling, and then of course you've got all the floodlighting and stuff. And there are special effects and whatever that happen inside here as the train leaves. So there is like a lighting package and whatever that you'll be able to see when we do the tour. Because I'll probably do a nighttime bit. But yeah, so this is the station itself. And then the queue line. Ah, yes, the queue line just turned out really, really nicely, didn't it? Like I always love it when you do the final touches and you put the path cover down, and it just makes everything nice and uniform, nice and tidy, nice and clean. And then you just put your queue line clutter and stuff down, and it just comes to life. I absolutely love it. Maintenance area then is also looking good. This bit's now looking quite tidy. It's looking as it should. Just to remind you that they would wheel this, the train into the station and then wheel it backwards. So I did decide to change it to the drive tyres, so I did do that in the end. And then inside here, I have just put loads of like touch up final details and stuff inside here. I've actually ended up raising the catwalk. I don't know if it was in the previous update, but the catwalk was too low, so I've raised it up, put all the stuff on there. This idea of having the pillars coming through roofs and stuff, that works. Like, look at the Smiler and look at the Smiler shop. It's prevalent everywhere that you get this sort of stuff. So this is exactly what they would have done in this area. And yeah, it's just a nice little workshop. Flat roof, metal roof. That's all I wanted it to be. It didn't need to be anything else other than that. But lots of touch-up work with the foliage and whatever. It just brings it to life. I just like how you just get these barren areas with the pebbles, and then you get the dirt and the overgrowth and stuff that happens inside here. Like, I like it. I really, really like it. And then down this way, the pathway is in, the road is in, or should I say the road is in. And I have just put the new perimeter wall on the outside here. Then I've tidied up this area too. It needed to have some kind of foliage or something going on for it here. So that's what we've got. I've just put that in, and so you've got the pathways and stuff. Does it matter that it thins down? No, probably not. Probably because this isn't going to be a well-trodden path. People are going to be coming from other areas and stuff, so it's all good. So there's the ride photo booth. I like how this bit has turned out. Like this bit is way better than I thought it was going to be. It's primarily because of the exit path. Like originally the exit path was quite open, and it opened out into the area, and I thought, what would the park do to try and drive sales? And then I thought, well, the Swarm kind of does this, as does Soar. So I've put a fence in. There are barriers to prevent people from using it as well, so they will actually go down the right way. But yeah, so you put the barriers, and there's your ride photos, and you are all good to go. And that's what it looks like then. Love it. Like, it's ride photos. It needs stuff. I've got that on a snagging list. I've missed stuff from quite a number of places, but yeah. So this is how it looks then from the actual plaza area, from the entrance area, and it's decent, right? It looks like it should. It kind of clutters it all up. It gives a little bit of a Drayton Manor vibe actually. Like, it's the sort of theming and stuff that Drayton Manor would have. I think it's Stormforce 10. I like it. The carousel has also come to life. I did toy with the idea, by the way, of either making the concrete pad that it sits on the same colour as the ride, or vice versa, the ride the same colour as the pad. And it just looked silly. It looked really, really silly. So I've actually ended up just keeping it different. But I like it. I like how it sits, and I still love this pathway down here. Like this pathway that leads down the side as the train comes past. Yes, absolutely digging it. So inside the ride area there is a big old change. Yes, there's a pond, and there's a pool, and there's effects and stuff that kick off, and I'm here for it, right? I love it. Now, you wouldn't necessarily have a body of water next to the sea because of the whole water table and the way that it travels through the ground and stuff, but this could be a fake pool. It could be lined off, it could be whatever. It needed something. It didn't just need to be a whole block of land, and it's the first time we're really using water inside any of the areas. I did toy with the idea of having something here on the invert, but no. So I've put in the water effects and stuff as it comes through, so it just gives it a little bit of life. And then I have also put the shoes, the support shoes, above the waterline and stuff, so it's all as you would expect it to be. And then of course the launch inside here has all sorts of stuff that goes on. There are misters and all sorts. I'm hoping there's going to be a train that's going to come, actually, because there should be one coming shortly. But talk you through what I've done in the meantime anyway. So I've got all the floodlighting, and that is a train. I've got all the floodlighting and stuff that's in there that gives it its background, and then you've got the effects that kick off. So these area lights and whatever, they'll flash, the steam comes through, the train will launch, and then the steam actually finishes as the train goes. So it's perfectly timed. I love it. Like, absolutely love it. This area as well has come together really nicely. So this is the gift shop. It's really simple, but it's got like floodlighting and stuff underneath it, so it doesn't need any like front-facing clutter. It's just, yeah, it's cool. And then you've got the launch here. So this is the midpoint launch, and it just looks decent, like, especially as it goes over the top. And then we've got the the other food unit here. So I want to do some touching up on this, but I'm happy with it as it is. It's like, you know, nice and basic. And then over this way, I've just done the tidying up. So the dynamo, as I'm going to call it, has now got its stuff, and it's got a queue line. It doesn't need much more effort than that. And then I've just tidied up all of this area too. So here is the start of the maintenance road that's going to go into the back here. So I've just started to like do that bit. And then this along here, it's just games units and stuff. I did have visions of having more than one, sorry, having 3 here, maybe even 4. But actually I just decided to strip it out and have a bit of a viewing area for the coaster, and that's all good. And then all the final bit of the foliage and stuff in here has made all of this come to life too, and it now all makes sense. So there you go, guys. There it is from the top. Absolutely loving it. This has been such a great series. I can't wait. Like, I just keep saying I don't know how I'm going to do another series, and I've got to be running out of steam, but I'm sure we'll do it. Anyway, thank you for getting to the end of this episode. Really do appreciate it. If you haven't already, you know what to do. Leave a like, comment, subscribe if you haven't already, because this isn't the last one. We've still got little bits to do. So let's go for a ride. I'll see you next week. Have a good week. Take care, guys. Bye. It's that time again. It's time to draw a series to a close. But don't worry, you already know that I've got something big and exciting brewing. So until then, it's time to give Beachy Point the final touches it needs in places you didn't know it needed it. Sounds a bit handsy, that, doesn't it? Alright, you lot, it's the last episode of Beachy Point here in Planet Coaster. Thank you so much for coming along for the ride. And yeah, it's that time of the series once again. The time when A, the park stutters because we've packed it full of too much stuff. And B, we've got many gaps that need filling because all of those tomorrow me problems are today me problems. So, it's also my birthday episode, by the way. This is going to be a short one. We don't have a lot to do, but there's enough to do an episode, not enough to do it all off camera. This is what we did in the last week's episode, and I've come back to it, and I still love it. I love it, I love it, I love it. I actually really like the profiling of this corkscrew. Like, it's just... it's the best custom corkscrew I've ever done. So let's have a look at what I need to do in this week's episode, because like I say, there's a lot of touching up and a lot of stuff that I need to do. I need to get this back area filled out with like maintenance area stuff, but I need to work out how that's gonna go with all of the sea and whatever down here. I have some tidying up in this general region that I need to do, most namely the floating bins need to be sorted because that's a bit of a mess. We've got this area down here that I said I was deliberately leaving in episode 1 because this also is going to be a bit of a maintenance area, so I need to work out how that's going to be. And then of course we've got some shops that are missing from here. I need to do all of the perimeter fences. I've got some tidying up that I need to do in this kind of area. Again, there was lots that I said I needed to play out, so I've now played it out, and I need to sort all of this stuff. And of course, I need to sort out this corner here because there's lots of missing things. I might also just do some general tidying up of the, the map, and I've only just realised that since episode 1, this has had no back. So we might need to sort that one out before I get it onto the workshop for you. And as I said, general like tidying up and tweaks and stuff that's going to go on. But yeah, this is ultimately Beachy Point from the top. So there's only going to be one cut this week, and it's going to be cut to done. So I'll see you in a minute. I mean, you'd be forgiven for thinking that not much has changed in this view, but 3 days I've been at this. 3 of them. It turns out I'm quite a sloppy worker. I needed to correct so much stuff. But it's okay because Beachy Point is now completely done. And I am so chuffed with how this has turned out. I've managed to squeeze so much more into this park than I ever thought I was going to. I thought this was going to be a challenge for space. And at one point over here, it really was, but actually, it's not been at all. What I do love is the fact I've got this pier that's a complete dividing line, and it's a dividing line between all of this looser, less dense, but really tall stuff. The area is probably newer, it's probably a little bit less grown and all that usual stuff, versus the not so tall, but tightly packed stuff of the left hand side, like maybe the original park, if you like. I don't know what the law would be, but yeah, I love it. Like, this park has just come to life. It's got its own personality. Right, so let's stop waffling and let's actually start showing the stuff that I've done, shall we? So down here we've got ourselves a pizza place. I wanted to keep this really loosely themed. This is taken very much the inspiration for this is very much taken from Blackpool and what's outside of Blackpool Pleasure Beach, right? So they've got restaurants and whatever all along the seafront. Inside here, I just wanted to keep it really simple. I didn't want to go to a OTT, partly because I wanted the detail to be saved for inside the park, and partly because I'm done. Like, I've got no more inspiration left, so I'm just done. But what I have done is all of the usual stuff that you find, right? So I've got all the bins and all the recycle points and whatever along here, and I've just thrown a couple of posters and stuff up, and it's all good. And then on the outside, again, I've just kept this nice and simple. It's actually consistent with the rest of the town, so I quite like it. You know, it is what it is. And then this bit here, this is actually the front end of a maintenance shed. So this is how it looks from the street, and then this is how it looks from the back as a maintenance shed. And it feels like this is what the park would do. I'm alright with this, you know. I haven't done the inside because I needed to clip stuff through walls and whatever to make stuff work. So there's no detailing on the inside here. But on the outside, I have just kitted it out with some random stuff, you know. Rando Mando, Hot Dog Squad and Marshmallows. They're not even like lined up or anything. It is just a bit of a frontage that the park would put in, and they would just call it done. And that's it. And then on the back end, what I've now done is started to put some of the clutter and whatever back in, finished off all of the clutter, and it's now an actual proper maintenance area. And it feels right now. It feels decent. This is the new. Well, it's not really new. It's been in a couple of episodes, right? But this is the park perimeter fence, so it's now all the way around, and it was an absolute nightmare to do. As much of a nightmare as you can possibly imagine, but it's all good. I've then just done all of the gardening stuff in this area too. So again, just a couple of sheds and a couple of like loose warehouses and whatever just inside here. It's visible from the park exit, or from the outside of the park, should I say. And that's all right. That's fine. Blackpool's is, in fact, Blackpool's was noticeable from most of the rides. Like if you went on the monorail, you went through the maintenance area. So, you know, at least we're making an effort to hide it with a wall. But what I have done, again, clutter and whatever inside here. And I have also then just put in like a pathway that comes through here. I was going to tarmac it, you know, but I thought, no, this might just be one of those dirt tracks that goes from like one maintenance area to the other. And they've just cut through as time's gone by. And then I did say in episode 1 I was going to put a shed and stuff for the gardening bits in here. Well, that's exactly what I've done. There is the gardening shed, and yeah, I'm all right with that. I quite like it. So let me show you around the rest of the park, and let's do the no, actually, let's go over here. Like, let's just mess around with all the big changes. So here's the other maintenance area. So again, this is just like a park like this would put their maintenance areas wherever they can. It doesn't matter that this is by the beach. It doesn't matter that it's going to have like waves crashing up against it and whatever, because it's a maintenance area. So this sort of stuff can get damaged, and it's, you know, it's not desirable, but it's okay. So this is like a storage part for all of the crap that this park would have pulled together. You've got all the lawnmowers in here. You've got all the vans. You've got all of the shipping containers. How they got here, I have no idea, other than this road here. But they would have just found a way of getting them there, and it's like a storage area for the park. Right, now let's show you around everywhere, because this is the entrance area. I've just done some real light touches in this area. Like I say, I wanted to tidy up some of the stuff. You know, like, for example, some of these beams along here, they were a bit straggly. And then some of the stuff along here, we had clipping going on, and we had all sorts of bits. So I've now just gone along and tidied them up. If I didn't point them out, I doubt you'd even notice that I'd even done it, right? But it's just stuff that, when I look at it, I think, no, it's bugging me. You know, like this idea of I can't solve all of the Z fighting. I can't do it. You just have to deal with it. But there are some things you can do, like this bit. It needed me just to remove the building and push it back ever so slightly, and it just tidies it off just quite nicely. Like I say, you don't need to go OTT. I know people have torn me apart because of my Z fighting before, but just whatever. This is about as much effort as I wanted. And then I have just repositioned ever so slightly some of these flower beds. Again, if I didn't point it out, you wouldn't even notice it, because they're pretty much in the same place, but it's all fine. And then along here, again, I've just repositioned some of these awnings and whatever, just to, you know, now I know what the area feels like. It just needed a little bit of TLC, you know, those fine details. So Firebird, I've not touched. I was always happy with this. Absolutely love Firebird to bits. Absolutely love it. The Flight of Fan, I don't know what we call it. What? This needed a little bit of TLC as well, so it needed some signs, and it needed just some changes to the flower beds and whatever, just to, you know, make it all good. Didn't change the Woodie. This I was always happy with. This has been in since day one, so yeah, it's all good. Haven't touched the log flume either. What I have done is, again, just a little bit of touching up work along here. There was just some of the beams I wasn't quite happy with, and some of the poking through. Like I say, if I didn't point it out, you wouldn't see it. But this is now all like slightly tidier, and it's now just making a little bit more sense. Not touched the Star Ride, but this area here, I did start to do quite a bit of work on this one. This is why it took 3 days. I decided, in my stupidity, that I wanted to move the Insanity because it didn't feel right sitting in the middle here. So what I thought was, oh, I could put it up against the queue line here, and no. It's the short answer. I didn't even keep the save file with it in, so I can't even put like a whatever, a screenshot or whatever in, I just decided no, put it back, reloaded the old file, and be done with it. So over in the invert, yeah, just stuff. The bins, I'm going to show you. The bins are no longer floating. I did want to keep one in just for the memes, but no. I decided I couldn't do it. And then just a lot of touching up in this area as well. Just again, it's all tidying stuff, right? It's all just bits and pieces that you would have. Like for example, at the back here, I'd left all of this just completely empty and completely blank because I needed to put the wall in. Well, now the wall was in, it needed all tidying up, so that's what I've done. All of this down here has all been tidied up, and then where it's bare by design. It's bare deliberately. You know, like all of this stuff in here, deliberately done that way because it's supposed to be brand new. Likewise, all along here, it's all tidied up and touched up. This bit along here needed some work. I'd forgotten to put some of the bushes in, and some of the pebbles didn't quite reach the wall, and all of that sort of stuff. But it's now looking good. I mean, it's looking really good. In fact, I love it. Absolutely love it. And then coming over this way, the touching up of the area is now also done. I have actually put in some ride music for Devil. I didn't realise I hadn't put the ride music in. And then just lots of, like, as I said, just detail work. It's just detailing. That's all it is. Didn't do anything to the hyper. That was all good. And at least ours is open. Ours makes it around the circuit. And then down, oh man, and then down here the wall is in, and I've just put some more foliage and whatever inside here. Now, to answer the question, by the way, because I know that I've been talking for 10 minutes and I've not taught you anything new, and this episode needs to have its USP. This episode needs to have its thing that teaches you something new. So the perimeter fence is a wall, and where there's a coaster, a second fence, and that's because you don't really want to have your exterior wall and your area separation fence being the same thing, right? So I could just have this wall, just slap on the don't die signs and happy days, but people might still climb over. It's still a risk. So what you do is you have two fences, or maybe even three. Sometimes it's three, but you have two fences that are just far enough apart from each other that you can't jump the two fences in one go, and you make it as difficult as you can to jump one and then the other. So for example, this one has got all of this foliage in this area. And that's because if you were to jump this wall, you'd end up in the bushes. You wouldn't be able to get out. And let's call your Geo Wizard doing a straight line mission. In which case, fill your boots. But yeah, so then you have the second fence along here, and that's like your double barrier. Whereas inside the park, you just have the one. So there you go. The more you know. Now, I keep also promising to do this, and I keep forgetting to do it. So I'm going to show you the park at night. There you go. There's the park at night. So we've got ourselves all of the lift hill lights and stuff, and the catwalk lights and whatever are all in. This is like a brightly lit area. Devil's got its red lights that point up, and its red lights in the station, and all of the usual stuff. All of the buildings inside, they've all got lights, and then it's just lots of like area and accent lighting that's going on. So Firebird's got all of its lighting. Love this chair swing with its lighting. All of this bits down here. Then of course you've got all the lighting that goes on inside the. It's not a log flume, is it? But it's we're calling it a log flume. And then you've got all of the green lighting for the invert and all of the other stuff. So yeah, this is it. I do, however, love this bit. Like, I'd completely forgotten I'd done all of this lighting package. I don't even know if I've shown you. But, yes. Yes. And this is what the park looks like at night from the top. It's all done. It's all perfect. It's all brilliant. And I love it. Guys, I don't know why I'm talking so high. Let's lower the voice. No, guys, thank you so much for getting to the end of the episode. I really do appreciate it, and getting to the end of this series. We're going to do a Thought Park series next. We know that already. I'm going to throw some votes out on the community tab so you guys can actually decide what coasters are going into the park, because I want this to be controlled by you. So that's coming up. We're going to go for a tour of the park next week. I cannot wait to show you from peep level, because it even blew my mind when I did the tour. So I can't wait. But Until we speak again, have an awesome week. I will speak to you soon. Take care. Bye!